use I didn't use a VPN when making that account because I didn't think it would have been a problem.
Live. We're live on YouTube. Imad, we're live on YouTube.
Okay, I'm pretty much done, but I just wanted to say
Yeah,
I
send
didn't.
me any message about that as well, and I will look into it.
Well, my last question is, did I make a mistake not using a VPN when I first joined?
I don't think so. I think there's
Okay.
still time, but the whole thing about taking your futures bonus and putting it into spot, that was a pretty good move because you made profit, take your profit, reposition.
It
No
was
worries.
like I almost felt like they hated because they didn't want me to
No,
take the
no,
free money.
no, that's fine. The money's still there. So message me that, and then I'll pass it on.
But that's pretty lame of them to freeze my spot positions from buying and selling after I did it.
Well, some of your spot. So if your spot was already in limit order, it's going to say frozen. For example, if I put LTD as a sell limit, technically it's frozen. I can't use it until I cancel
No, I
those.
wasn't able to click the buttons buy or sell.
Okay. Well,
It
send
works now. It works now. I'm good.
anything that you have that you can send me would be very fast, and I can pass it on very fast.
But I know what I need to know because now, if they do ask me to KYC, they're gonna know I'm from the United States, and then what?
How are they going to know you're from the U.S.?
They already see my IP address because I did it use a VPN,
Okay.
and beside I think they know, but they unfroze it. I can use it now, but what I'm just worried about them saying it again if I make a lot of money and I need to take it off of there and all that shit.
Well, I've been telling you guys for a long time. $300 Palau ID
Okay.
is not hard. No exchange is going to be able to offer to American citizens, maybe even some of the American exchanges as well. So you might want to get a Palau ID or another country residency ID in the future. I sent you a link
All
again, Imad, but it's very cheap for the benefits.
right. Well, hopefully they just leave me the fuck alone for now. It seems like they are.
Are you there, Adam?
But listen, the strangest thing is why did they trigger that after I transferred the money from the futures to spot that they gave me for free?
Well, can you send me a video? Do you have a video of what happened so I can look exactly? Because
A
you're saying it was
video?
frozen. Maybe it takes time for transferring the money between accounts, so it will say frozen.
No, it was there. The funds were there, but they wouldn't let me buy or sell anything.
I know, but were they frozen until the transfer was complete?
I don't know.
Because
I
technically
just couldn't
it's
click
going from one
buttons.
account to another account. For example, whenever I do a deposit into the exchange, sometimes it will take a little bit of time, and then it's clear.
No, it was there. It showed the money, and it wouldn't let me click buy. I
I
tried
know,
to buy
but
some
when it
LTD.
showed the money, did it say frozen or what in your wallet, or was it say
No,
unfrozen?
no, there was nothing saying anything was frozen. Everything was normal. It was just the buy and sell button. Didn't it kept on saying when I would click buy or sell on it would say what the fuck did it say?
Go
It,
back
it
through
just
it and see if you can get like a video. But whenever I do a deposit, sometimes the funds are frozen for like a split second until.
Is he talking about on
no.
weeks thing?
That wasn't the problem. The problem was is they didn't allow me to press the buttons.
Oh, that might. I don't know. The button should be able to press though. Make sure.
Yeah, it did it.
So
It
Adam, your
didn't
mic is quiet
until
today.
I talked to them and complained, and then they went and told me you need to KYC, and then all of a sudden it was unlocked, but I didn't do
Yeah.
nothing.
So Mod, please, so that this issue doesn't happen, send me a video or message of that support chat so I can pass it on.
Right, because I know you know that guy that works there. So
Better? Better?
Oh, you sound way better, Adam. So
all
for
right,
today's
I'm
stream, I'm
done.
not gonna be here for like a while. It's gonna be Adam here talking to you guys about some technical analysis and charts. Uh,
Oh, okay.
I
Real
was just
quick, I'm
saying.
just kind of catching the last part of this. Is he talking about on weeks? Because when I first tried, I was having issues with that too, but I realized that I had to transfer the funds from spot to futures.
They weren't transferred all the way. Yeah, I was helping Adam at my house as well. I
When I first put the money in there, I was like, oh, I got the money here. I see it in the account, but when I hit buy or when I try and open a position through Futures Pro, it was like not letting me. And I was kind of wondering, but then I realized, oh, I needed to go into my actual account, go from transfer from spot to Futures Pro, and then I was able to trade just fine.
Well, I was transferring from Futures Pro to spot.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a moment.
Got it.
Sometimes it takes time. The funds might be frozen because they're not in your account. Let me talk for just a few minutes while we start this, because
Gotcha.
we're in an area where we can start climbing from this downtrend. We had a red blocks here after green blocks. The green blocks like went up a little bit yesterday, then red blocks came down, scaled down. Bitcoin went down over 1% from red blocks, and we did get oversold. We get oversold completely on the 5 minutes. I did the green blocks here earlier today before I restarted the stream. But let me show you some of those top targets. Top side liquidation for Bitcoin can go all the way to $67,000. Top side for Doge, which I did a long on Doge at about 11.82. That top side for Doge liquidations is about 12.8 cents, which would be a whole 1 cent up. And keep in mind, from our red block, our last red block, we came down over almost 5%. From that last red block, which was pretty big. We did have a green block prior to that. It went up about 0.8%, was pretty decent. And then we had a red block at the very tippy top there at 12.8. So from the red block 12.8 until all the way down, that was over about 8.9%. So I'm going to zoom out here. Try to get those red blocks and everything in the charts here for you guys. But that red block at tippy top, we passed this red block, we passed this red block. LTD is in a range, which I like to see that. Man, it's in a range, but uptrending a little bit. And then HETS is also still up here. HETS has just done so good in the past few days. Any charts that you guys have that you're sharing in Discord, put it in charts channel. Any issue on wheats? If you have any issue on wheats, right away, Imad. Open up your chat, message TAMETHEARK. I want to see that message on Discord right away if there ever any issues. Like that should be your very, very first to go to if you have any issues. And you should probably message me before you message customer support. Because sometimes it's an issue that's easy to fix. I'm going to zoom out here. So, Adam, did you get your font bigger?
Yes, I did. I just actually posted my chart there in charts, and it does look like a lot bigger that you can read it.
So before I hop off here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put your chart on the YouTube. They're going to see your chart, and then you're going to be able to explain to them what you see here. All right, so Adam, I put your chart on there, the image. Can you explain a little bit about your chart pattern?
Yeah, no, I was just bringing up the daily chart there on BTC, USDT, and it seems like we are hitting that angular resistance again. If we're trading in that channel, we're going to continue to trade in that channel. And parabolic switched over on this daily candle, which like we've seen happen there, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times already. We've kind of just been trading in that range. If I draw up trading view here, try and see what that range is actually, like what percentage range we're trading in there. You can see the swings and how much they've been going up and down. I mean, you could do the math yourself, but let me see here.
So, Tame, I saw online that Weeks had some type of license with the United States for something.
Emma, let's go to another channel so Adam can give his TA to YouTube.
All right, no worries. I'm done with it for now, brother.
Yeah, that's just the money transmitter license.
So it seems like these swings are pretty significant. Roughly 20% from 69,000 down to 54,000. This one was from 71,000 down to 56,000, And again, they're all give or take a few percent, but roughly 20% swings up and down. They're definitely longer term swings here, and like I said, they'd be in the next few weeks if we do start trading back down in this channel, kind of heading towards that angular support that's drawn up on that screenshot and charts for BTC USDT on the daily. But that can kind of just that zoomed out perspective there can give us an idea of the recent movements we've been making in the last few months in like 2 week chunks. So it's again just something that I like to start off with looking at when I first open up a chart, and I like to look at Bitcoin. Then we can go and look at all of the other tokens as well and coins, and that can kind of give us some sentiment, right, for what we may see in the coming days, weeks, 2 weeks, 3, 4, however much, however long it really takes. But it seems like some of these swings are happening within 5 to 7 days. So can it be multiple weeks? Sure, but it seems like a lot of them here have been taking anywhere from 5 to 7 days. So some of them a little longer, and some of them actually a little shorter. And some of the big drops that we've had here, it looks like this one was only 6 days when we came from 69K down to 54 towards that second to last swing down. But yeah, that was pretty much the gist of what I was looking at there on that chart. Everybody in the YouTube chat, Palm Beach, Alex, Scott, user, Mazir.
Adam, I have to step away for a moment. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries.
Are you streaming from your? Are you able to share your screen on Discord or no?
Yeah, I can share my screen on Discord.
Did you get that computer set up that I gave you?
I haven't set it up yet. No, I just plugged my iMac back in. I still need to get a webcam for streaming, but I can absolutely stream charts and stuff from there.
Yeah, the webcam's the least, like, as long as you have a microphone that's solid, like,
right.
Even your face on the chart's not really that bad. Like, you can just throw up an image and put like transparency. Well, try to share your charts with some of the people on Discord that want to look at what you're doing as well, if your Apple's compatible. I have to step outside. Yeah. The rain just came out of nowhere again. We're gonna get destroyed again here in North Carolina. You guys might see TAMETHEARK building a boat. I should have built the Ark instead of trading for the past few years. That's what I should have used my time for. Well, I'll jump back in a little bit later. So let me explain what's happening here. To reduce the amount of quiet time, we're gonna have people like Adam and a few other people coming on, like in the areas on Discord where I'm not speaking. And then when they're done speaking, I come on and then I start speaking. Just so that YouTube and Discord has less quiet time and more technical analysis. I have quite a few people that are helping out with that type of stuff right now.
And so for everybody in the YouTube chat and the Discord chat, you guys can reach out to me. If he is away, I will bring charts up. I know everybody in the Discord can see them. If you're not in the Discord, you can join the Discord. You just reach out to Tame. There's the Discord link there at onlyscalps.com. And then he's also got the week's link pinned in the comments. And I will be periodically posting it down there for everybody who needs it as well.
But Adam, the YouTube probably will not be able to see your charts. They're going to be able to see my charts. If people are on the Discord, if you're on the Discord, what you do, you click over here, click Adam up, and then you can click watch stream there. And I could broadcast your screen to YouTube if you really want me to. Let me see. Did they let you go full? I don't want to see the name. Like, I want to see only
the chart, right?
I don't want to see all the Discord name, but this is fine. I mean, I can show this for a few minutes. Are you going to be drawing on this chart, going over some other charts? Because this is small.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can change it to source so it's full for everybody looking at it here.
I mean, this is, I don't know, Discord is not letting me stretch this all the way out. I mean, I got my charts up there too, which is interesting layout. Look, I got my chart and your chart up there together.
Hey, nice.
Well, my chart might disappear. I'll put it like this for a split second.
Yeah, yours did disappear.
Yeah.
Oh, it's back. Let me see. I'm trying to, because I'm trying to keep the chat open as well.
You don't need to look at the chat right now. You can just go charting and stuff. Maybe look at chat like every 30 minutes or something.
I got a question about LTD.
What's your question about LTD?
On weeks that I know it's in a range, but it's got these big wicks that go down like a lot, but it still stays in the same price. What does that mean?
Oh, the wicks on the bottom side mean people were buying it up. That shows really big support. So I guess I have to go back to my chart for that one. I
Does
know
that mean they're buying it? They're buying at the bottom of the wick?
Well, they're buying all the way from the bottom to the top of the wick, and that means that the limit orders are filling down there. So those are like support areas for LTD. People already have the limit orders down there, buying it.
Yeah, it's crazy because the price is the last market order is at 1404, and then the wick is all the way down to 1230.
Well, that's the sell order, 1404. Yeah, like people try and sell it. So eventually, when all these buys are done, then when people start buying it at that current market order, we'll start getting the higher candles. I see what you're talking about because I was also trying to buy LTD earlier on the dip, but my buys weren't going through at the price I wanted. But the spread, you see the spread on LTD on wheats is like the top side's 14.15, the bottom side's 12.47. So anytime you have a big spread like that, people are putting orders in between and arbitraging in between there. And they're just collecting money in between that range because it's a big range. Like if Doge was at that would be comparable to Doge sell limits at 14 cents and buy limits at 14.5. That's what it would be like. So it's a pretty big range.
My other question to LTD is there, I know all the supply is not out. Is there some type of schedule?
For the vested tokens and all that stuff for their tokens, I don't think so, but if you look at their website, they just came out with a staking protocol which reduced a lot of the sell pressure and even caused people to withdraw a lot from exchanges and keep it on debts to do the staking for the SHIB and BONE. But also, ironically, right before they did that, SHIB had a big pump.
Is it considered a meme coin?
I don't think so. It's like a utility coin. They even said themselves it's not a meme coin. Like they actually have utility. They have the staking protocol. They have the advertising platform. So I said meme coin before, but they don't classify themselves as a meme coin.
Yeah, because usually with a meme coin, they put 100% of the supply out.
Not always, but for this token, since it has the utility and everything, I think it's good. And like Doge is the original meme coin, right? So when you're analyzing the market, you want to see how meme coins and altcoins are going to do. Doge is that deciding factor. If Doge starts breaking weekly downtrends like we have, then people start buying alts, which they did with SHIB.
Yeah, looks like we got a nice falling wedge on Doge as well. I'm going to watch that from our fib retracements that I've got up on the screen on that longer term chart, just to kind of keep them there for reference. We can see right at that 50% fib level on the previous swing highs and lows here that right when we broke 50%, at that 50% fib, it took off, right? It ran 18%. Again, I'm looking at an 2-hour chart here, just a little zoomed out. But during this retracement that we're currently in now, it seems like this 0.618 level is going to be an interesting level for continuing to get further and further down this falling wedge.
Oh,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
there
throw that
might be
up on
some
YouTube.
yeah, there might be some opportunities, obviously, for some scalps and whatnot. But just seeing when price reaches that 618 fib level, that's typically an interesting area, as well as percent. But the fact that we are in a bullish pattern here or a fallen wedge, it would be interesting to watch this level down here, the 618. See if we continue to kind of do something like that, and then if we do break out of it, I'm definitely going to watch 12272 as a potential level for resistance, as well as that previous high and any other little stops on the way. One here.
Do
This
me a
is going to
favor,
be that.
Adam.
Yeah,
Do you see the publish button on the top right?
publish button. Yep,
Click the button right under that, so you can close that whole bar.
gotcha.
Do me another favor. Hit the beside the photo. Yeah. Boom. I mean, you won't be able to see your drawing stuff, but you'll have to hit like escape or something to draw. But I just wanted them to see that Dogecoin falling wedge. And
Yeah, 100%.
and if you look at that falling wedge on Doge, one thing that I notice is we fell like over 1 cent from the top.
Yeah, absolutely. We were up at what, 13,205
Generally,
area?
those 1 cent moves are when people like to DCA sometimes. We were at 12.8. We went to 12.8 cents. And then we whipped up above to like 13 and some change. And people have to keep in mind, Elon's been tweeting about Doge more recently too. I'm trying to think of how you can access my chart from your computer. Do you ever use TradingView or TeamViewer?
I don't.
Oh, that's fine. I'm going to put back my chart. But if people are in the Discord, they can actually see that chart that you have up there, which is pretty cool. So make sure you guys are watching Adam's stream as well while you're watching my stream. He's going to do more of the patterns and the lines. Mine's more the liquidations, the RSI, the MACD type stuff. Welcome to Supporter ZD. People are asking about the Doge Bitcoin chart. Do you have any TA on that? Oh, well. Have you ever looked at Doge Bitcoin trading pair, Adam?
I'll bring it up here right now. The fact that I just closed that and I don't have the drawing tools and stuff now, I'm like lost.
Oh, hit
Like,
F11. Hit F11 on your
F11.
keyboard. Do you have an F11 on your keyboard?
I do, but the Mac, it's different.
Well, hit escape.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
So, yeah. I'll look at Adam's stream real quick for you, and you can see when he's pulling that up. I wish I could get
Doge BTC pair.
Yeah. And basically the way this chart is, it's going to be like currently you have the Doge USDT pair, how Doge performing against USDT.
Yeah.
Well, the Doge Bitcoin pair is telling you how Doge is performing against Bitcoin. Is it going up or down versus Bitcoin? Just type Doge BTC and then it should start popping up. It should look about the same.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so what we saw here, Doge had that big spike against Bitcoin because Bitcoin already hit that all-time high, whereas Doge never hit that all-time high yet again. Yeah, so Doge Bitcoin chart is going to look very similar to Doge USDT chart.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to step away. You have the mic. I'll come back in a little bit.
All right, brother. Be easy. So yeah, definitely looks very similar. We can just put the same falling wedge here. This is a 5-minute chart. And again, I'm going to be looking at that fib level. So if we come back here, we draw these retracements. Oh, shit. Sorry, go back here. But again, from that swing low of 8 cents, 8.80, 8.80 up to 13 and a quarter ish, I'm going to really keep an eye on that 50% and that 0.618 fib level for our areas of potential. Again, it can easily break down and fall out of this bullish pattern, or it can make something of it, right? As it starts to near these angular supports and resistance levels, that's going to be our kind of key areas to watch, and then we'll take a look at other indicators to kind of give us a better or clearer picture of what may happen, and try not to jump the gun a little too early. But if you're good at managing risk, and you can get it in and out pretty quickly, I mean, there's opportunity in the ranges, and grabbing something as it's nearing the breakout levels, or buying the dips as we get closer to those angular support levels if you want to kind of play it back towards the resistance, or swing trade it, right? If you notice we're in the bullish pattern and we're going to continue to be bullish on Doge, then we can look at RSI levels, which I can bring that up here. Let's see where those are sitting on these different time frames. For me, I like to look at 50% RSI level, which is going to be this level right here in the middle. Sometimes I'll even just draw a better, more clear line there. That way it's apparent. Come in here and change that to exactly 50%. And you can see RSI is on this 2-hour chart. It smashed through the 50% level, which I would like to see it start curling back before really trying to make any position or open any positions there. But obviously everybody's trading style is different. On the hour, in the oversold territory, you can even chart the RSI, right? You can draw lines on it, kind of see like different perspectives. I don't know. I like to look at that, and then as the RSI starts to break through an angular resistance on the RSI, then you can look back up at the chart and see, okay, are we breaking through an angular resistance here on the actual candlesticks? Are we breaking through the angular resistance or changing parabolics over? Just get better ideas. The 30-minute chart, parabolic just switched over. We're starting to near that resistance level that we've drawn up. As we keep zooming in, just keep an eye on it. That's all I'm saying, is we're hovering at that oversold territory on Doge. It has pulled back pretty significantly from this previous high on Saturday, September 28th of 13,209. From that 13,209 down to where we are currently was a 10% pullback, which is pretty decent, right? It's a significant pullback. So there could be some opportunity there as this dip concludes to possibly enter a long. I know Tame did just post in the Discord under, what is it, share your entries. Today at 2:54, he opened a long at 11,823. which is right here in this area where we're currently sitting. Wasn't very long ago, so it's not going to be much different from where we're at now. And I would, again, definitely manage risk, keep your liquidations low if you're trading futures. For everybody, also drop it in the chat. ZD, welcome. Mr. Jedworm, Easy Pass, Mar. Is this the bottom, or are we going deeper tonight?
No, Diddy.
Yeah. Palm Beach says hello. What's going on? Drop that in there for y'all. But yeah, I'm gonna keep this chart up here, this Doge USD chart. Like I just mentioned, Tame just entered a long pretty recently, and we're getting at an interesting level. We're looking at here on the 5-minute chart now. We can see that this RSI level is starting to break through the 50% RSI level here. If we do end up jumping through the angular resistance that I have drawn up on this Doge chart, then I am going to look at the fib levels for next areas of resistance. Obviously, we can look at previous resistance levels that have been shown to be true here on this short-term dip or this downtrend. It's not an overall downtrend, right? If we're looking at where we're at now, but even on the daily chart here, if we have a, let me get rid of this fib for y'all so it's cleaned up. But we've had that falling wedge here on the long term as well that we broke out of. So when we see, a long term or a larger falling wedge, and when we zoom in, we see more falling wedges. Those are all bullish patterns. And just the fact that we have broke out of that first one, I'd be interested to look at that 14,392 level as the next area of major resistance on a more of a long-term or a more zoomed out perspective. And that would, as we zoom in, be when we start to break out and move further up to our shorter term bullish patterns. And this current one here being this falling wedge. Looks solid, to be honest.
Nice, nice.
Even here on this 1-minute chart, right? If we take that zoomed out, not even too zoomed out, but just the 5-minute where we're looking at the falling wedge, even the 15-minute, and then we zoom all the way in to the 1-minute and just get really close in on it here. We can even see that we have another bullish consolidation pattern here, which it's less of a falling wedge than it is, like a flag pattern. Maybe not a perfect flag pattern here, but just, again, I look at it all as bullish consolidation within bullish consolidation and so on. So we would hope to see this either continue to chop around in here on this 1-minute chart, as we've seen right here. It's kind of doing one of these numbers, and we're not too sure when or if we will break out of it, but that's what typically these bullish patterns will show us. It can happen, right now. It could happen further down the line. It can happen in the middle of this area that I drawn up there. But that's just typically what we see and what we like to look for when looking for longs to enter, right? We like to look for bullish patterns, and it does look like we might continue to chop around inside of this consolidation period, but nonetheless, it's looking pretty strong. And then even within that falling wedge, right, there are opportunities there, especially trading futures. You can play both sides of the fence, or if you're typically someone who likes to just stick to, you know, only longs or only shorts or whatever, then that's kind of what we look for, right? Is major areas of resistance. This one would have provided what, a 2.5% short here. You can look at, you know, as we bounced off that support level. If you wanted to play a scalp, get a scalp to, you know, 1% there. In this it's tough to try and play it to the short side when we're in that bullish consolidation, because you'd hate to, unless you're putting your stop losses, or you're putting your, you know, you're able to manage risk well, then, you know, you can have it to where if we do end up breaking out, you know, it can close your position for you, but that can even get dicey too, where you're trying to play something to the downside that could potentially break out, and it doesn't always have to break out. This is kind of a confirmation right here on this 1 minute chart. Looking at the RSI, I just make it a little bit bigger. We see we were in the overbought territory on that 1 minute. We pulled back, broke through the 50% RSI level, and as that RSI started to curl back up, as if it was going to come back up and through the 50% level, we see it now curling back under the 50% level. So that might be something to keep in mind, and that might be kind of an extra confirmation there that, hey, it's possible we do end up coming down to that angular support level again down here, just given the fact that we see that RSI curling underneath the 50%. It's just that, you know, halfway, kind of not overbought, not oversold, indecision. But when I see that very short term curling underneath there, it makes me think that this RSI level might continue to come down here, do something like that. And then as it starts to curl back up, that would be maybe our potential entry here for, you know, a bounce off of support and a play back up towards angular resistance. And then, you know, if you're someone who likes to hold on to the position as it's nearing angular resistance because you're anticipating the breakout, that's fine. You can always take half off if you've made a decent return there and let the other half run, or there's plenty of things you can do there, but there's other ways of looking at things if that's not how you look at them, and kind of how I like to look at them and use these indicators and these tools to our advantage. If we do see this RSI start to curl back up here right under the 50% fib level, and as it's starting to break back up and through, if we see price here start to kind of do the same thing, like almost like it's doing now, there might be there might be a potential there for that breakout, right? If we start to see these candlesticks here nearing that angular resistance level, and as soon as that first one, you know, snaps through it, you know, I typically don't like to jump the gun. I think that we've all seen many times the breakout of the, you know, bullish pattern. In this case, it's this falling wedge, and then price pull back and treat that previous resistance level as a new support level, and then kind of ricochet there or bounce off and then continue its move upward. So, I mean, that's all just stuff to take into consideration. None of these indicators are 100%, and none of these patterns obviously are 100% either, but just interesting stuff to look at. We're definitely in a bullish consolidation pattern here on this very short-term time frame. As we zoom out, you know, that falling wedge is definitely a bullish continuation pattern, or excuse me, not continuation pattern, but a falling wedge is a bullish pattern, and it's going to play out one way or another, right? But all things considered, it definitely looks like we had a nice pullback. If we zoom out a little bit more from that high of 13, whatever it was, 13.2-ish, 214. I just try and use round numbers. It helps me out. 13.2. Pulled back 10% or so. 11 actually, 11.7. And even if we were to take it from here back up to any of these previous resistance levels, this one would be at 2.3%. This next resistance level would be 4.3% to the upside. The next resistance level, or even support, right? If we get you a horizontal line here. Oops. Right. Come on, buddy. Right here being this support level that we had tapped about 1, 2, 3, 4 times from where we are currently. That would be, why is it not drawing it? There we go. That would be about 6.1%. So all of those, long positions to a previous support or resistance level, they're all decent trades, especially trading in futures. Palm Beach Peter, nice having you back. Welcome. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that. Doge TA, Doge over 5 cents. Yep, the bull run is still on, Mr. Judge Worm. Urban says it's looking nice, holding higher than 11.3. Yes, sir. Judge Worm, accumulation into the 10 to 12 cent range isn't for everyone, but the Doge army is stronger than folks know. Knock Stars TV, there's one funky looking economy. Judge Worm, a lot of the Doge army is also allergic to selling, myself included. We just accumulate, wait, and watch. Or watch and wait. I love that. Gotta love the army. I remember first getting into Doge and all this. Dang. I remember first getting into Doge and meeting everybody here. Many moons ago. It feels like now, and just how cool it was to see how many people are getting together. How many like-minded individuals, traders. Whether you're a swing trader, a scalper, a long-term holder, or all of the above, right? It was just awesome to see and still have such a strong community. Everybody in the Discord, sharing ideas and thoughts, opinions, sharing their chart patterns, sharing their knowledge. Some of us are, myself included, was brand new to a lot of this stuff, and my background was in the stock market. I traded a lot of options. It took me many years just to even understand options trading and all that good stuff. And the fact that I was able to share some knowledge about options with others, and others were able to share some knowledge about cryptocurrencies and futures trading with me, it's just it's a cool thing. It's beautiful to see. Mars says I had some nice gains on WIP today. That's awesome. And sometimes I'll even throw up, I don't look at the 2 or 3, I'll try and keep it 1, 5, 15 hour, 2 hour, so on. But, every now and then I'll throw up 3 or something and just kind of get another perspective of, it's always good, right? It helps us look at it all, look at everything. Kind of see if there's anything different there, maybe parabolics are switching over on a different time frame that you're not used to looking at, which could give you, other perspectives. Same with the RSI levels on other time frames that I'm not used to, like the 30-minute, for example. I don't take a look at the 30 too often, but again, it's definitely cool to see every in all of these different time frames and what they're showing as far as indicators that we like to use. For those of y'all who do remember, I was using TTM squeeze for a long time. It was an indicator that I really like to use and kind of show you where there might be potential squeeze levels, and then when I'll just bring it up because it helps to show it. I don't have Pro, so I'll have to delete that one. Throw TTM squeeze up here, and so this light purple would be a downtrend on the way down. Dark purple would be a downtrend on the way up, and then same for these light blue and darker blue shades. The light blue is an uptrend on the way up, and then this would be an uptrend on the way down. And when we see these red dots, that means the squeeze, or the squeeze has turned on, so to speak. So that's always something to keep in mind, something to look at, an indicator that I like to use. I wasn't really too familiar with it, but in options trading and just looking at stocks and whatnot, I like to use it, and it seemed to be pretty useful in other markets as well. So it's not something that I keep up. I honestly, I like to look at RSIs and stuff a little better. But yeah, keep that in mind. And for anybody who hasn't used TTM squeeze, it's a good one. Bring up the YouTube chat. Mar says, also FCI and Taylor are holding a good balance during the dip. XRP was here if the downtrending today. Do you think it will recover fast, or is it trying to go down more? Let's bring it up. Let's check out XRP. So if we just pull a fib, right, from that low to that high that it made here, it has broken below that 50% level, but it seems to be curling up here at the 618. So it's parabolic changed over. This is the 30-minute again, so it's not something that I usually look at, but all things considered, we can take this fib here, move it to this swing low, keep it up here at this swing high, see where it's sitting at. Looks like it's bouncing off that 786 level. I'm going to zoom all the way out. Maybe even some of these old drawings here. Maybe even go one step further and come out to this weekly chart here. Weekly RSI is up and over 50% now, heading up, pointing up. I can't say, for sure what's going to happen, but after that big dip it had from that 66 cents level down to where we currently are was a nice 6% pullback from that move, and I wouldn't be surprised if it does start to curl back up and make another push. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. I wouldn't just say, yeah, it's going to for sure push, because when we do zoom in on these 5-minute charts or 1-minute charts, RSI is nearing an overbought territory. So it's something that we need to keep in mind here. We see this large string of red candles during that pullback right here. And I like to look at this here. So something like this being, it is a wedge or a falling wedge, but the fact that it's happened after a pretty significant drop, I would take my time, or I would be patient and waiting for a confirmation of a breakout, because it is very potential that it continues to trade down like this and then break down. So jumping the gun on XRP, unless you're playing it both sides, would be something that I would hold off on, not telling in what to do here. Everybody's capable of trading it either way and making good decisions. But sometimes when I make a decision that is kind of rushed or maybe not something that I would have made otherwise, I don't know. I like to hold off. I've been faked out too many times. It's not pleasant, right? So being patient here, kind of waiting for a confirmation of the break of this short-term downtrend or this pullback would be price breaking through the angular resistance level that we have drawn, maybe potentially coming up to this previous resistance back here at 63.59 or 0.6359. So let's say it breaks out there, gets knocked back down, but then treats that previous angular resistance as a support level, does a little bit of that or whatever it wants to do, and then continues. That would be kind of like my confirmation, right? It breaks out, it pulls back to the angular resistance, establishes and treats the old resistance as a new support level, and then we wait for the next move up. And that, again, that's just how I wait for confirmation, or what I consider confirmation. That way I don't, end up entering a position here at the top of the channel, and then all of a sudden it starts continuing to trade lower in the channel. That's what nobody likes, where it starts, it starts to do one of these numbers, and then you're stuck with your entry being at the top of the channel, and then God forbid, right, it breaks down even further, then it's a nightmare. Can get ugly. See, we got 47 people watching and 12 likes. If you are watching here on YouTube, hit that like button. YouTube likes it, helps get the stream out to more you beautiful people. Hopefully we get more like-minded individuals in here. Pike says, who is this? Where's my buddy at? You get voice surgery? Answer me. What about surgeon stock and word? Question mark. I'm in East Coast. Engage with us, Mike Man. I liked it. Pike, I've got the chat. I've got it up. I see you. I'm hearing you. I'm not tame. No, I didn't get voice surgery. My name is Adam Up. I'm a guy that's been around here for a while, but I've taken a break. I took a good break with just life, family life, moving, changing states, buying property, getting stuff established, and took a break from the charting and the technical analysis and the trading for a little while. And I'm back. I'm here to help out while Tame is out. I want to keep the dead air away, I guess. I want to help everybody out, get to your guys' comments, look up charts and stuff that you'd like me to look at. Indeed, right on, man. Thanks, Tame and Adam, for your TA and your time. Much appreciated. Good to have you back, Adam. Thanks, Joe. Good to see y'all. Dead air bear. So what did you like to look at there, Pike? He said, or she said, surgeon or Sugon stock? Not too sure what Sugon or surgeon is, but I can search it. What's the ticker for it? I'll look at it for you. Shogun these nuts. Oh, got him. Adam up, back at it. Mad kid. Yep, back at it. Thanks, Adam. Good vibes. Always good vibes. Always about good vibes, especially in these crazy times, right? We're living in a weird and wild world in a time of uncertainty, and a lot of people have super high tensions, and there's just so much, seems like, divisiveness and hatred and fighting and stuff going on in this world. So it's nice to get into these communities and these groups of people who actually respect one another and care to share knowledge and information with one another. And I'm by no means, a professional trader or a professional, chart analyst and all this stuff, but the little knowledge that I do have, I enjoy sharing with people. And I enjoy other people sharing their knowledge with me. And so, yeah, I can't thank y'all enough, and I'm extremely appreciative of everybody being in here and contributing to the chat. Super appreciative of everybody who's, joined the Discord, jumped in here, said hello, talked, and contributed that way. You guys are all more than welcome to join the Discord. That is all Tame here. I can post a link for you there. That's how you join the Discord, onlyscalps.com. And then for everybody who wants to join weeks, Tame has a referral here. You get a $30 bonus, and it's an awesome trading platform. I'm currently using it. I haven't, again, I'm completely unbiased, and I haven't found anything that I don't like about it. It's super user friendly. The fact that you can trade leverage, it's not hard to figure out, especially for those who are familiar with trading futures already. I wasn't one of those people, and I still was able to get a grasp on it. Again, my background was always in options and in the stock market and real estate and other things like that. So I was more of just like a technical analysis guy, and that's why I like to help out. But that week's platform, it's awesome. I wasn't familiar with trading crypto, especially crypto futures, and the fact that I was able to kind of get on there and start trading immediately with even smaller sizes and see some cool returns, and it's just awesome. I think it's an excellent platform, and if you haven't tried it out, you absolutely should. And then you obviously get a bonus there, and depositing is just like depositing in anything else. Withdrawing is just like withdrawing in anything else. Those are things obviously that are important to us as traders. That deposits are easy, withdrawals are easy, support's there, Tame's here, I'm here. We're all here to help each other. Scott says, "Go ahead, Biddy, do it." TA nice, Pike, thank you. So yeah, that's XRP. I would just keep an eye on it, me personally. See what we do here at that angular resistance. See if we continue to trade in a channel here. If this continues to happen, it's best to kind of just let it happen. Are there potentially opportunities for scalps and stuff? Sure. If we do go from here down to the bottom of the channel, that's a 2.5% move. So anywhere from 2 to 2.5% would be at the bottom of this channel, and if we do bounce off the bottom of that channel, back up to the top of the channel is another 1.5%. So there are opportunities to be made if you're if you're able and confident in trading in these ranges and in these channels. But for me personally, I do like to wait to see if we will continue to trend lower, continue to pull back, and just how it's going to go. Right? We did have a nice move from here at 5883, 58 cents. Up to, what was that, 66.5 cents, which was a 13% increase. And so seeing, typically a 30%, 40% pullback, it's a healthy pullback from that specific, I'm talking about 30% of that specific move. So from 58 cents to about 66 cents, if we saw that, pull back 30 and 40% of that, to me, that's healthy. That's normal. That's something that can definitely happen. And so far, it looks like we've pulled back a little bit over 50% of that specific move there. So, I mean, that might be a little bit more than we like to see, but nonetheless, I mean, it can absolutely continue to trend higher. We can look at other fib levels here and just kind of see, okay, where what's matching up, what's looking good, what's, if we come back here to this low here on this one wick at Wednesday, the 25th of September, that wick down to 57 cents. And then if we come up here to that wick that was on that giant green candle that we had on Sunday, the 29th, up at 66.5 cents, we're actually pulled back exactly to the 50% level. And it seems like we're curling on it. So that might be something interesting to look at. It's really all, where you're taking your measurements from, right? And typically I like to look at areas that price has been at more than one time. Just the one little wick down there, especially on a shorter term chart or a shorter time frame chart. It's it's totally fine to draw it from there and just to look at it from there, get a perspective from there. But I like to see where price has kind of been at for either multiple minutes or days or however long you're looking at a chart, obviously. But it seems like here on this 5-minute chart, price has found a very strong support or accumulation here at that 58.5 cents. So that's a pretty good area. I would look at there. Maybe even here where price found support once, twice, back here 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. It's definitely a good zone there. And then I will look, okay, where are the fib levels drawn up? It seems like we are now, if we look at that area, we're currently under the 50% level and almost finding a little bit of resistance at the 50% level. But if we do break through that 50% level, which would also break through our angular resistance that we have drawn up there, I wouldn't rule out a potential, move towards that 618 fib level and maybe pull back and establish some support back here at the angular resistance, or break out maybe halfway, pull back, establish some support at the angular resistance, and then move its way up to the 618 there. Or even breaking out to that next fib level, right? Like there's plenty of potentials, plenty of different scenarios that could play out, and only time will tell. So let's go back over here to Doge and see if that has moved around from our falling wedge. Looks like we're still just hanging out right at resistance. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Just zooming back into the 1 minute. Remember, we were looking at that RSI level, kind of curling back down under 50% here. And now we are back up over the 50%, which happens pretty quickly here. We do seem like we're having a little bit of a push here. We're knocking on the door. RSI is back up over that 50%. And I'm going to put a clear line there so more people can see it, especially if you're looking on Discord. Put that right at 50%. And that RSI where it curled here, stayed under that 50%, and now we are back over it. So it might be an interesting level right here. I know Tame, again, I will repeat myself, but Tame did take a long position on Doge for everybody in the Discord. Share my entries. You can see where he took that position and what his entry was. 11,823 was his average entry price. That's kind of right where we're sitting now. Let me respond to someone here. Brush up on my Spanish there. But yeah, so after this good string, oops, wrong button there. Yeah, let me change this brush. Let me change the thickness and the color for you guys. But after this long string here of green candles and this nice move up that we had, we can see now here, this is a good consolidation, right? We're trading in a nice range. It's not too, obviously this is only a 1 minute chart, so this little range that we are trading in here is smaller. Seems to be only about 0.3%. Up and down either way. So there isn't too much to be scalped or traded there. But what we're looking for is to see after this long string of green candles is a good consolidation, kind of accumulation, an RSI reset, and then a move up and over that angular resistance and breaking out of that channel. So that's kind of what I'm watching right now. I'm just waiting for. I'm trying to get to any questions and concerns that we have here in YouTube chat and on Discord. Feel free to share any charts with me. You can tag me in your charts and say, hey, what do you think about this? Or hey, can you look up that? And I'll definitely take a look at it. Pink says Solana is riding them coattails. A Doge is the man's best friend. That's right. If you want to take a look at Solana, Mar, I will absolutely take a look at Solana. Look at Doge though, real quick. It's knocking on that door. Oh, we actually just wicked through the angular resistance as well. So let's see if it tries to move with some conviction. And I'll bring up Solana as well. I've even got old drawings here on Solana. Old fib levels. So just zooming all the way out, looking at that weekly chart, that to me looks like a beautiful bullish, either a flag pattern or a fallen wedge here. Had a first move up, right? Had this first move here, very small pullback. Second move here. Now we're kind of like chopping and staying in an area like that, but it's a bullish pattern. And that's the weekly chart. So again, that's just long term here. RSI has finally cooled off from both of these original moves that it made up, and being in that overbought territory as we see the. Okay, let me make this a little bit bigger. Let's see if it'll stay that way. Can we? Settings to. Let's save this. Pencil. Anyways, we can see that the RSI from going from that overbought area right here, and then starting to come back down here, and now that we're seeing an actual kind of curling motion there at that 50% level. I don't know why the 50, I think it's on every chart. But I'm going to put another one there at 50%. We can see that this RSI is starting to curl. Right through that 50% level. It's not necessarily meaning that it's, the bullish momentum's over or anything like that, but I like to look at those areas or those consolidation areas and see where exactly it's consolidating on the RSI, as well as how is it consolidating up there on the chart and the candles. Put one of these, copy that, do something like this. It'll kind of get us an idea. What we don't want to see is a rising wedge, right? Those are typically the bearish patterns. And yeah, this just seems like the channel here. Again, this is daily chart. So Solana has been giving us these pretty large swings on this daily chart. That's, 40%. Those are 40% swings, right? 40% there from 210 down to 118-ish, 115-ish, and then from 115, another 63%, back up to 190, from 190 down to 120, that was a 37%, swing back down from 120 back up to 192, another 57%. So those are some pretty large swings there. If you're able to manage that risk, keep liquidation low, and take positions in the futures market, there are excellent opportunities, right? If you're okay with holding on to your position for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so days, those are absolutely incredible trades. And trading in a range like that, or in a zone where it's just been showing us over and over and over, just kind of chopping like this, that shows us that there are trades to be made. It does seem to be stable and holding that range, and then a breakout to either way would kind of be not our confirmation, but our directional bias, right? If we keep chopping around in this range like this, and then all of a sudden, it breaks down like this, there might be a retracement where it breaks through, comes back, uses that previous area of support, acts as new resistance, and then goes down further. Just like if it were to continue to go like this, and then it breaks out to the upside, pulls back to the angular resistance level, and then treats that previous resistance as a new support level to see it potentially break out to the upside. And again, with futures, that's the beauty of it, where we can play both sides of that if we'd like to, and not be biased on, hey, this is just going to crash, or this is just going to break out and go up higher. We can be smart, we can do our analysis, and we can place positions in our favor in either direction. So that's something that I'd look at there as far as a longer term play on Solana. And then as we continue to zoom in here, we can look at maybe some shorter plays. But it's always good to get that original kind of zoomed out perspective first. We can also pull some fibs and see, from just these areas of support and resistance in that channel, like what percentage of the pullback, or what levels have we been really respecting as far as the fib levels go. And it seems like this last big drop from our angular resistance to our angular support, and that bounce that we had there, it bounced up to the 618, pulled back to the 0.382, bounced right back up to the 618, pulled back to the 236, consolidated or just chopped around there, and then again popped back up to the 618. And so those are what I like to see. And even in those little spots here, like we can see that it did have a little bit of consolidation here at the 50% level. It was consolidating a little above the 50% level here, but as it broke down, hit that 50%, pulled back up to previous trying to zoom in for you, because I know if you're looking at the chart, it's hard to see, and I'm moving kind of quick, but you can see that this level right here at 155 acted as support once, acted as support twice, and that third time when we broke through it, it pulled just back up to it, like this little green candle here that we have. When it pulled back up to it, it confirmed that previous level of support acted as a new level of resistance, and then it broke back down. So that was kind of like that start of the overall movement back down towards the support level of our channel that we had drawn up on that long-term perspective there, or time frame. And then as it was kind of chopping its way back down here, we see that it started to kind of curl up. So it's like we have this big curling motion there as it's chopping. And now that it popped back up here with this long string of green candles up to that 50% level, 50% fib was acting as a resistance level, and it started to trade in this channel here. And when we broke out of that channel is now when we're seeing previous level of resistance act as a new level of support. And yeah, I'd be interested to see if here on this 2 hour or even on an hourly, that price were to take that 50% fib level, which was acting as resistance here, and turn it into a new support, right? We tapped it once here. We did break through, but came right back down here 3 times, and then the 4th time it broke up through there. And now we're chopping and kind of flagging, or whatever bullish continuation that you want to call it, bullish consolidation. And this level now might act as our new support level, or kind of like a bounce level, and give an opportunity to play something or a bounce from here back up towards that 0.618. And then if we do continue to go higher from that 0.618, I would just, again, watch the next fib level. That 786 might be interesting. Could pull back down there and just keep, chopping around and acting, again, treating that previous resistance as a new level of support, and so on and so forth. $156 is about 140 euro. Here we go. What a confusing name to a video. I'm confused by whoever's talking on the mic. I don't see what the hell you're looking at. Well, you got to join the Discord. If you'd like to join the Discord, the link is there, onlyscalps.com. So you can pop on in. You can see my screen and actually what I'm sharing. I know Tane didn't throw my screen up there on the chart, so it's going to be hard. But Solana, what do you say, has been price predicted by Fibonacci to 300. Thank you for your contribution in the chat, DJG009. I don't think I'm wasting my time. I think we all love and respect one another, and we appreciate each other's time. And again, if you're not in the Discord, you can join the Discord. The link is there, onlyscalps.com. If you are not on weeks and you'd like to trade futures on weeks, there is the link as well. And that is Tame's. What else? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in another time, just to a shorter time frame here on Solana, kind of see where our SI levels are at. See where parabolics are at. See kind of what we're doing here on this 15 and 5 minute chart. Kind of what I'm seeing here. Which does look like another falling wedge pattern, which is a bullish pattern. I could definitely see it continuing to trade as it gets closer and closer to that squeeze level. We've seen this angular and this, this angular support resistance level being respected. And then as we get further and further into this range, into this like squeeze zone here, it's got to make a decision. It's either going to break down and maybe treat a previous level of resistance as a support, or we can then see a pop or a move back up towards our level of resistance that's been tapped and touched a few times here. Yeah, so that would be interesting within the next day or so. If these are 15-minute candles, even if we go into this 5-minute chart here, maybe in the next, I don't know, 6 to 12 hours or so, if it does continue to trade into that really narrow range of that falling wedge, it's very potential that it does make a decision on which way that it would like to either break up or break down, and then we can kind of give ourselves a better idea based on where we see our RSI level sitting at, what parabolics are doing, etc. But typically these falling wedges are bullish patterns. We've seen that these areas of angular support and resistance have been respected multiple times, and it's going to be another interesting one to watch. So we'll keep that one on radar. I'm going to go back here to Doge and see what it did. Okay, so we broke out of our falling wedge to the upside. We do see here on this 5-minute chart, RSI is above 50%, which is all good signs there. I'm going to stretch this fib level here. Oops, what the hell just happened? I'm going to stretch this fib just from up here down to our previous support level and kind of just get an idea where our 50% of this overall move to the downside is. We can even extend that as far as up here to that high. Just get a good idea of where that 50% of that entire move is, and just as well as the 0.382 and the 0.618 levels. Just helps us get a better picture, an overall picture of what's going on. If we do decide to start breaking out to the upside, those are levels to watch as potential resistance and support resistance levels. Obviously, previous resistance levels can be, can still be levels of resistance to watch, and previous levels of support. One being here, another one being here, another one being here. Those can all be levels to watch. Being that support does turn into resistance, resistance does turn into support, and yeah, those would be potential areas to either offload or to just watch for rejections and so on and so forth. MRV says WIF is boosting. I'm going for WIF to $3 this week. Mar says, awesome. Let's check out WIF. Zoom out here on this daily chart. We have made a few lower lows and lower highs, so I would be interested to see if we can get over this previous lower high level here, as it did consolidate down here. It did respect that $1.30 area a few times as support, established a decent support there. And then I'm going to continue to zoom in. Our 2-hour chart is curling nicely above 50%. Let's look at the hourly. Hourly RSI is still above 50%. It's good. This is, pretty nice looking uptrend here. It's not straight up, which is something that I definitely like to see versus something that's just ripping straight up. Because I always look at stuff like, that rubber band analogy where you can only stretch something so much and then it's gonna break. But this does look like a rising wedge here. And typically with a rising wedge, we do see a breakdown. Can it break out to the upside and just keep running? Absolutely. Not every pattern has to play out the way it's supposed to. So yeah, we've been kind of just trading in this rising wedge, but as it gets nearing that kind of squeeze point or more of like an indecision, as it continues to trend up, if that's what it does, typically a rising wedge will eventually fall out. Doesn't have to, like I said, and there are plenty of opportunities within it. So keep that in mind. We are still above 50% on the RSI, and it does look pretty strong. So all those things considered. Maybe the resistance has been respected. Same with that support level. So keep an eye on it, right? Don't convince yourself of one or the other. Stay, unbiased. Continue to look at your indicators. Keep everything in mind. But right, what we see sometimes can deceive us. Going to zoom in a little bit more here. 5 5-minute chart here also curled right at the 50% RSI level, right before this push that it's making towards our angular resistance. If I throw a fib up here, we had the pullback to our 50% after we made our jump up to that 786. As we curled, pulled back to 50%, that's when we saw it continue to go. So I would watch if it does break out and does break through this kind of rising wedge pattern. The 1618 is always a level I like to watch, and that's especially if we don't have any other levels of resistance to look at in the past, which we obviously do. So, 289 would be a level of resistance. If it started to really pop off, I'd watch pretty strongly. Even right now, we can see that these previous support levels back here, back in April, support level here, support level here, support level here, and then this green, dotted line, that's exactly where we are currently at. And yeah, we popped above it real quickly here for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days or so, and then dropped right back below it. Kind of started chopping around down there, but I would keep this level in mind where we're at right now as previous support acting as new resistance. If we do break through that previous level support, which is currently acting as a new resistance, we would wait for, kind of like this did. It popped above it, pulled back to it, kind of started to flatten out here, and it failed. So watch for that as well. Got to be mindful of the potentials of both ends, right? But plenty of trading opportunities within that rising wedge as it has been rising. If we come back and look, from, let's call it this point here, to where it went to the support level there, that was 6%. Not a bad trade there. And we saw that it bounced on that angular support level a few times. That's kind of where we would have, from back here looking at it, that gave a nice 13% move up to the angular resistance. And then from that angular resistance back down to support, another 9% from that support to where we are currently, roughly 10% or so. So yeah, plenty of opportunities within that channel, but we just have to be mindful that the rising wedge is a bearish pattern, and no one wants to get bopped over the head. I can see what he's doing on Discord. Join the Discord. It's worth it. Rosa, thank you. Yeah, 100%. I think it's absolutely worth it. The link to join the Discord is here. For anybody that is thinking about it or would like to. I can jump over real quick back to the Bitcoin chart that I was showing earlier for anybody that didn't see it. I was looking at the daily chart, and it seems like Bitcoin has been trading in a nice range too after a good, looks like a good 2 moves from down there at 26K. Right, that would be the first move here up to that 48, little pullback, and then a move from, what was that, 39-ish, all the way up to 74. That was the second really nice move there. And then from there, we just started to chop around. And now it's just dancing around in this, what I consider bullish consolidation. So, it's a bullish flag or whatever you'd like to call that there. And those swing trades would also be pretty significant. Sorry, I got to change this. Each one of these swings here have been, what are you doing, computer? Come on. Right? Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button. I'm pressing caps lock. Shift, Atom. So each one of these swings, 17% there from that 73 or whatever, 74K down to 61. And from that back up to the angular resistance was another 18%. From the angular resistance back down to the support, another 16, 17%. So these are nice swing trades there, nice moves, nice trading within a channel. And it's respected these levels multiple times. It's not just something that we've seen one time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and right now it seems like to be the 6th attempt at that angular resistance. And then same with down here, 1 here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then potentially if we come back down to 7, respects of that angular support level. So definitely making slightly lower highs and slightly lower lows. And we do see this daily RSI nearing the overbought territory. I mean, it's not deep into the overbought territory, but just as it's shown back here, if we were to draw a ray line, we can see exactly it's gotten a little bit higher each and every time on that RSI. So could it come back down here to our angular resist or support level? Absolutely. Could it just break out here and continue to trend upward? Absolutely. And that's all just stuff that we're looking for. We're watching out. Alrighty, what else are we looking at here? That was just the Bitcoin analysis there. Let's go back to Doge and see what it's doing from Thames Long. Still above that angular resistance on the falling wedge. Again, I think that it is possible since we have broken through this falling wedge here, see a pullback to then establish or kind of give us confirmation of that resistance being broken, and then the resistance turning into a support or establishing a little bit of support here at that resistance level before moving up if it's going to continue to move up. And that's obviously if it doesn't just continue to break out from where it's at. So I'm going to keep an eye on that, try and watch that. And it doesn't have to come back exactly, right? I mean, we saw, actually, it looks like it kind of did it here. It broke it, pulled back, and then kept moving. And that's kind of exactly what I'm talking about there is when we see these resistance levels be broken or knocked down, when price makes it through them, pulls back to kind of validate or confirm that area of resistance being broken, turning into new support, and then just going. That seems like what happened right here, which is beautiful. It's almost, picture perfect. We had a nice consolidation here, kind of like an RSI cool off after this move from 11.6 up to 11.8. Nice bullish consolidation, or like I said, RSI cooling off right in here, and giving us another move up. It's a beautiful thing there. Got a friend request. Oh boy, we had such a long drive. I don't know if anybody heard a couple of days ago when I was up there at Thames, we were making our way up to West Virginia. That was quite the mission. But we made it up there. We had a nice family gathering. We had a wedding to attend up there. It was super cool to see a lot of family I hadn't seen in over 20 years. And we had just made the drive back home. And I'll tell you, a 12-hour drive is nothing to be taken lightly. Ugh, sitting in that freaking chair and just bombing it all the way, that was quite the journey. But extremely beautiful. If you have never visited any of West Virginia or even the Carolinas or any of that stuff, it was awesome. Good times indeed. Irvin says it's moving nicely. Absolutely. Into my weeks real quick. Bear with me for 1 second here. All right. Pop this back over to the 5-minute chart so everybody in the Discord can see just a clear picture here. What we're looking at on Doge breaking out of this falling wedge. We are going to watch previous levels of support, like we were saying, to act as new levels of resistance. First one kind of being actually where we're at 11.8. See this level of support that it bounced off of, tried to attack that level of angular resistance and then fell back down. So it seems like it's going to battle that first before moving up to this next level of previous support, which should act as new resistance at 11.968 area. And then so on and so forth as it starts to kind of climb that ladder if it continues to climb up. We can pull some fibs and just kind of get from this. I like to look at the most recent, significant attempts at breaking through angular resistance. I mean, we can look at this one here, pull a fib from there. See that now we're right at that 0.618 level, potentially breaking through there, looking at that previous level of support acting as resistance, and then if it breaks out, 1618 being up at this level of support that will probably act as a new level of resistance at 1213 area. Then we can just move that around, we can see here, if we moved it up to this attempt at that angular resistance and down to this swing low, you can see that the 50% fib level here is going to act as resistance. If it breaks through, I'd be looking at the 618 as the next level of resistance, pull back towards 50% and then continue on, if that's what it's going to do, of course. And then we can look at the entire move and kind of just see what we're looking at, what 50% of that move would be. So this would be the entire or 100% of the move. 50% of the move would be right around there at 12,257. And 618 is right at 12.4. And we get really, really zoomed in here. All right. See that this level, or excuse me, this swing high and this swing low down here was respected very nicely as well. When we had the drop and the pump right back up to that swing high, we chopped and we traded sideways right in here, but we held above 50%. We actually held the 0.618, which is considered the golden ratio. Right in there, chopped around there, traded sideways, consolidated, RSI code off, made a nice move. So I'd watch this 1618 level. I'd watch those other areas that I talked about as far as previous support levels becoming new resistance levels. I'd watch RSI right here as we broke out. We made our first. We broke out. We retraced to that previous angular resistance, acted as support, made another move higher, kind of pulling back, seeing a little bit of top here. I wouldn't be surprised if this previous level of resistance here, right around 11,830, which we see it respected 3 times here. Actually, during the breakout, that was our first level of resistance. As we broke through the falling wedge here, that was where we pulled back to validate that previous level of angular resistance as new support and then continue to go. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if we see this kind of chop happen right here where it does something like this and then uses that previous level of resistance here that it slapped 3 times as new level of support before continuing its move upward. And that could potentially, if it doesn't break down and through it, or if it doesn't, take off here, or break back down, if it doesn't do something like that, then that might be an area to watch for our new, or not new, but the previous level of resistance acting as a new level of support, and maybe a potential adding spot for someone, or a potential entry for somebody. You don't want to, jump. I'm not going to tell anybody what to do, but I don't like to jump on it prematurely in those situations. If it does, chop to that area there and kind of act as a support, then we would kind of wait for it to start, making its way up, not make a lower high, not make a lower low, and really show support at that level before trying to like jump the gun or anything. But interesting area to watch. Definitely something happening, and we will keep our eyes on it. You guys need to excuse me for 1 second. I need to use the restroom. But I will leave this up here for everybody to keep an eye on. Let me check this message. Oh, this is the all right. Give me 2 seconds. Alrighty. ZRD. Let's see, Mar. They aren't predicting like Matic, Teo. Okay, let's look at Teo. Teo seems to be just running. It's up there on the daily chart, up in our overbought territory. Zoom in here a little bit. Oops. We can see that 4 hour on Teo did curl nicely here, going from this overbought territory here. RSI comes down, curled nicely right at the 50% level. Typically what we like to see as far as the RSI cooling off. We could draw a fib here from that swing high down here to this swing low, and give us an idea as we zoom in what we're looking at. It was a nice range that it had been in, but these little swings here do seem a little smaller. But still, again, 6%. This one was 5%. There are definitely opportunities there. We are well above that 50% fib level from our previous high, 600 or 599.6 down to 502, and it did have a little bit of trouble here at the 786 level, right here twice, maybe right here a little bit, although it didn't make it up there, and then another time here. So those seems to be respecting that 786 fib level right at 579.1. And now that it did break above that, you can see it's kind of popping around above and treating that previous level of resistance as a new level of support, which is what we like to see. If it does start to move, I will keep in mind this 1618 fib level here, and right, if we get a move up, that previous level of resistance here that we have touched or stayed below 3 times now, I would expect that we would break that, we would pull back to it, kind of act as a new support level before making our way back up and towards that 1618 level, which would be right around $660. And I'm going to continue to zoom in here to the 15-minute chart. See if we've got any my angular support and resistance levels here. Uh, 15-minute here, RSI is below the 50% level. I'd like to see that curl up, get above 50% level, and start trending more towards that overbought area, or just pointing up. But it does look like a nice few swings in here as well, right? We've had a 7.5% move from the top of the channel to the bottom, just here on the 15-minute chart. We can zoom in a little bit further, get a better or a closer look. So yeah, that was a 7.5% move from there, from the bottom, or the angular support back up to angular resistance, another 9.9%, about 10% there. From there down to the 618 fib level, because it didn't come all the way back down to angular support. That was still a 6% move there. From that 618 fib level back to angular resistance was 7.3%. And then from angular resistance to just this most recent swing low was 5.16%. And if we do make it from that $575 with that swing low back up to angular resistance anywhere in this area or zone, that would be another 7% move and about 3% from where we are currently, 3.5%. Definitely have to watch this previous level of resistance here around, what is that, 600. And whole numbers are another one that I think they tend to hold some value there. They're just like psychological levels. When you think of whole numbers like 600 or 700 or 800, you know what I mean? Or 550 or 650 or just any of those like real round whole numbers, I think are areas of psychological support and resistance for a lot of retail traders. And yeah, so that's going to be a good level to watch. 600 could be a breakout point, and that could send it up here towards this angular resistance. If it does get kind of smacked around pretty good there, then it is very possible that I see it continuing to trade in, in that zone. Or it could do something like this, or who knows, right? Whatever it does, but sorry if you guys can hear my dog barking. Someone's at the door. I think the kiddo's got friends coming over. We do have to keep in mind this RSI here. Last time it was overbought is right when we saw these pullbacks. This one didn't get too deep into the overbought area, but RSI tends to want to cool off, and that was a cool off there. That seemed like a cool off there. So if we do make it back up here, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another cool off over there. If it doesn't break out, of course. It wanted to break out, huh? Right here. That was a for sure level of that. That was a great attempt at it, but this seems like with RSI being super in that or deep in that overbought territory, so we have to keep that in mind. Let's see how the Doge long is going. Gonna bring that up. I'm also gonna bring up the YouTube chat here. Morris says I was too late to jump in, but it's holding well for more growth. The original target tail was $545. Now it's joking with BNB going for 600. SEI hit 50 cents this week, and it's probably going way higher soon. Can you take a look at SEI also, Mara? Of course, I absolutely can. Let me just bring up this Doge real quick. Yep, still looks like it's continuing. Continuing to move a little higher. Good luck to trade there. Tame SEI. Say, what do you say? This is nice, right? It had another falling wedge here. Another good bullish pattern. which didn't even end up coming back down towards the bottom or angular support level here, right? Stayed well above it and well away from that angular support level. Did tap it once, but then seemed to curl up nicely right above it, hit angular resistance, pulled back here to this previous support level at 25.2554-ish before making the breakout of that angular resistance, and seems to be. Let me zoom in real quick because it's the daily chart. Seems to be having nice pullbacks after these, or like cool off areas after these moves up. But this one that we're on right now looks a little more like a bearish flag, or a bearish consolidation. Just because we had this string here of red candles, and then now we're chopping, in more of a bear flag pattern, which could potentially send it a little bit lower. It's obviously moved up, pretty nicely from breaking out of that original wedge pattern or bullish pattern. And this was that was about 58% of the entire move from the breakout. So nice move up. Not to say that there isn't more room to go or anything like that, but 58% is 58%. So we have to be mindful of that. We can always take a fib, draw it from that breakout level. We can see that 50% was respected here before moving back up. Now we are currently in between the 618 and 786, where it's chopping around. And there, again, just my opinion here, it does look more like a bear flag here on a shorter time frame than it does a bullish continuation pattern. So we just want to be mindful of that. I'll get this out of here. So yeah, this is going to be something that I would watch, this kind of zone here. Sorry for my horrible drawings and my shaky mouth. This might be better. Whoa. So that's what I would keep an eye on here, is just this long kind of upside down flagpole there. We see the chop happening, trading in a range here. As it continues to get closer, we would expect a bear flag to break down, but can a bear flag fail? Absolutely. Just like a bull flag can fail and fall down, a bear flag can fail and break towards the upside. That's just kind of my take on SEI right now. We can zoom in a little bit further, but it's going to just show us the same thing. Zoomed in a bit, and even if you are taking scalps, right, and you see that we're nearing this angular resistance, and you think, hey, if we're going to come back down towards the angular support or the lower end of this channel or this flag pattern, then there's always potential, right? Not very much, 2.1%, but a bear flag is typically a bearish pattern, right? And if it is going to break down and you are trading futures, you have the opportunity to go long or short. So, if you do take a short here to the bottom of this, angular support level, or the bottom of this bear flag, so to speak, there's still a nice 2% that can be made there. If it does end up breaking down even further, potentially coming to this previous level of resistance here, or even down to this previous level of support, the old level of support there. Those are also nice moves, about 3.5% or This is 7.5%. So those are also great trade potentials there. And then in these swings that we've had already, nice 4.2% there, back up towards the top of the pair flags, another 4.2% there, so on, 3.6%. Gonna get tighter and tighter, but that's what I would be looking for. The Doge, how's it doing? 5-minute RSI, getting closer to that 70% level here. Does seem like it might be losing a little bit of steam here, but we'll keep an eye on this 5-minute chart, just like we saw on that 1-minute chart, where we broke out. Oops, I didn't want to use text. Like when we broke out here, pulled back, and then continued on the 5-minute chart. It'd be very similar, where broke out here, could curl around, right? And then do something like that. Why am I no good at drawing with this tool? Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's look at this fib level again. I think as long as we don't break down below this 50% fib level here, again, no matter where it happens, right? Could happen out here somewhere. Closer in here, doesn't matter. But price comes down, finds some support at that level, and then continues higher. I'm always watching 1618. I'm always watching previous levels of support to act as new levels of resistance. And so, yeah, those would be the areas that I've got my eye on. And if we do continue to go higher. And then even here, we can see that we have respected these levels from this swing low here to this just most recent swing high that we just made. We can see that 50% level is where we found some nice support there. It's where it had a little bit of trouble here, and it also had some trouble here. So that's what I'm going to watch. But we're going to watch closely. And then even if like these candles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-minute candles, plus the 4 here that acted like they wanted to continue. If we are able to continue to establish support here, right above that 0.786 fib level, then I would consider another bounce there and a move towards previous levels of support over here and the 1618. And then from there we can draw new fibs and we can check out everything else again. Another Gulf storm possible in the next 5 to 10 days. Just great. We just got bonked over the head with a big old hurricane, and now they say that we're going to have a potential another one. Man, I'm going to look that up really quick. National Hurricane Center. Damn, it's flooded with storms out there in the Atlantic. They all seem to just be out there. But this disturbance still pretty far south. Northwestern Caribbean Sea and Gulf of Mexico. A trough of low pressure located over the southwestern Caribbean Sea continues to produce some disorganized shower and thunderstorm activity. Formation chance through 48 hours is low. Formation chance through 7 days is medium. See, me being in Florida, I got to keep an eye on these types of things. Give me a reason to get on out of here. Marvei. Can you look at that? Yeah, it went with a dip. It's like most coins, I think it shows extreme bullishness. It also jumps from time to time, holding strong above 46 cents. Thanks, Adam. Nice to hear your opinion. Absolutely. I'm happy to share my opinion. And I'm glad you worded it like that, because really it's just my opinion. You know, I'm no expert. I'm no professional. I do enjoy looking at charts. I do enjoy drawing lines and performing my own technical analysis and then sharing it with everybody. But I'm just another ding dong on the internet, right? Like, I don't know what's going to happen. I can't predict the future, and I just like to, kind of recognize these patterns and trends, and it's stuff that we've seen, countless times. Whether you're looking at the stock market, or you're looking at cryptocurrencies, or you're looking at, foreign exchange markets, or anything. It's something that we see across the board a lot of the times, and it's awesome to share these, these tips or these tricks or these little indicators or these, angular support and resistance levels, these different patterns that we see, whether bullish or bearish, and kind of make our own best decision on what we think may happen. And yeah, it just seems like if more and more people, get together like this, share opinions, share thoughts and ideas on, what may potentially happen or what they think may potentially happen. I think it just gives us all, a better overall idea of what we should, what we should think, what we should see, what we should do, how we should react to things, and that's awesome. Let's see, we got 38 people here, 12 likes. Please hit that thumbs up. If you're on a mobile phone watching the live stream, you have to hide the live chat. Then you can hit the thumbs up, give the stream a like. Tame really appreciates it. I really appreciate it. I appreciate everyone in here joining, contributing to the chat. We got the week's sign up link there. There's Tame's link. We have the Discord, so you can join and you can see my screen being shared and see exactly what I'm talking about in here. Jump in voice, come say hi. Share your opinion as well. I don't necessarily have to be the only one talking. I do enjoy hearing from everybody else as well. But I like Mars said, I appreciate everybody's opinion. I appreciate everybody contributing and being respectful and helping us all learn, further our education. The more we know, the more we can grow, right? I'm also in a Doge long. What do you think about? Or dog long? Irvin? Check out dog. Dog Doge. I'm assuming dog. Yeah, dog. Okay. So let's take a look. This definitely just on the short-term chart. I'm going to zoom out, but on that short-term chart, looked like a rising wedge there, which tends to be bearish. We do see that we broke on this daily chart here. This was this level of resistance right here that I would have like to see, or that we did see break and seems to be holding at or above. But as we zoom in closer, we need to be mindful of we need to be mindful of this rising wedge. Sorry, sometimes it's harder for me to get it on these smaller charts here. But we had a clear drop here, right? Nice downtrend, and then it seems to be chopping in this area here, which could potentially break down. Oh, what in the world? We're making higher highs and higher lows, but in after this downtrend here, or this pullback, we need to be mindful of the potential break back down, or maybe a further move to the downside. I mean, there is, I should say, a potential for it to continue to make higher highs here and higher lows, but until it will break this kind of previous resistance area here, it's still below that. And I also remember looking at, longer term charts. Daily is probably a better view of it. And then I'd have to change these back to normal candles. But sounds good. Sorry, talking to the wife. I mean, disregard, it looks good. Yeah, we have to watch that rising wedge there, but the fact that we're sitting up here above this kind of, I don't know, a pivot point, or an area I would have looked at for resistance. The fact that it broke up through that resistance, it's pulling back to kind of validate or confirm that level of resistance can be treated as a new support. There might be potential for even more action there. We're clearly above the 50% RSI level. Let me zoom back in here just with these normal candles. 15 minutes seems like it's starting to show a little bit of weakness here, and maybe potentially curl in there, but I don't want to say one way or the other just yet. Go back to the Fibonacci candles. And again, that's just short term, right? That doesn't mean it's not going to continue to go on a longer term. And if we are to put a level here to just kind of watch and then zoom back in, oh shoot, it seems like it's right below that level, right? So here's that level that we just drew up on the daily chart, that resistance level. So it seems like it might be right underneath that. And that seems like right where we just curled and got rejected at. So again, we see that it was acting as support on the way down once. This is 2 times here, or multiple times, once, twice, 3rd time here, 4th time here, and then on that 5th time, boom, right, we break down. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the 1618, like maybe on this swing low to swing high, right? Almost perfectly right at the 1618, right? The expected move. So just with the swing high down to the swing low there, when it did break down, I mean, it's not perfect, right? But it's right around there at the 618 level. So that's 1618 is typically the expected move, or what they call the expected move when we're talking these fib levels. And then if we remove that, and again, I didn't draw it perfect, right? I'm just kind of using quick, round, whatever put there, if we inputs there, but if we put it exactly right where the swing low was there, and exactly where the swing low or high was there, we can see it's almost perfect where these candles stopped dropping and then started to recover. So now that it's kind of in this rising wedge, which typically for the shorter term time frame is a bearish, a bearish pattern. I wouldn't rule out something like this here, where if we move the fib levels down to this swing low, and then the top of it over to this swing high, I wouldn't rule out this breaking down to potentially, the 50% level, or even doing like we like to see on the upside, right? Where it's chopping in the zone here, it gets tighter, and then if it does break down, maybe hitting, going ahead and then breaking through the angular support, attempting to come back up through it, but confirming that previous support as new resistance, and then making its way either 50% level, 0.618, 786, or even back down to that original level of support that it made back at the 1618 for the previous swing highs and lows. Right? If we look at this one again. Remember we saw that the 1618, the 1618 here was right at that level where it did stop or bottom out, so to speak. RSI got into that oversold territory, and it started to chop its way back into where it is now. So all things to just keep in mind. If it does in fact break below this 50% fib level of this entire move here that it's making back up, I would consider it keep coming down, until it does establish an area of strong support. We can zoom out here, look left, and see, okay, we have a nice level of resistance here, right before that breakout, which is pretty much where we have our level of support drawn currently from that daily chart when we looked way left. And then if I just pop a few more, this was resistance here, this was resistance here, as well as a support level after it broke through it. This was a small level of resistance here, but mainly here, and so on. So those would be the areas that I would watch on the way down if it does want to keep coming down, as previous resistance levels acting as new support. This is where it kind of bottomed out at that 1618 previously, which, just looking left, you see that that's one there, right? That's one here, and so on. So just be mindful, RSI on this 5-minute chart is definitely up here at the overbought territory, and price isn't anywhere near where it was when it was overbought on some of the other longer term charts. So that's what we have to keep in mind. As we zoom out, we do see that here on the 30-minute or on the hourly chart, it is starting to near that oversold territory. So maybe on the shorter term, it's looking like it might want to come down a little bit more, but on the longer term or the grand scheme of things, it does look like it wants to continue to go up. So definitely keep those things in mind, because it can come down a little bit more shorter term, right? Even here on this 1-minute chart, like it's getting into that oversold territory, getting close to it. It's not as deep in it as it was back here during this pretty significant drop. or even back here during this first drop here, but let's see what it does here. I'm interested to keep watching it now that we're right back at the angular support level, and that we've touched that angular support level once, twice, 3 times, almost the 4th time here. Got close. Now we're hitting it again at a 5th time in this oversold range or area. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see what it decides to do. Look at even on the 3-minute chart, which isn't, that much different from the 1 or the 5, just kind of right in the middle, but 5 showing way, not way, but pretty much oversold, overbought, sorry, and then 1 minute showing oversold. So is there potential for, since we're in that oversold territory, that we do see a nice little curl here and a move back up towards angular resistance or that previous level of resistance here at 003937 area? Sure. And then is it also possible that we break through this angular support level and maybe we, try and establish a new, kind of like a new short-term bottom? Absolutely. Anything can happen. So we can look also at that those fib retracements again, and just keep in mind that 50% or the 618, right? And 618 showed support here, a little bit of support there, and that's what I would watch to continue, or to possibly be a bounce area, or even 50% here to hold support. If it doesn't hold support there at either the 50% or the 618, and we do break through, remember we could possibly see a break, act like it wants to get back up in there, treat that previous angular support level as a new resistance level, and then come down to either that 50%, 618, 786, all the way down here to this previous support level that it established and bottomed out at that original 1618 or the expected move level, or even just continue to go, further down towards those other levels of support and previous support and resistance that we were talking about. So right here around 3508 was a previous level of resistance and support. This was a previous level of resistance at 3138. This was a decent support level at 2909. And then down here was obviously a good level of resistance. Once, twice, almost 3 times before it did break out. So those would be the levels I'd watch on the way down if it does continue to go down. Short term, right? And then it can obviously continue to go up, but just things to be mindful of. So we can see what that decides to do here shortly. It is now attempting to go through that level of support briefly. If this 3-minute RSI, or even on the 5-minute, does continue to come down, keep in mind that 50% level for maybe a potential curl. Also keep in mind the potential for the retrace and the previous support acting as resistance, and then it can continue to come down. And then also keep in mind that 50% level, if it does decide to break down through it, to wait until we get into that oversold territory, and then to see, kind of where it decides to retrace. Sometimes we even see it, come down and do like this, and then like ride that previous level of support as new resistance before coming down some more. So those types of things happen as well. I've seen that more than I haven't. So be mindful of those things. Let me get rid of this drawing there. And then again, we might even just, bounce here and continue to trade in the channel, right? But it's just, it's kind of showing some signs of weakness. I don't have the volume here, so I'm not really looking at that too much, but we'll see. That's for Dog. Yeah, Dog Gold says I'm relaxing. Hope we pump to 70. Palm Beach, Adam up. You've got a good way about you. Thanks. I appreciate that, Palm Beach. TAMETHEARK, LTD. Just bought more LTD. Ivan says makes perfect sense, Adam. Thanks. I have zero liquidation on and hoping to hold it for a nice 5 to 7 day swing trade. Awesome. That's smart. It's sort of breaking it, but yeah, the time frames are saying different moves. That's what stop loss from my short, riding resistance, and then dropping once I get stop loss. I appreciate the kind words, y'all, and you're very welcome. Let's check out LTD, living the dream. Check it out on MEXC. I know it's better to look at it on weeks, but wouldn't we love to just see this thing rip up to a penny? RSI curling on the 30-minute, right at the oversold territory. Pointing up on the 15 and on the 5. 5 nearing that overbought. How's those looking? Looks like it's trying to get that RSI cooling off here after making a move. After we did break out here, we can see, RSI jumped up towards that overbought area. Seems like it's, although we're just kind of trading sideways right here, not really going up or down. That's where we start to see the RSI cool off there. And once we start to hover right here around that 50% level, I think that's where that decision is either made, where it's either going to curl up and want to continue to go again because it got a chance to cool down, or it'll kind of crack through that 50% level on some of these different time frames and do something else. But take a look at it on the 1 minute. 1 minute is below that 50% level. Again, not trading up, not trading down, just kind of trading sideways right now, which after a breakout is exactly what we want to see. We have that. We had the chop here, like we said, or the consolidation or the cool off, whatever you want to call it, right before the pop. And then we have some more kind of choppiness in here, consolidation, potentially before another pop. And then we would expect to see, hopefully another consolidation or a continuation chop, regardless of how it looks, right? This one looks different. Like if we were to just number these right, like 1, 2, and 3. It seems like, you know, one before the breakthrough, the falling wedge was, you know, more longer chop here, I guess we can call that. We can see number 2 here was more of, you know, one big drop, a little pop up, more of like a W shape here, and then just slowly trickling off. And then who knows if we do get another move up, what that one will look like up here. Just different types of consolidation. Right now, I'm going to keep an eye on, let's see if I can find it. Where's the box? Here we go. Right now, I'm going to keep an eye on this here. If price can stay in that area there, keep chopping around. And again, I like to look at the candles and where they close. The wicks are important, but so we can see this previous candle here closed right at where this last one wicked. This one's starting to come down a little bit more. If it does in fact want to come down, I would draw my fibs just from this swing low to this swing high here. We can see where the expected move puts it, right? Sorry, I didn't get that one very perfect. All right, about there. Or even if we want to see this one here, the expected move, regardless, it doesn't change very much from that small adjustment, but the expected move puts it here at the 1618, and that's where I would watch. We're currently at a previous level of resistance right now, which did show to be true twice, right? Once here before making the rest of the move after we had that kind of pop up, pull back validation, and then continue. And then it was also a level of resistance here. So both here and there showed resistance. Obviously, it was here as well. And anywhere else, it was a support level here. Wasn't necessarily resistance, but it support popped up and then broke that level of support. Didn't come back above it, right? Didn't come back above it here. Didn't come back above it here. Didn't come back above it here. And then we had that top before we did break above it. So those are going to be the levels that I would watch for this thing to potentially find support at, to provide more, to provide more opportunity, or just kind of give us that idea. So we can even throw a line up there if we'd like, just so we don't have to keep drawing little circles or whatnot, but gotta watch this area to hold as a support level. If it breaks through with some conviction, we can obviously watch that previous level of angular resistance on that falling wedge. We can look at some of these other levels of resistance down here when we were chopping around, right? That would put it somewhere here. And then we can watch that 1618 level that we were looking at. Oops. Right. Pretty much where that line is as well. So I'm going to keep that number in mind, anywhere from that 11795 to 118 as another area for potential support if in fact this 11825 level is, you know, broken with some strength, which it seems to be happening, right? It tried to find support there, 2 or 3 of these 1 minute candles, but now as it's breaking down some more, we're going to keep this 1618 level in mind. Even the 2618 level at that angular resistance, previous resistance, new support, so on and so forth. See if you guys got any questions in the chat. Start breaking it. Joe King says, Tame on weeks, 1 minute chart. Did you create that 5% bump on that LTD buy? Let's go. Ivan says, yeah, I do see that drop. Melis Metal Fab, thanks for all the TA. I usually check this channel out and it's quiet as a mouse. Yep, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to keep the dead air or the quietness to an all-time low. Tame said, I bought more LTD today. Ooh, buy me some. Buy me some. Just kidding. Love LTD. I'm going to go ahead and check it out over here on weeks. Yep, right there at 541, 4.3 million LTD purchase. At 540, 1.3 million LTD purchased. At 539, 6.9 million LTD purchased. At 539 again, 4.7 million LTD purchased. Nice. Yeah, it's looking good. And I still have some. I don't have as much, but I got like, what, 60,000 or so of them, or I'll make sure to have a little in there. Make sure to have a little bit, just a little bit. Just had another little bump there as well. Oof. Man, that was a long drive yesterday. I am still feeling it. Let's check out Bitcoin. All right, well, Doge is here at that 1618 now. On this 1 minute chart, it's dipping into that oversold territory. It is now below the 1618 level. Again, we're going to watch this previous level of this top here, support level, or excuse me, the previous resistance level to act as a new support level here in this top. If that's not the case, then I'm going to take a look at that previous angular resistance here. I'm at 2618. As it keeps coming down, if it keeps coming down, change this a little more zoomed out. That 1 minute can get a little frustrating sometimes. And then if we want to, we can also take a look at the fib levels from this swing low down here to this most recent swing high here, and make sure that and then take a look at that 50% level, right? Because that seems like where all that chop did consolidate, and that was right at that 50% fib level here. So we're going to watch to see how price reacts again at that 50% level. Because again, if we take a look at this entire move here from That swing low to the swing high. Come on. Oh, I got the drawing tool still up there. So from here to here, that was a what, 2% move? Yeah, just right at 2% really. So if that 2%, if we consider that 100% of the move or the total move there, a pullback of 50% of that move, or 30 to 50% of that move, that's typical. But if it starts to really come down more than that, we have to keep an eye and be mindful of those types of moves. And again, we're looking at shorter term charts, so all sorts of stuff could happen. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I'm freaking beat to the street. What time is it? 5:45. I do have a class tonight at 8:30, and I'm probably going to be jamming out of here, everyone, around, what time did we get started? Around 3, I believe it was. So around 7 o'clock, I'm probably going to be getting out of here in the next hour, 15-ish. So if there are any other coins that y'all would like me to take a look at, any stocks, any other questions. RH says, hi, Tan, can you speak on YouTube? It's been a while. Easter Bunny, where can I buy LTD? Easter Bunny, you can buy LTD on weeks, on spot. We do have a link. If you do not have weeks, there is Tame's link. If you would like to join the Discord here at onlyscalps.com. And yes, Tame will be live tonight. All right, sorry. I guess I was coming through a little quiet. Hope that sounds a little bit better. Let me know if it is too loud. Let me see. Do the SUI chart, Tame. Hello, dang. We just saw SUI. Yeah, I can take a look at it again. I'm also looking at Turbo to break 1 billion MC this October. 2 lap. Alrighty, is that a little bit better? Sorry, sometimes I talk louder than other times. Ivan, perfect. Awesome, thank you, Ivan. All right, so I do see Doge here. First candle did close above that 50% fib level. Second candle is currently at that 50% fib level. We have broken below the 50% RSI here on the 3-minute. 5-minute is still well above the 50% RSI level. So we're going to keep an eye on that 50% fib for now. I do want to go ahead and look at LTD. On gate IO here. Holy cow. Look at that. For those of you on weeks, you can take a look at it there. I'm just bringing it up here for those in the Discord looking at my screen. And again, if you want to join the Discord, it is at onlyscalps.com. Rosa says it's too loud. Maybe your volume is too high. Yeah, it's clipping a bit. Okay. How about that? Does that sound better? Again, sometimes if I'm louder or I'm quieter sometimes, and I don't know what it sounds like. So y'all just got to let me know. Volume is perfect. Yeah, it's clipping a bit. It's way down now. Oh, you guys are giving me mixed results here. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They popped their speakers. Oh shit. Better, says RH. Okay, well I hope it's better. I am on these headphones right now. I'm not using my actual mic at the moment. Because again, I brought my computer with me when I went up there to Thames and when I went up to West Virginia, so I didn't come back and set it all up. I did want to jump in here so that I can give everybody, show everybody a little bit of love, give some TA, check some stuff out here. I'm going to bring up Tame's token here in a second too, which we can all take a look at, but I wanted to bring up LTD. This hourly chart we can see curling pretty nicely at the 50% RSI level, which is cool. LTD is so awesome. Everybody involved is just extremely cool and nice, respectful people. I think it's super cool. Tame obviously knows a lot more about the token than I do, and he will be live tonight when I'm jumping off. So you guys can ask your questions down in the chat. He's popped in periodically. Rosa says, I was saying my volume is way down in response to oh, gotcha. So do I sound good? Or am I too low now? Or am I still too loud? Thanks for the love and TA. If Sui not possible, I'll bring up Sui right now. Are you in the Discord, RH? Because I can't bring it up there on the YouTube screen. So Sui's looking nice as well. That 1 hour curled beautifully at that 50% RSI level. But it almost looks like it's double topping kind of here on the shorter time frame, this 5 minute. We had an area of resistance there. We had an area of resistance there. As we all know, double top kind of looks like the shape of an M, or for those who don't. So we need to be mindful of that potential there. I will bring up Turbo for those who did mention that one, or for who mentioned that one just a moment ago. Bear with me here a second. And we do see on this 5-minute chart, parabolics seem to want to change over and go from underneath to back above the price. Give me 1 second. I want to bring up Tame's token here. For everybody in the Discord, I have to switch this over for you. Bring up this daily chart here. This is the token that he gives away to people who join Discord. Y'all can get a look at that here. Currently up 17% in the last 24 hours. Yeah, there's that one there. Let me switch this back over to Trading View. Link doesn't work to sign up, says Easter Bunny. What do you mean? For the Discord link or for weeks? Because it seems to be working just fine. Rosa says, my bad, I'm multitasking, doing yard work and listening. Maybe my AirPods are starting to mess up. They are an Apple product. And again, Tame will be going live tonight after I'm jumping off. He is in the chat periodically. He bought more LTD today. He'll be live tonight. Yep. And let's bring up Turbo. We got Silly here up there now. Yeah, in my opinion, it does look like somewhat like it wants to come down a little bit. It is trading in that range around 18397 and 17925 or 1.7925. If it does end up breaking down through there, let me draw a fib. That way we can get an idea of this move and where 50% will be. 50% is just going to be right above that 1.8088 level, where it did break through and break out really nicely, pulled back to the 0.618, popped up to that high of 18353 area. So let's definitely keep an eye on that 50% fib level at 18109. And if that doesn't hold that previous level of resistance where we were topping around in there, if that level doesn't hold, then we can expect a little bit further of a move down. But for now, we have to just kind of keep an eye on it. We're not too sure what may happen there. What else? Yeah, getting spammed out of here. All right. Pam just bought some more LTD earlier. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Love that. See, not recommended, but I had 300. I'm just looking at a couple of you guys' posts in Discord. Dun, dun. Ambrosia says, I feel like I have not heard you on here in years, Adam Up. I don't get on as much as I used to, but I feel it's been a while. Did you start your own channel as well? We took a long break, he said. Yeah, there took about 3-year break. I think the last time I was really active was in 2020 or 2021. So it's been quite a minute. Let's see how we holding up at that 50% fib level. Seems to be holding up. 5-minute is now just slightly under that 50% RSI level for Doge. It seems to be breaking down a little bit through that 50% fib level as well. Again, we're just going to watch each one of these, the 382 and the 236 fib levels on the way down. That 236 being kind of like that bottom there at the previous angular resistance. Could start acting again as a new level of support for the short term. So we'll keep an eye on that there. We did bring LTD up. We did just check TAMETHEARK token out. We did check SUI out. Turbo, that was the other one. You got out for good behavior. That's funny, Robert. Yeah, I had, life happens, and we moved, and we bought a house in Florida, and we sold some of our houses in Missouri, and we started a trucking and transportation business in Arizona that we ended up liquidating and selling our trucks because I'm getting my Class A, and I'm going to run a truck out here in Florida on my own, so kind of owner operator, continue that business. As it's good. It makes good money moving dirt around and materials. So yeah, just a little bit of a break. That Hex Candle, welcome back. I used to listen to you all the time. I was like, man, he sounds familiar. I appreciate that, Rosa. Yep, it's me. All right, give me 1 second. I need to go ask my wife a question really quick. Be right back. Make sure I've got this screen up so we can see Doge and what it does here. Bear with me 1 second, y'all. Alrighty. Hey, welcome back. Thank you so much, Rosa. Robert, always wanted to move to Florida, but man, it's not worth it anymore. I love Florida. There used to be a Susui. Hi, lady, is she not here anymore? Came, Bitcoin going to 40K higher first. Rosa, I was gonna say, you used to live in Missouri near me, I thought. Yep, we used to live out there in Missouri. Those just went down right to that previous angular resistance. So we'll be keeping an eye on that and that level specifically. All right, here it goes, nearing that angular resistance. Boom, there's a big drop through. Would you look at that? So let me zoom out here a little bit. Zoom out here a little bit more. And just a little bit more. I'm going to remove these. I'm going to take a look at this swing low and this swing high here. All right, now it seems to be trying to find a little bit of support at this 618. I mean, depending on which way you draw it, right? But we just broke below that 50% fib level. Finding a little bit of support here at this previous support level here at 11 or 0.11661. Parabolics did just change over here on the hourly, back above the price, as well as the 30-minute, 15, and so on. Cracked below 50% RSI. And on the 1 minute, we are in that oversold territory. I mean, we were deep in it, right? Back here, it kind of came back up to try and attempt to get back above 50%, but didn't, and seems to be pointing back down, sitting in that oversold territory, and continuing to come down a little bit. So we'll have to see. See, we're kind of waking back up here. Interested to see what happens. Going to draw another little angular resistance that we're seeing. Seems like we are starting to form this little channel here. On these shorter time frames. Robert Sullivan, you're the same guy that picked up trash on the highway and you found money on the road. Picking up trash on the highway, finding money on the road. I don't think so. Doge is mad right now, ZD. Yeah, no kidding. On Vu. I did have to pick up trash on the highway back in California a really long time ago. But I didn't find any money on the road. I was a kid. Good old community service. Bringing a knucklehead. Going into the Discord here. Hey, Varg. Great trades, great trades. For everybody that is listening, if you do want to join the Discord, the link is pinned in the comments, and I will drop it here in the chat as well at onlyscalps.com. We are trading on weeks, trading futures, crypto futures. I will drop the link here in the chat as well. Let's see, 12 likes. If you have not hit that like button, please hit the like button. We got 50 people here watching and only 12 people hit that like button. If you're listening in the background, it really helps us out. Get the stream out to more people. Tame will be going live after I jump off here shortly. And yeah, please feel free to ask any questions, got any concerns, got anything you'd like to look at. It really helps us out. Bam, there's another like. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Palm Beach, thanks again for this afternoon. You're absolutely welcome. Julie, hello, hello. Welcome in, Julie. They're starting to get towards that angular support. Let's try and get these a little more accurate. But we seem to be in this channel, currently trending down after trending up. This was what did we say? Right under the 50% from that breakout, right? Yep, just under 50% of that move now. Finding a little bit of support right underneath of it. Underneath of it? I don't think that's correct. Right underneath it. So we are going to keep an eye on that. Whew. Man, tonight I'm gonna sleep like a baby. That journey yesterday was no joke. And it don't play. Let's see, what else do we want to look at? Turbo, right? I know somebody wanted to see Turbo. So let's check it out. Look at Turbo on the daily. And the hourly. So it seems like we had a pretty strong support level here on Turbo. Right there around 0.006056 area. That we are currently under, and a couple of resistance. If we pull some fibs now, let me go ahead and zoom in a little bit. Seems like we have another a falling wedge pattern here, which, as we know, that's typically bullish, but we definitely don't know how much further down the wedge it can take or it can go, right? It can continue to trade in this wedge and break out eventually, or it can continue to trade in the wedge and break down potentially out of the wedge. If we do break up, and we like to see these breakthroughs, pull back, kind of provide that validation or confirmation before moving up further towards levels of previous resistance. Also other areas of previous support acting as new resistance. Those would be levels to watch. Some of those there. As well as this one here, this previous support level could act as a new resistance as well. So those would be interesting levels to watch if and when we do, or if we do break out of that. Let's see, we are above on this 15-minute chart, above 50% of the RSI. 5-minute chart is breaking below the RSI currently, which makes me think that there is potential for us to stay inside of this channel a little bit more. 1 second, y'all, I gotta take this phone call. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. Had to take a phone call. Yeah, Turbo is up on the screen. Just trying to read some of your guys' messages really quick here. And YouTube, it looks like BTC is for support. Get out of the dip. Turbo, June, thanks again for this afternoon. You're welcome, of course. Doge 114, just a little more dip. That's the third bottom on Doge, says Mar. Let's bring it up. Bring Doge back. But yeah, this turbo chart and this falling wedge, definitely looking interesting. I can pull these fibs from this previous tap of that angular resistance back down here to the previous tap of that angular support. Zoom in a little bit more. We can see that it is trying to find and hold support here at the golden ratio at that 618 fib level. Parabolics are getting pretty extended here and close to the candles, maybe looking to switch over on the 5-minute chart. It is definitely well above the 50%, although we have dropped below 50% on the RSI level. See, I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more here. Parabolics did switch up on the 3-minute already, and it's definitely down there near oversold. Zooming all the way into the 1-minute. You can see we had this kind of bounce here, this double bounce off of the oversold territory on the RSI, as well as potential little double bottom here on this 1-minute chart, or a reversal, so to speak. Let's see. Hello. And yeah, let me bring Doge back in. Same with Doge. Looks like it kind of bottomed out here. This is the second.
One's this way, one's this way, so the part's not sitting flat.
John P, your mic is coming up. I can hear you. I don't know if you're on the phone or something on Discord, John P.
Yeah, run out of that. Cutter that the part's not sitting flat. What did he say he was indicating in? Usually, well, he said it was. Usually, I thought we indicated the cap flat. Well, they said they were indicating this shoulder here, but obviously that's not the. Much like within a 10, I would think the cap. Let me look at my notes. Usually, I could have. Usually we would start and indicate the cap flat at the 4 volts. Let your zero at all 4 points. Right. And I could have swore we usually indicated the top center on the part, because the journals that are datums are OD ground to the center.
John P, can you hear me?
I want to say we normally would indicate the cap flat, and then put your indicator on the center, and then tap on the part.
I don't think you can. Anyways.
It does say top on this. Yeah. They put top on there for reason. Yeah. Which means usually if leads are going one way and the other way, the part's not sitting flat. Right, that's going to cause run out. Yeah, that's going to cause run out.
We'll see if this expected move plays out here. Because it looks almost like another bear, like a bear flag here on Doge, where we had this big drop down, right? And then we start kind of popping, making lower highs, and even if we continue.
Yeah, they leave them all out. I never pull them out. That's why I have my own sets of notes in my box, because everything disappears. They pull stuff out.
All right, John. Can I move him out of here? I'm gonna do. Here you go, John. He seems like he's on the phone or he's working or talking to somebody. But anyways, if we did have this, it looks like a bear continuation pattern here just in the short term. And if we do continue to chop like that, making a little bit of lower highs and so on, and then continue that expected move down to the 1618 or potentially that lower level of angular support. That's going to be what we're watching here for this area, or the actual angular support, to keep price in this channel and then to keep trading in this channel. But let's see what these swings are, right? Down here, up here was about 2%. And then we dropped from that angular down to it was about a 2.8% drop. And if it comes all the way down here, that'll be about a 3.4% drop in price on Doge. And then if it does end up bouncing there and coming back anywhere, it could be anywhere from a 2 to a 2.5% move in that channel still that we'll keep an eye on. Zoom back out. Ooh. Irvin, bruh. I think it's a good buy for bottom on Doge. Take a look. Let's see, what else were we looking at again? Let's bring up text. Check that out. Is there a better chart to look at for Hex? No. All right, 5-minute chart starting to get really into that oversold territory. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if we did come down to that angular support, but we gotta wait. Playing the waiting game.
What is that lower target down there? I just missed it. Right down there, that little purple dot. What do you got down there?
That is right down there at 11.5.
11.5 flat. All right, perfect. We're just checking. I had a friend place some orders at 11.5, 11.550.
Roger that. How you doing today, brother?
Doing well, doing well.
Awesome. I am tired as it gets. That 12-hour drive yesterday whooped me. So yeah, we just got to be mindful though of this channel, right? We want it to hold up. We hope that it continues to trade in this channel, but who knows? Who knows? It does seem like it's getting pretty deep into that oversold territory. RSI might want to cool off and come back up towards 50%. And if it trades sideways, I think that could happen. Hopefully it doesn't fall out of that area. Let me remove this. I'll just add another. Definitely looking like bearish continuation though. So I'm probably going to hop off in another 10, 15 minutes or so. If there are any other charts that y'all would like me to bring up, take a look at. Again, if you would like to join the Discord, the link is pinned up there in the comments. Ivan, you are welcome so much. Irvin, excuse me. There is the link to join the Discord. And then if you would like to trade on weeks, which is what we are trading futures, crypto futures on, there is Tame's link. Please drop a like on the stream. It really helps get the stream out to more people. I do appreciate everybody for contributing in the chat, asking questions, sharing knowledge, opinions, everyone in the Discord already. Thank you for sharing everything that you have been sharing in charts and current trades and entries, and Tame bought more LTD. Let's bring LTD up on the screen. I'm sorry for the background noise. If you guys can hear my kiddos running around having fun, they got some friends over today. But kids will be kids, right? LTD still again on that hourly, looking like it wants to push back above that 50% RSI level. Sitting at a pretty good spot. Living the dream. 2 hours, same thing, curling right there at 50%. Almost also seems like a fallen wedge, right? Watch this thing just blast off. That'd be the dream right there. It just blew up. Or even if it just continued to trade in this zone until eventually going on. But yeah, LTD loading on up. We take a look at, what did we take a look at? TAME token. What were some of the other ones that we had in there? No, we're dumping 40 cases, butthead. I'm hoping on flash jump. Yep, we looked at turbo. Yep. Sorry, just scrolling up, reading you guys' messages here. What was that other one that we were looking at? Easter Bunny's asking, where can I buy LTD? You can buy LTD on week and spot. You can also, Tim will be jumping on here shortly, and he definitely can give you a lot more information on LTD in general. Time on weeks, 1 minute charge, create that. Okay, I was just making sure I didn't miss anybody. I like to get to everybody's questions and concerns. Irvin, much love, much love. Can we look at CAT, aka Simon's CAT token? Let's see. CAT. Sure. Let me start zoomed all the way out here. Oh. So we do seem like we're hovering right there at that 236 fib level from this previous swing low here to this swing high here. We can move those around and just kind of check them out at these different areas. It almost looked like that kind of double top here a little bit, right? Even though they weren't perfectly symmetrical there, it seemed like something like that happened, right? Little reversal after a big move. We can now zoom in a little bit. This does seem like a bearish pattern happening here, right? Where we had a big drop. And then now we're starting to kind of chop in this direction. Yeah. If we keep trading in that channel there, I would think that eventually it might want to have another move down. Just again going off of the bearish continuation pattern that we're seeing here. Zoom in just a little bit more again. We're getting knocked around at that 50% fib level from this swing high here and this low. We can see that that level of resistance is there. It's acting as resistance again here. There was a small amount of like, it was support and then turned into resistance. It was resistance here. So those are going to be levels to watch as they're respecting that 50% fib level. Oh boy. So yeah, those would be the areas that I'd watch on more of a short term here for CAT or Simon's CAT. I would definitely keep an eye on this resistance here at that 50% fib level from these lows. And I mean, we could just move it around, right? Kind of see what's going on. Yep. Did have one heck of a move, right? Take this zoomed out, more longer time frame here. You can see that this angular support level has been respected 4 times. Duplicate that. Kind of give us our angular resistance here. That kind of seems like the channel. So, I mean, can it ride this angular support here for a little while and, you know, make its way back towards the resistance level? Absolutely. Can it, you know, can this bear flag kind of play out where you had a nice drop down after kind of like a double top or a reversal there, continue to chop here and then break down? Absolutely as well. So we just need to be mindful of those things there. If it does break down, remember, I like to see that retest and then continuation, or to kind of fulfill that move. And if we wanted to see exactly where we thought that expected move might put us, we can then draw some fibs there and get an idea from each one of these different swing highs and lows. So an expected move to the downside just from that high of 4 zeros and 45067, and then the low of 4 zeros 33179. That would put it down here around 25050. If we take that swing high and we put it up here at that previous touch of the angular resistance, and then our most recent touch down here of the angular support, that expected move would put us down at 4 zeros 23843. And again, that's just if we do end up breaking down and not coming back towards that angular resistance or moving higher. It is, you know, coming off of an uptrend, so there hasn't been too much of a big breakdown. RSI here on this 4-hour chart is nearing that oversold territory, and it is holding up kind of nicely. But again, this bear flag or bearish continuation pattern does look like it may cause it to want to jump out of the channel that it's trading in currently, but we have to watch it for a little while longer and see what it does end up doing. This seemed a little bit off. So that's what I will watch there. And these swings, what are these swings here? 19%, and then it jumped up 20%, and then it dropped another 26%. Some of these back here, 48%, before pulling back 13.5% or so, 16%. Yeah, pretty significant swings there on the longer time frame. RSI curling right here on the hourly chart, right at a little bit above, but pretty much right at that 50% RSI level. I'm going to continue zooming in here. See on the 15-minute here, it's curling up from near the oversold territory. Not necessarily in it, but down there near it. Go to this 5-minute chart. We got RSI pointing at the floor. And again, this just still strikes me as a, you know, kind of like a reversal or double top. That M shape always stands out to me there. It is, the candles, you know, don't look too strong here, but it is curling up off of that oversold territory on that very short term time frame on this 1 minute here. We could probably see this channel on the short time frame that it's fading in. Kind of what I'm seeing there. John is now back in the Discord channel voice chat. Your mic is still flashing, John. You might want to mute your mic if you're working or you're on the phone or. See Irvin, we look at Cat. We go up to MA. Will UTA Gala? Sure, it goes. I could do that. Bitcoin could cost more tomorrow. Mara, low closing went out. Optimizes the odds to a green day with lots of sales. Urban, yeah, I think you keep moving up in that channel. Yeah, quite possibly. Especially if it gets, gets a good bounce off of this angular support there. But we will see. My first, I guess, I would like to see it break through this angular resistance that we have here. Come down here, bounce really nicely off of that long-term channel that we have, that ascending channel. So a nice bounce like that, and then a move up and over this angular resistance on a very shorter time frame, breaking out through it, pulling back, kind of validating, and then moving up towards previous levels of support and resistance. Previous support becoming new resistance, or old levels of resistance continuing to give us a little bit of grief. But yeah, let's see how that works. What was the other one I wanted to take a look at? It was Gala. We will start zoomed out here. See that we had a nice, pretty strong level of support down here. And that's dating all the way back to where we started on that one, huh? That brought it down. I mean, it was deep in oversold territory right around here. Right around there. And then as it continued to go down, RSI cooled off, came back up towards that 50% level, made another leg down. And now, after breaking this support level, or excuse me, previous resistance level, that was right here at 0.02202. It broke that level of resistance, and now it seems to be trying to take that previous level of resistance and act as a new support. Right about there. This would be the next level to watch if it does want to make another leg up, which was previous support back here in June, late June. Right, was that late June? Yeah. And then over here, it acted as, previous support acted as a new level of resistance in July, in late July. So if we come down here and we do establish a support at this old resistance here and make another leg up, like I said, I would expect, 0.2695. We can see what the expected move has it at from here down. If it does hit there, yeah, that seems like exactly where it puts the expected move. Let's zoom in a little bit more again here. And again, there's no candle here I'm putting it on specifically, but I mean, we could go in there at that swing low, but I'm just going to assume if it comes down and establishes support, that's kind of what I was looking for. And that's right where that previous level of resistance or support that would act as new resistance would put the expected move. We it did try and establish some support here at that 50% fib level of this move. But as it broke here, came back up, got rejected off the 786, and then made its way through the 50% fib level. We can always switch that over and see where that expected move would put us on towards the downside, right? So that would have it right back down here at 0.0210. And yeah, I think that's the let's see, Doge just came back down. It's now hovering at that angular support level that we had drawn up. We are deep into the oversold territory on the 5-minute. We're kind of just curling here on the 15-minute, which does look like it may have a little bit more room. 3-minute, same thing, oversold. 1 minute just got popped off of that 50% fib level. But like we were saying, on this short-term time frame here, just on the 1 minute, we saw this big drop. We saw that bearish continuation pattern start to play out, and then we had our second big drop. And let's just, hope that we don't have another bearish continuation pattern that could potentially lead to a third one, right? We want to see this support hold nicely. We want to see, actually, we just got one parabolic changing over now. But if we do end up bouncing like we did here, and making our way back towards the angular resistance overhead. I know someone mentioned they were putting buy orders down here at 11.5-ish, and we did make our way back up towards there. That's a 2.5% move, especially trading on weeks with futures. That's a nice little move there. But y'all, I think I'm going to be jumping off. I got some food here. I definitely need some food. I'm gonna take a shower and get me some sleep tonight. Marlo closing 1 hour optimizers. Yep. Yeah. Alrighty, y'all. I do appreciate everybody joining. I will drop the link to the Discord chat one more time here. It is onlyscalps.com. Feel free to join. We love everybody joining up in the Discord, contributing, sharing their charts, sharing their entries and their trades and anything else and everything else. Can't thank y'all enough. Let's see. We also have the link to Weeks here. I'm going to drop that here in the chat one more time as well. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the stream if you have not, on YouTube. For everybody watching on YouTube, Nice little bounce off that angular support. I definitely would like to see it get above this previous level of support that it is now finding resistance at here. And obviously this would be the next level there. And so on and so forth. But yeah, I'm going to go ahead and eat this dinner, take a shower, get some sleep, and I will catch y'all tomorrow.
What up, ladies and gentlemen, men and women, he's and she's. Got some big daddy green blocks rolling in here for Doge and Bitcoin. A little bit late on that, but better late than never. Oh boy. We had a big drop from our last red blocks as well. Caught that barely before it started dropping earlier, but called it. And then LTD. LTD had a nice climb from the last screen block earlier today. Looking pretty smooth over here. As long as it doesn't revisit back down where we are. Welcome to the stream if you're new here today. Hopefully you guys are learning a little bit of something. I'm going to be on here for voice chat tonight. Tomorrow we have the Tame Well Club meeting, by the way. The Tame Well Club meeting tomorrow. Let's see how far could we go up from this green block for Doge. If we get back to that moving average, at least 1.7%. If we climb into the liquidations for 100 times and 50 times shorts, we could probably go up at least 6%. I think this is a pretty good move. This is a pretty good move, honestly. I like what I see so far over here for Doge from this dip, the green block. I like how oversold we were as well. I'm looking over here. We had a very low RSI level on the 5 minutes. If we just focus on Doge here, and we just zoom in on Doge chart, and we go to the daily and hourly, this is what our daily looks like. So daily RSI is still curving down. Daily's not with us, but the 4-hour RSI for Doge is with us. So with the price about 11.46, this is what the 4-hour RSI looks like. Something you kind of want to see when you're scalping. The daily is not there, but 4-hour is. I'm going to throw this in that chart channel since we just had the green block as well. Throw this in there for Doge 4-hour RSI. So this green block probably going to be a little bit more powerful than the other green blocks, but it'd be a lot more powerful if there was RSI oversold on the daily or the weekly. But we're not oversold on the daily or the weekly. From what I'm seeing over here, we're about 11.4 cents. We did come down from that local top at about 13.1 for Doge. And let me delete this one down here. And this is what our MACD looks like as well. So this may be that peak of the bearish momentum. And we keep this uptrend from 10.7, then Doge could hold. But keep in mind, sometimes we love to come under these liquidations. And the bottom of these liquidations is about 15% gap down for Doge. When you look at these liquidations, it does enlighten you about where the markets could take us, where the market makers could be taking us. If you look at Doge on the daily, this is what the daily looks like. So from our green blocks on the daily, about 8 cents from nasty liquidations on that day. Let me remind you, we went from 10.9 all the way down to 8 cents, a 26% drop on a 1-day candle. And then we recovered. From that percent under 200 EMA, right now we're not that far under. But I'm looking at Doge here. Let's go back to the 5 minutes because it could start turning curve up over here. We're going to watch Doge with Bitcoin as well. And just keep an eye out over here. I think this could be that nice small area of reversal. LTD, we're watching LTD. From our green block, LTD went up about 3.8%. So, all in all, I think it's been a pretty good day for the crypto playing with the technicals and the indicators. Now, we had a green block earlier. Thought I had a green block for earlier for Doge. Yeah, green block for Doge earlier. It went up a decent amount. Over 1%, went about 1.25% for the green block for Doge. So pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. And then we started coming down. We had the red block. After the red block, we had the bearish momentum bringing us down over 3%. So we had a 3% drop from that last red block. Hopefully some of you guys were prepared, not too over leveraged. Or maybe you were prepared by having some low buy limits and catching the dip down below. How cool would that be? Catching the dip down below. But yeah, we had some very good red blocks, green blocks heading into the evening. So about 7:57, that's when the green blocks started rolling in for us. I was trying to draw them a little bit sooner, but I was unfortunately too busy. Sometimes get busy, but it's no issue. A few minutes late because we still have about the same price zone right now. It's not at the absolute bottom. Cannot always find the absolute bottoms, but when you can, it feels good. So you guys, you got that benefit. If you're watching YouTube live, you get to see when I'm drawing these things for now. But on the Discord, you get that notification alert if you're not watching, which is another good benefit. But generally when the 4 hours RSI is oversold, you can at least get 2-3% push up for some of these coins. We're already getting some buy pressure from that green block. And if you're in the Discord, this is that notification I sent out. I also sent out the red block earlier when we were about 11.59. The green block came in about 11.45, so a pretty decent amount cheaper. We had originally these big red blocks rolling in about this peak up here. Remember about 12.7? And these red blocks were pretty decent area. A lot of this, oh yeah, we had a green block for Tame token as well. Probably Tame token outperformed everything else from its green blocks on the short time frame, lower liquidity and everything. The Tame Wells knows what's up though. If you're a Tame Well, you probably know what's going to happen tonight. If you're in a Tame Well club, you already. Today's the absolute last day for what could be happening tonight. Yeah, we're already getting some decent buy pressure here on the charts. Very decent buy pressure here. What's up, Anvu? Let me check this out real quick as well. Yeah, it's actually looking pretty good. Getting a lot of green. I'm here sitting down in front of you guys, and we're getting a lot of green. I like it. I like what I'm seeing here. Doge is back above 11.48. Looking good, looking good. LTD actually climbing a lot from the local dip today. Let me check over here real quick as well. We're almost back at 11.5 cents for the charts over here. Almost there at 11.5. Doge is looking good. $11.5. We have plenty of room on that upside as well. Let me grab my charger real quick. But Bitcoin does look a little bit scared to go up here. I'm curious about when the Michael Saylor buys are going to start rolling back into the charts. Woo. Yeah, but Doge does look stronger than Bitcoin here, and there is a chart we can look at this as well. So I go over here. I can go to Trading View over here. Open up Trading View. I go to charts. After, oh yeah, this is my Johnson & Johnson chart. I guess you guys get to see it live on YouTube. It's a very simple chart. Very simple short thesis on Johnson & Johnson that I posted in Discord. Put a lot of charts in Discord, but this is one of those recent charts as well for stocks and stock tickers. Johnson & Johnson. Trying to find where I put this at in this chart channel. It's a very good short thesis idea, though, if you know anything about stocks. So we're going to say Doge BTC. We're going to look at the Doge Bitcoin pair on the 4 hour, because Doge did run up a lot past few days. It was more bullish than Bitcoin, but now if you look at the 4 hour, ever since that top on Doge, about 20 cents, 21 cents range, back here, ever since that 21 cents range for Doge, it was at this level against Bitcoin. And then if you put this on a weekly, you get a more broad idea about how Doge is performing against Bitcoin. So Doge had, Doge is expected to go up at least 657% against Bitcoin. This is that Doge Bitcoin chart. Somebody was asking about it earlier in the YouTube. So I was like, I'll just bring it up when I get back home. This Doge Bitcoin chart. So it's expected to go up about 600% against Bitcoin. And I'll add that to my chart. And it's a pretty good chart. And I'll throw this in the Discord charts channel for you guys out there that want to see this chart. Oh, GameStop. What a legendary chart over here too for GameStop. Still under $23, right around 23. And this is on the short time frame. So that even if Bitcoin shows some signs of weakness here, Doge could still pick up some strength. And predominantly A, because of some of those Elon tweets, and B, it's just in that scalping range where retail traders, even if Bitcoin goes to 40K, Doge could still hold above 8 cents. That's the thesis behind there. Red block, I think the price could start coming down. On green block, I think the price could start going up. The green block, when RSI is oversold, is going to be more powerful than not oversold. And green block on a def cross is going to be very weak green block. But I'm adjusting the indicator. I'm probably going to make it more long term. You guys don't need to scalp this stuff anyways. I don't think you guys really need these scalping green blocks. This doesn't help a lot of people. Just going to make it private. I'm going to privatize it. The public stuff's going to be a lot different, more general stuff for you guys. Doing some cool stuff tonight though. So, what's up? Yeah, LTD's been climbing. I think on my last LTD stream I showed you guys that they came out with their staking platform. They have over 8 billion tokens staked right now. So, it's pretty pretty big amount of tokens to be staked. They came to the conference in Canada. We can pop that up real quick on YouTube, that video, if you guys are curious. Let me see. And then we'll come back and watch the charts, see if we have a nice little uptrend or not for Doge. So this was LTD at the Toronto conference for the Futurist conference. This was their booth. I would play the audio, but there's some music and stuff in here that we can't play, but just showing you guys they were there. K9 Finance was there as well. Bad AI was there. Just lots of information. So if you look at these partnerships that they have a lot of partnerships. You have LTD, K9, Sharby. I don't exactly know what the middle one was. I don't recognize it. But they have 8 billion. It says over 7 billion tokens have been staked. But if you go back to their official page, LTD, now it's up to 8 billion have been staked. I did some staking last time. Let's see. I didn't even look back at the portal. The staking page was right here. All right, I'm gonna connect to my wallet real quick. So I staked about 15 million LTD, and this is my reward so far. About 72,000 K9 and over 175,000 SHIB. So I think both of these are around that same price. So let me see how much value. And this has only been for a few days. Okay. So this is about $3 worth of reward so far. And I started this stake, let me see exactly how long ago. So I did this stake during the live stream last time. Looking here now, seeing how this is $3, I probably should have staked a lot more. This was 3 days ago. So on average, I'm getting about $1 per day on average. And I have a lot more LTD. So I had about $190 worth of LTD. So let me do the math here. 3 divided by 190. That's about 1.5%. It took me about 3 days. I need 3 days to get 1.57% from this stake. Woo! Man, I should have staked more. I have hundreds of millions. I should have staked more. I can stake more. I can. I don't know how the staking goes, like if you're adding more, but I should probably be staking a lot more. I even bought more on the sidelines earlier than I posted in Discord when I bought more LTD. If you look in the Discord share your entries channel, so we go back over here to Discord. You go up here to share your entries. You can see I bought 139 million more LTD. That's about 2,198 USDC for that trade. So looking here now, like this stake rewards, I don't know. It seems pretty good. I think I might do a little bit more staking. Let me it doesn't take long to send to MetaMask as well. I try to keep my wallets separate. Gas fees are cheap right now. It's like $1.80 in Ethereum to do this send right now. Dirty D says it seemed like the stakes are at bottom price. You would not want to stake if rewards are at high price. Well, the interest rate is like more than like I'd be earning from some small trades. Might be worth it. Let me check over here real quick too. It's not that bad. And then and you can refresh and see how much you're getting. So like this number keeps growing. It does like Doge getting some sell pressure over here, by the way. Not the best green block. It did go up a little bit out of green block, and we still under that moving average. Sometimes 4-hour RSI takes a long time to play out, but when it plays out very nicely. Plays out very nicely after. Oh boy. I mean, it's still a good green block regardless. Still seems like they're at a good spot. Doge is about 11.58. Not too bad. Not too bad. There goes a big buy out of nowhere. Big buys out of nowhere. There goes the pump. There goes the pump. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. There goes a really big pump breaking out of the green block up 0.75%. And we have this target, double bottom target, about 11.659. Top of liquidation is back above 12.57. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get that traction on the upside here for Doge. Big push up here. That's what we wanted to see. We wanted to see those big buys are rolling in here. And it is looking pretty dreamy right now. I like it. I like it so far. This is what we wanted to see. Shit. That was a nice wick right there. Let me say that was a very good wick right there. for Doge. Let me take a screenshot of this. Pretty big buys started rolling in here. Yeah, there goes the buys rolling in here. And this is actually pretty good because it wasn't like instant big buys right after green block. It took a little bit of time. So the traders started coming around a little bit later. They waited until that 8 o'clock candle. So this is about 33 minutes after green blocks. So 33 minutes after these green blocks, we started getting some big buys coming through. And I'm still trying to buy some stuff as well on my end, doing some things and clicking some buttons that may be the color green. So I like what I see over here on the charts. I like this green. We're back above 11.53. We had a nice big dips earlier today. Then we had some nice pumps from the green blocks, and we're not done pumping. We still have a decent amount of room to go on that upside. We have a decent amount of room to go on that upside.
Hey, Tom, I don't know if you answered RH in the chat, but he was trying, or she was trying to see about the liquidation that you're using in TradingView, the whatever it's called, the indicators.
It's just the liquidation level indicator. This one you can't really use that much anymore. You have to find another one compatible. I just saved it in.
Yeah, so just type it in RH, just type in liquidations. Something will pop
Liquidation
up.
levels. This one you can't use though anymore.
Yeah, I noticed mine went away on my TradingView.
And then I don't know if you have to use premium or what for the TradingView for this as well. But
Yeah,
premium.
They only allow you to use 2 indicators if you don't use premium. So yeah, you gotta have premium to do the good stuff.
Premium, I recommend you buy TradingView Premium on Black Friday. If you don't have TradingView, I'll throw that link in the chat for you guys. But TradingView, you definitely need TradingView. If you're charting, if you're not watching this chart, I put my TradingView link in the chat if you don't have TradingView, but I encourage you to get TradingView. It says over 900 people signed up for accounts under me on TradingView.
If you have premium RH, you're pretty good, dude.
Well, I don't know if premium is a requirement. Like, this is something that I had and saved from a long time ago that may not be popping up right now. So that's the issue. Like, some of these old indicators, if you don't save them and stuff and then they go away, you have nothing. But Doge is climbing. Doge is climbing up. Like, I think my green blocks have been pretty spot on lately. The only issue is I'm human, so I have to sleep. And when you look over here, let's use Doge. Let's just zoom into Doge and focus on its blocks recently. So we had this red block, and red block, even at the absolute bottom of the red block to the green block, was a pretty nasty drop. From the green block to the top R side getting overbought was over 1.6%. Prior to that, we had another red block, and then we had a bear flag after the red block. So from the red block to the bear flag was over 1%. Red block to that last green block, 4.3%. Red block to the green block where RSI is oversold on the 4 hour, over 6% drop. And all these are pinged out in the Discord. Green block to RSI overbought, almost 1%. Red block RSI overbought, 12.85 down to the first green block was about 4.72. Red block at RSI overbought 4 hour. RSI overbought 4 hour red block all the way down to green block RSI oversold 11%. So here's what I'm thinking. I might adjust my red blocks, and then if I do that, what will happen is all of this stuff in between is out. Although there is plenty of room for scalps in between, it may be taken out. and then what people will only be able to see like this and this. But these 11% moves, you get this once or twice a month, and it can make your trading portfolio go up if you're not gambling. Let's go a little bit more.
Yeah, my Hex is looking a lot better. That Hex. Let's go.
Oh yeah, Hetz is looking really good. So we had a big spike up. So this red block up here, 13 cents. From this red block to the green block was about 3%, 3.5% red block. Double bottom, from double bottom to red block, decent amount. And you see this orange line, that's the moving average. Traditionally, we keep coming back to this moving average, and we're getting closer to it now for Doge. But from this green block at 11.7 up to that red block was over 5% as well. So I may be taking out a lot of the in-between noise. And this long got 10.79 all the way up to here. RSI oversold red block was over 10%. So maybe only do like 10% and above moves for these red block, green blocks that I'm doing. And then for my other indicator, have that separate on a server. But Hetz is up a lot. So if you look at Hetz and you look at Hetz from the bottom over here, look at this. From this local bottom, Hetz is up significantly. This thing was fucking climbing. Went up over 125% from local bottoms. And the other day, here's another reason. I told you guys I closed that Doge long the other day and I was waiting for another entry. I got an entry today. It's because I knew the hurricane was coming. I knew I might lose power or internet. And sure enough, I lost power or internet. So I was not in a position when I lost power internet, and then cellular service was like very spotty in my area. I could upload stuff very, very low speed. But I was not in a position when a hurricane came. I didn't know how bad the damage would be. I thought hurricane might be like a week worth of damage. But it kind of passed where I live in Charlotte, went up to the mountains, and just caused havoc and destroyed the whole mountain area, North Carolina. So there are plenty of people here in Charlotte. We're taking canned foods, water, and stuff to the airport, raising money and helping that way. And then some people going up there on the ground, like cutting down trees, helping people clear their yards. And then more of the state's supposed to be clearing the roads. And because the roads are very dangerous with the power lines, and a lot of the power lines, they just did not cut the power. They're down and they're not in a position for them to cut the power very easily. But I had to get on my Doge long the other day, and I found another entry right down here at 11.8. I had a little bit more down here, but I'm still down on my current long for Doge. But I took profit slight at a decent spot the other day, and here I am back in a Dogecoin long. Well, guys, the Dogecoin position may be up in the profits in a few hours, but currently now from the green block's in the profit. This last scalp's in a profit. We're about 11.52 for Doge. 11.52 cents for Doge. Bitcoin's above 63K as well. The green block for HETS did not really materialize too much, but it did go up about 1.7%. HETS is just that low liquidity. When it comes to these coins and trading, if there's less liquidity, the ones with lower liquidity and lower volume sometimes get those big candles on the upside and the big candles downside. Look and go over here. About 11.53 for Doge. We are making some of those local highs. We're making higher lows. We're making higher highs on that short time frame, and we've been doing that for about 1 hour. We go up to this double top here in local. It's going to be over 3.8%. The 4-hour double tops, we're looking at about closer to 13 cents. So I'm pretty confident when the 4 hours is oversold, but you get more confidence if the 4-hour, daily, and weekly are oversold at that same time. $11.5 for Doge. It's pretty good. We went down more than 1 whole cent from the top there. Remember, zoom out from that local top for Doge. It's about 12.85, and even before that, we were at the 13 cents range. So from these longs to the tops, like price generally moving about 5-10% at least for Doge. If we can move another 5-10%, I think that would be very good for all the retail traders out there who kind of like grabbed Doge on this recent dip here today. Because Elon Musk has been making a lot of Dogecoin memes. Doge is becoming a lot more popular as well. I think Donald Trump might start making some Dogecoin memes as well. That is gonna be funny. Gonna be funny. Let me go over here real quick too. $11.52, like we're like in a nice area. We're not pumping too fast, but we're climbing at a rate that I'm very comfortable with. Like green block until here over 0.75%, from that local bottom until here over 1.5%. I'm very comfortable with the speed here. This is actually pretty fast. This This type of movement is actually pretty fast. 1.5% up from local bottom is a decent move for Doge. By the way, if Dogecoin starts pumping again, I think LTD will probably start following. Doge is that nice indicator for some of the meme coins. SHIB was a meme coin after Doge, but became Shibarium with their blockchain, and other coins like LTD started spawning off of that and building with SHIB, and SHIB has a lot of partners now. Looking at the charts here, I think Doge will help coins like SHIB, LTD, Bone. Oh, look, someone just bought some more LTD right there. Look at this buy for LTD, over 1% up on that LTD over there, by the way. So. Oh, wow. LTD is getting some big buys up here tonight. Look at that big green candles for LTD on that upside over here. Tame the Ark's home and busy. Doing some busy stuff right now. On this computer, pressing some green buttons. I don't know about you, but I'm pressing some green buttons. I like pressing the green buttons sometimes. You guys like pressing green buttons? Oh, wow. LTD is getting some buys, which makes me want to check something. I've been keeping my eye on something as well, but this is LTD getting some buys over here, in case you guys are missing it. And a lot of you guys don't even have LTD. Let me check. So I need to check something to verify. Oh, pretty good candle for LTD over there, by the way. So LTD is actually higher on the debt screener side. I want to show you that real quick as well. Because it started receiving a lot more volume, a lot more buys. So you see LTD up here getting some green. Well, if you go over here, I was tracking this wallet. This wallet does the buy and burns for LTD. And if you look over here, I don't need a magnet. This is on the 4-hour chart. But the LTD buy and burn wallet has been over 13 days now. Generally, I saw like sometimes 5 days, sometimes 9 days. But when we zoom in here and actually look at the charts over here, and we start looking here from the bottom, LTD is already up a significant amount from that bottom, over 70% from that local bottom. So this was the power of dollar cost averaging on a token that really started dipping. And if you go over here, I had a nice chart for you guys. It was the LTD, this chart over here, and I used the Gate.io chart, and I think I had it on this 4-hour chart. But if you look at LTD over here on the 4-hour, this was my last accumulation thing, and then it's kind of like started breaking up my accumulation. And I think that eventually on the 4-hour chart, we could go up this 379% from that block over here, which would be a pretty big move, probably even closer to 400%. And this would be that continuation from the break in this falling wedge. If we just break the falling wedge on the short time frame, we'll go up that 96%. Now we have the 4-hour parabolic SAR uptrending. So 4-hour parabolic SAR uptrending, pretty nice for LTD over here. Take a picture of this chart real quick as well, because that parabolic SAR flipping to the bullish momentum side is actually showing that the buys rolling in for LTD are significant enough to start shedding that bearish momentum. Some people are probably sick of me having LTD on the charts here, but for a new coin that's over about 30 days old, it's been performing very well. So falling wedge continuation from here would be over 350%. And if you look on that short time frame for LTD, if you start looking right here for LTD, it's is getting some buys. LTD has been getting some pretty big buys over here recently. Like for this spike up over 10%. So this is what we're going to be watching for a quick time as well. Seeing these buys roll in here for LTD. And a lot of this buy and volume happened in the last, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. So LTD is getting some giant green candles after I got home, sat down on my computer door, watching this thing over here. You might be wondering who's buying. Well, it's on the blockchain. You can check the address of who's buying if you really want to dig into that. It's not too many big buys. So it's pumping, but you're not too late. Like LTD is pumping, but you're not too late for this token. And the market cap was so small, I think it can outperform Doge percentage-wise. If this thing does even 2% of what SHIB did, it's probably going to go up to over 100 times in value. I think over 189 times from the bottom of the dip. So even DOGECOIN getting some buys will help it. It's things like LTD. DOGECOIN getting some buys will help some things like LTD. And I'm just excited to see that after their staking protocol came out, that people actually came in, started buying instead of dumping this thing. So I'm looking over here. This thing living the dream, the charts. It's going. It's going. And I was trying to look over here at the staking protocol. I was gonna stake some more tokens. So I have more tokens that I can stake. I hope that I have more of the gas fee to cover the staking. So I transferred some more tokens. I might transfer more later. So let's see if I have enough for the gas fees for this staking. I hope so. I don't have a lot of ETH in this wallet, so I'm probably going to put myself in a situation where I have to transfer ETH later on just to unstake.
What are you staking? Living the dream?
Yeah, I'm going to stake a little bit more because I did it the other day. The APY, like I was getting on average about 1% of my bag per day, which was pretty big. So I may not have enough gas. Oh, there it goes. I'm gonna see. I may have to transfer some Ethereum into the wallet or something. But I know I have over 600 million LTD. And a lot of my LTD, I put it on the Wheats platform, and I just set those high sell limits because if there's like really big buys and high sell limits fill, like at 0.002 or something, if like the price goes up 100 times, I would take that over any staking reward any time of the day. So you guys don't see my MetaMask on here. So I did approve it. Let me so I did approve it. Now I'll have to sign it. What? Let me refresh over here, double check. I already approved the maximum. Oh man, 45 cents is the gas fee right now for the approved. Ethereum, very cheap gas fees right now. I remember a while back, some Ethereum gas fee swaps and stuff, like if people wanted to mint Shiboshis and stuff a long time ago, it's like $3,000 to mint out your 10 Shiboshis or something. Now gas fees are very cheap. So I did this one. It keeps asking me. Let me double check real quick. Because I may have to unstake to add more, which is not a good thing. Let me check. I still have some ETH. I have like 0.008 ETH. I did deny signing that. Let me check real quick. So I have the custom spending cap. Submitting this transaction as well. I really should have staked more tokens in the beginning, but I just put more on the high sell limit. I bought some more LTD today as well. Put a few $1,000s into LTD earlier today. Your stake amount is approved. Please sign the transaction. So it goes into the transaction. But look at LTD over here compared to like Bitcoin Doge. Doge is also climbing up here. Your stake amount is approved. Please sign the transfer transaction. So I found the transfer transaction. So actually it's about $2. $2.50 worth of ETH for this transaction for the stake. I'm just so glad Ethereum is cheaper now. $2.50 for a stake. Yes. And a lot of things on Ethereum are a lot cheaper now than in 2021. It took 3 years, but their gas fees have come down a long ways, especially after the proof of stake. But the blockchain never gets congested again. The gas fees are going to go up drastically again. So I think Ethereum, what they're trying to do to scale, they already had big competition from Solana. They're going to try to lower the gas fees. So now I have even more LTD staked. And then I'll come back later and look at these rewards to see if it's going up even more, since I put about 10 times the amount of LTD inside this reward balance. Ideally, I would do more, but that's something I have to check into. But just looking at the chart over here, looking at this LTD chart, we started getting some more volume. We started getting some more volume. And if you look over here, just scale out. We were trading sideways for a while, ranging for about 8 hours. And then it started breaking up. So it's up about 15% from that sideways trading earlier for living the dream. And just watching the charts here, seeing volume and buys coming up is actually very good. I'm still thinking some more buys are going to roll in here. What's up, butthead? So I'm in the LTD Telegram group, and the LTD Telegram group, it's public. And they have these nice bots on there that show you when people do big buys or big stakes or anything, or I think any amount like over 300. And I could see like my last stake was in there. But generally, the more people staking, the more this thing potentially could go up. I'm just curious. I want to see this wallet. I want to see the next buy and burns on this wallet, so I have it saved. I put this wallet in the Discord as well, and I'll share it again. Let me put this back in the charts channel. But man, let's watch all these cryptos go up together over here. Let me hide my face on the bottom right. But LTD is climbing, and I guess I'm going to throw this in charts channel for you guys. The LTD buy and burn wallet address. Just try to keep this stuff public for you guys, because if you go on Discord, you can actually see that wallet address for the buy and burns. You can check it on the debt screener. But LTD does look like it's going up with Dogecoin, Bitcoin, HETs after these last green blocks over here today. Definitely like what I see from these green blocks, and I like that we didn't go up like one giant green candle, but we're going up very fast. To me, this is a pretty fast rate of an uptrend, but it's not too fast that it's going to get diluted with sell pressure. And when it's like this, we get these flat, solid green candles, and we're up over 1.5% from that green block. And then get to that 200 moving average, we can go up another 2.4%. And that's something that I'm watching here. And then I do want to announce one thing for you guys, because we've been talking about low liquidity. And I just want to announce one thing to you guys, public here. We had a Tame Well Club meeting, and one thing we agreed on was that we needed more liquidity. So I agreed to get about $5,000 of liquidity. So if you go to www.tametoken.com, you can now see that added liquidity over there. Oh, accidentally clicked on an advertisement. But over here now we have over $5,000 of liquidity into Tame Token. So looking pretty good. Looking pretty damn good right now for the Tame Token over here. Tame Token with the added liquidity. That's what we're talking about. The Tame Well Club. The Tame Wells are probably going to be happy. This is one of the things that we talked about was kind of necessary, adding that liquidity. So getting that liquidity here into the Tame Token is pretty good. TameToken.com to actually view that Tame Token. But I just want to say that for the Discord for this token, like the free token and stuff for rewards, getting this liquidity has been pretty tough, but it's worthwhile. Going back over here to LTD. LTD is still receiving some buy pressure. Doge is still getting some buy pressure from the green blocks. HETS is still going up, and Bitcoin is still going up. So I definitely feel good when I got back home this evening, watching these charts, seeing the buy pressures rolling in here. Seeing this reversal from the dip after I drew the green blocks. RSI was oversold in that 4 hour as well, which if you look in the Discord, that's one thing that I noticed after the green blocks. So I did the green blocks here about 11.45, and I did go on to try to draw your attention to this 4 hour RSI. We were oversold 11.46 price. So generally when an RSI is oversold like this, price can do a nice uptrend like we're seeing here. Very good. Oh yeah. So if you look over here, like Doge from the green blocks, we've been uptrending for the past hour, 20 minutes. Bitcoin's only really been uptrending for about 40 minutes there. And since Bitcoin Doge has been uptrending, LTD also had a big spike. It's still up over the last 6 hours, about 13.9% from that last green block. And I have HETS up here. But I think I might take HETS down because I want to put up SHIB. SHIB is directly related to LTD when you look at the charts in a way. So SHIB should be pumping a lot as well in this situation. So we're going to have SHIB up here as well on those charts. If you look over here, we had SHIB the other day. From our last red block on SHIB, it did drop down significantly. This was that red block on SHIB. It's hard to see. But SHIB red block was at the 198 area, and now it came back over. So from our last dip up here for SHIB, SHIB's up 5.86% in the last hour. So SHIB is going up with LTD going up, which is something I think is tied together. So it's cool watching LTD. It's cool watching SHIB in these areas. Obviously, if they're allowing you to get SHIB as a reward, they probably bought some SHIB, which you may see that in the charts as well. If the rewards are going good enough, they may be buying more Shiba Inu as more and more people decide that they want to stake their LTD bags. I don't know exactly how many SHIB they bought. I would have to go through, look at the contract, and then see everything in there as well. I'm sure I could dig on it in the blockchain a little bit if I spent like a few hours, but so could anybody else out there. So could anybody else out there. So seeing SHIB up here, Doge, LTD, like all the things related to Doge, SHIB, these things are just increasing. And the Williams alligator kind of opening up here, showing that bullish momentum. If you look at the Williams alligator, you can see the lips, the jaw, it's opening up here. We bounced from that support. From our support for LTD, we're up about 16.9%, almost 17%. I hope you guys are having a good time trading. Enjoy what you're seeing tonight on these charts because this is definitely a lot of green. This is definitely a lot of green. If you're looking for a platform to trade spot and futures on, trade stuff like SHIB, LTD, Doge, Bitcoin, I'll put a link in the chat. I'm trading on Wheats. If you sign up on my link, there's also a page where there's a $30 futures bonus as well. Make sure you put my referral code DF. Usually a referral code's in there. Sometimes it's not in there, but the referral code is D4LU. But SHIB's getting some big buys. Isn't it funny? SHIB getting big buys after LTD is getting some big buys. And it may be connected. It may be connected. Definitely the Wells. The Wells started coming back on and buying SHIB. So it's something you may want to look into. The Wells coming back in, starting to accumulate SHIB. And if you really want to talk about SHIB and accumulation, I did have a nice accumulation post for SHIB, and I think I had that image right here. But in the Discord, I had this accumulation post on SHIB because I didn't do a chart in a long time, but I found that accumulation zone at the 401323, and the green block was at 401108. Previously, before that, I had a red block at the 403 range. So then we got the accumulation on SHIB, and then now a lot of SHIB wells started coming back in and putting some capital into SHIB, and the price is going. The price is going up a lot over here. We're having a very good reversal from the dip as well. So I like it. I've been trying to keep an eye on that buy and burn wallet for the LTD token. Tame token had $5,000 of liquidity added as well. So actually people can trade it very easily now if they really want to, which is pretty cool. And there's lots of Tame token well holders. Put that in chart. We're almost at $200,000 market cap for Tame token, so still relatively small. Just a small community educational project. Nothing major right now. And then we have the Tame Well Club meeting tomorrow. So if you don't have 100 million Tame token, get 100 million Tame token for that Well Club meeting tomorrow. Let me go over here. A very fast uptrend though from that dip. Let me get the Well Club meeting information so people that are wells for Tame token can join in tomorrow for that private meeting. Have a good conversation. Cameras on. So we're going to be in that Tame Well Club channel tomorrow. If you have the Tame Well roll, you can join. If you have 100 million Tame token, but you don't have that roll, reach out to me and I can verify. And probably sometime before the meeting tomorrow, I'll just scan all the well rolls in Discord, make sure they have 100 million. If your balance goes under 100 million, you lose that well roll. So keep that in mind as well. But SHIB was getting some big buys up there. We broke the 18.4 area. SHIB was getting some pretty hefty buys up there. And then SHIB and LTD are about the same price as well. So it's actually pretty cool when you're doing the stake rewards, you can kind of track that balance to see how they're doing. So from the Doge green block area up to here, we went up already over 2% across 1 hour, 30 minutes. And the volume's still increasing. We're almost at 120 million volume on Doge on Binance. Keep in mind, CZ Binance is out of prison, although he's not supposed to do anything with crypto. We've been having a lot of major volume increase on SHIB and some projects after CZ got released from prison. So that may be something else you want to calculate and put into your trading strategy. Add that on your charts. The day CZ got out of prison, add that to your charts. Let's do a poll though. Will LTD price go higher than SHIB price by end of year? What do you guys think? Do you think LTD price will go up higher than the Shiba Inu price by end of year? Let's do a YouTube poll. And it's good to compare the two because they have completely different supply. When I go over here, like go to CoinMarketCap, if I look at SHIB on CoinMarketCap, Shiba Inu has a big supply, like trillions. 589 trillion was their total supply. Well, their circulating supply is over 589 trillion. Well, LTD is like in the billions. Is like 333 billion. So LTD has a much lower supply than Shiba Inu. So you have to keep that in mind. So 500 trillion supply versus 333 billion. Obviously, the one with the lower supply should increase at a higher price. We are getting overbought in the 5 minutes. Like, look at this RSI across the board here. RSI levels are getting overbought across the board here. We're starting to shed that short-term bullish momentum. RSI is like this on the 5 minutes. The hourly, 4 hourly, still give us a little bit room to go up. This is going to be a very interesting area this evening. I don't think we're ready for a red block yet. I think we can still ride up from this green block here for Doge. We have plenty of liquidations. Elon's been giving us a lot more tweets lately. We have liquidations up over 8%, back above 12.5 over here for Doge. So I don't think the sell pressure is ready to start rolling in yet. I don't think people are happy with this type of profit. They're going to be a little bit more greedy this time, especially when it comes to Doge. And then if it's people like Elon doing tweets and getting us more volume and momentum, then woo-wee. So I think there's still a lot more room to ride on this Dogecoin 4-hour RSI getting oversold, especially for this green block. A decent amount of room to go up. The thing about the 4-hour, generally it plays out within at least 10 to 24 hours. Generally when we look at the 4-hour RSI, I'll pop it up here on the stream for you as well, just to show you. So if you come over here for Dogecoin, for example, we expand this Dogecoin chart. When we're looking over here at the 4-hour, when we look at the 4-hour, yes, we do have liquidations down below us here that go down all the way to 9.62. And the 4-hour RSI is getting oversold, curving up, trying to curve back. We could be at that peak of the bearish momentum, but the MACD is still above the grams. Generally, when it's below the grams like this, is going to be a better entry than right here. This could be like right here. We do shed a little bit of bearish momentum. Price could spike up about 5-6%. I've seen it happen a few times. The only thing that concerns me is these liquidations down below. Now, if Elon comes in, starts doing the Dogecoin memes and stuff tonight, liquidations back above 13.2 could make a local top for Doge and continue this nice, steady, long uptrend. Now, if market makers decide to start dumping their Doge and we go down to 17%, down under 9.62 for liquidations, that may be the area that people are doing their buy limits for Doge. But just looking in here at the charts, we've been uptrending very nicely. We're in a very healthy spot for Doge. Anywhere above 7 cents, I'm happy about Dogecoin price. As long as it can maintain above 7 cents, that makes me pretty happy generally. Anything under 7 makes me less happy, and I just generally buy things when I'm not happy about the price. So if we go under like 5 cents for Doge, I'm not happy the price is that low. I'll probably just buy more, because the best way to get stuff up in price is buying more. 1 second. All right, so we're about 11.62, right under this liquidations. We go up to liquidations into the moving average. It's about 1.69%. We go all the way into the 25 times shorts for Doge. It's up about 7.7%. And I just see, honestly, lots of movements. Lots of volume rolling in here for Doge. Our volume has been picking up after those Elon Doge tweets, when he's talking about Elon Musk and Donald Trump getting into Department of Government efficiency together. It's a decent area. It's definitely a decent area that I would like to consider. And then if LTD starts getting some parabolic movement here, you'll probably start seeing some of the candles on the daily moving about 50 to 100% in price. So from here, probably on the upside, which is, it's a good place to be for scalpers and trader, because if they have a 10% tax on sales and price goes up 100%, you still make a pretty decent profit on that type of scalp. What's up, Judge Worm, Mr. White Films? Mr. White Films, you have a lot of Tame Token, you have a lot of LTD, Salgado. I did pass Salgado in my number of Tame Tokens that I was holding. So seeing the buys, seeing the volume picking up here has been pretty good, especially considering that I did dollar cost average. And the staking has been out for about 5 days, and almost 10 billion tokens have been staked. Doge is getting like a little bit of resistance on that R side, getting overbought in the 5, but we're gonna break that, in my opinion. When we can break that RSI, getting resistance up here, it is gonna like scale down, and then we're just gonna push up, and then the hourly RSI, which is like this, hourly RSI is curving up, which is a good shape. The 30-minute RSI looks like this, so we still have plenty of room. Plenty of room on 30 minutes, hourly. 15 minutes, not as much room. So I'm not really worried about the RSI 5-minute looking like this when the hourly and 4-hour say that we have a lot more room for that bullish momentum on the upside, which is what I'm looking at. When I go a little bit deeper into the wallets, I saw that Living the Dream number of holders was increasing. And that may be because their staking mechanism came out. On CoinMarketCap, they're over there. Shows they're up over 10% for the day. Their daily chart looks good. The monthly still doesn't look as good, but it's curving up. The last 7 days looked really good for LTD, like on CoinMarketCap. Let me check this out real quick, because we're still about 11.63, by the way. Big spread on LTD over here, by the way. What's up, YouTube? Yeah, we gained liquidity on Tame Token earlier, Joe. It's a nice thing to do, because now people, if they want to do like a big order, For example, if someone has 100 million tame, they could actually have that liquidity with what? I have to refresh the page. Dogecoin looks a little bit weird over here. There it goes. There should be, yeah. So it's not too much slippage now. Not too much slippage. I think Doge is going to break this RSI in the 5 minutes, and we're just going to push up through these shorts so that the 15 minutes gets overbought. And then after that, we have room for the hourly and 4 hour to go up. So that is something to consider. LTD getting some buys. Doge is still getting some buys. We're good. We're in a very good spot. We're in a very good spot. I like it. I'm definitely liking what I see so far. I think Doge will break that 5 minute RSI. We're going to come up through these shorts here. At least another 1.5%. And then on that top side, we're probably going to clear all these shorts above 12.5 thanks to some funny Elon tweets that could be coming out tonight or this week. Elon's a character. You got to love him. If you're in Dogecoin, you're probably in Dogecoin because of Elon or what he's done in the past to get Dogecoin trading as much as it is trading. If you're looking for exchange to trade Dogecoin on, I recommend Wheats because it's pretty much getting a lot of volume, more traders on the platform. Over 5 million active traders now, so definitely check that out. If you look at Doge on the charts predominantly, it's been responding very well to my indicators. A lot of my indicators, I did build them off of Dogecoin and Dogecoin trading. So that is something you may want to look at because Doge follows pretty well some of these indicators. Follows pretty damn well for some of these indicators. Now, not exactly the best, but it's enough. It's enough to make scalps. It's enough to make some money. And Wow, wow, wow. Doge is above 11.65. Not bad, though. We're not in a bad spot. Definitely liking what I see. $11.65 over here. We break on that upside, we'll be in a very healthy spot. Mm-hmm. 'Start clearing liquidations, it might cause people to start buying SHIB and some of these other coins again. $11.67. We're slowly climbing here. We're gonna break that 5-minute RSI and break on the upside. A lot of people taking profits here are gonna be chasing Doge. They're gonna be chasing Doge, and it's gonna be entertaining. It is gonna be very entertaining. I like it. I like what we're seeing here tonight. Even though, like, SHIB burned a lot more than Doge, though. From that last drop down, SHIB burned a lot more. So, from what we're seeing here, I think Doge probably going to start running fast as well. Doge definitely could start running a little bit faster. So, what we're looking at over here, it does look like we're rallying again. That's a good observation, firm, because if Doge got the golden cross here. Doge is pretty bullish, and if you look right here, this one's very key. I have to pop in Doge. Like, if you look right here, that short-term moving average crossing above the 50 moving average, this is pretty bullish. So I need to take a picture of this. Let me actually draw this real quick as well. Oh. Can I do a circle? And I don't know, my circle. This is a very good spot. Let me add a note here. This is actually very bullish for Doge 5-minute. And we have the 200 moving average. We have liquidations up to the 200 moving average as well. And this is our DOGECOIN 5-minute chart. So this is something that I would probably send out a signal for to the Discord this is something that traders would want to see. Traders would definitely love to get a ping about something like this, because this is something I would want to see on my charts. Like if I wasn't looking and then this started happening, I would want to look. So when we're watching this a little bit closer, you kind of see when we're this yellow line, my 13 moving average, and the golden cross line, when it starts crossing up here above that 50 moving average, turning bullish, and then my trend line also going to start crossing up too. So when these are all crossing up together in an uptrend and we get the golden cross, this is where the buy pressure, more buy pressure starts going in. That's why we already broke 11.7 for Doge. And it would not surprise me to get one wick up into that 200 moving average to liquidate these shorts right above us. It would not surprise me at all. So I'm going to delete that test spots, but this circle is a very key spot for Doge. And if Doge really starts running and really starts ripping up here, I think this is a very bullish spot for people trading LTD and some of the altcoins. All right, I'll check the Discord message as well. Yeah, if you have any ideas or anything you see, feel free to message me on Discord too. Yeah, that's the Let's All Go as well. I saw that one too. Yeah, I've seen those liquidations too. That's another thing people use. And it's a very good indicator. Liquidations also help. But speaking about liquidations, let me go on and show you a little bit of something real quick. So we're going to go out of the charts just for a second. www.coinglass.com. On coinglass.com, when you get to that page, I want to show you the liquidations here. And a lot of these liquidations were on shorts recently. Now, when ETH starts getting more liquidations on shorts than Bitcoin, you know ETH is getting a little bit more bullish momentum. You come down to here, though, look at the liquidations charts. What's one thing you might notice? A lot of green. So in the crypto futures, more longs get liquidated than shorts, even though Bitcoin made a new all-time high this year, is because retail traders who are not really as trained, they like to go long on giant green candles. They like to try to hop on and get that last few percent. So I encourage you, go long at the bottoms so you're not in these liquidations. It's better to go long deep in the bottoms, like when Bitcoin's back up under 20,000, than it is when Bitcoin's above 70,000. I had this argument with some traders before. They got in some pretty bad trades, but here we are now. Yesterday we had a pretty nasty day for longs, so maybe some money starts flowing in. I think this liquidation helps, but if you look at funding rate, the funding rate and open interest is one of those charts that I want you to look at too, because if you look at the open interest here, you may notice that we have the Bitcoin price, which is the yellow, and the green, the open interest. Well, generally in areas like this, people start dumping their Bitcoin and price comes back down. When the price is deep down under the open interest, like when Bitcoin was 16,500, or when I called day one of the bull market, November 11th, 2022, that's going to be like some best buys. That was probably one of the best buys you could have done, especially using this chart right here, the open interest chart. So are we at the best buy for Bitcoin now? No, we're probably going to come down much lower. Probably going to come down a lot lower looking at this open interest chart. And I had a pretty cool live stream on that day one of the bull market. I'm going to pop that up for you guys. If you were here, you don't need a recap, but if you were not here, this was what day one of the crypto bull market looked like in 2022. So Dogecoin price was still above 8 cents, while Bitcoin was under 17,000. Matic was about $1. ETH was about $4. But by the time we had those,
I'm not leaving my stuff in a crypto bank.
By the time we had those first green blocks rolling in
It's
over
like this.
here, we started like big
bear-
recoveries.
How old are you?
Like most of you guys, if you could go back in time, you would buy Bitcoin on this first green block. And you could have sold anywhere on the way up, basically, and made a decent amount of profit. So part of the way I came up with that pattern is A, this open interest rate chart, B, a lot of my trading indicators, and C, FTX was probably almost done selling their bags for their Bitcoin. Now we have some stuff over here. If you guys want that video, I'll put it in chat. If you want some of those indicators and some of that information, definitely stay in here on the stream, because if we ever have a black swan and come down like that again, I'm probably going to be one of the first people to recognize that that's going to be the bottom. And I'm still waiting for like a 40K dip on Bitcoin. Even what we're trading here in the short term is still risky. Still very risky. We're about 11.67 for Doge. Not too bad. Not too bad. And that golden cross on Doge, we got a golden cross coming in for Bitcoin too. If you look at Bitcoin chart, same thing's happening for Bitcoin. That short-term crossing a long-term moving average, crossing above the 50 soon, and breaking back above the 200 moving average. I think Sailor always wants to buy Bitcoin because he thinks the price really will go above $1 million. So any of these prices under 100K seem like a discount for Sailor. The only thing is he doesn't get a lot of money to buy Bitcoin yet. He needs more money. So just looking at the charts here, we're doing pretty good. We're in a very healthy spot over here for Doge. Some of you may not think it's in a healthy spot for Doge, but we're in a healthy spot for Doge. And as long as we're in this healthy spot on the short time frame and can go up, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good. I think we're going to climb up. I think we're going to liquidate some shorts tonight. And we're going to get there. We're going to make it there. We're about 11.65. We need to go back above 12 cents to get some of that area where traders are happy. When traders are happy with the area up there, we'll be in a better spot. And the golden cross kind of helps us here. It's that confirmation that traders are hoping for. Now, keep in mind this confirmation from the green block to the confirmation, it is about an hour, 50 minutes, price up 2.3%. So the green block was actually earlier than that confirmation, which is pretty decent. It's a pretty good spot. Pretty good spot to be looking at over there. And you're watching that confirmation, then the people that get this confirmation, then they start coming on the trade. And that's when the buys really start coming in, because confirmation-based traders generally trade with more money than people like this. If you got in on this indicator here, you're probably doing more risky trades. You got that extra 2%. But now the big guys with bigger bags coming in, and they're going to push it up that extra percentage point, or that extra 2% to get above that moving average. And the big players can push it up over 7% to liquidate all those people shorting Doge. Market makers probably love Doge, because if Elon tweets and they do a big buy, then it would look like realistic. If market makers wait until the Elon tweet and then they do a big buy, people are going to blame Elon for the shorts getting liquidated. And Elon probably doesn't mind getting that type of credit. Elon's probably happy with it. I think Elon's been the king of liquidating shorts. But man, Doge above 11.66 is looking good. We have LTD. LTD had a big climb today as well. From the bottom of that dip to the top of the rip, LTD went up over 16.8% over 8 hours time frame, with over 1 billion volume traded, which is pretty decent for a coin that's relatively new like LTD. Like 1 billion of their token traded and the price going up is it's pretty good. It takes a lot. That means more people are buying than selling with those 1 billion tokens. And it's just one of those things that you have to consider. Now, this golden cross on Doge, you have to consider that how far we could go up. And just on the 5-minute liquidations, we have liquidations that can go up about 7.5%, almost 8%, back above 12.5. If we can go back to that double top, it would be very good too. I did a poll. I said, will LTD price go higher than SHIB by end of year? And 50% yes, 50% no. Keep in mind, LTD has a much lower supply than SHIB. LTD has a very low supply compared to SHIB. Then that lower supply will help the price probably appreciate more. I'm not saying will the market cap go higher. I'm just saying will the price go higher. The supply is very low compared to Shiba Inu supply. SHIB's in the trillions. LTD's in the billions. Yeah, this could be an invert head and shoulders on Bitcoin as well, potentially. But the invert head and shoulder for Bitcoin is just that this is so close that I don't think it looks like a good inverse head and shoulders. Unless you really work the chart, zoom out, and go to a bigger time frame, Mark. If you really work the charts and go out to a bigger time frame, then maybe. So you have to be looking over there. But that's the thing. These chart patterns, when you get them, they look great. When you get the chart patterns, they look great. Like SHIB could be forming a head and shoulders on that shorter time frame. So that's something you have to consider. SHIB could be forming that head and shoulders, so you may want to be considering that. But if LTD remains these buys over here, I think the LTD chart, even if Doge gets some buys and goes up to liquidate those shorts, Doge would probably be a lot more bullish on the short time frame, but then over the course of the night or something, because LTD is not on futures, if people just start buying it on spot, price will probably go up. There's a lot less liquidity in LTD, so that's probably why. So the volume's been pretty good. Like ever since our death cross to the golden cross, we've had over 270 million volume in Doge. Death cross on Bitcoin to golden cross about 3,600 over the course of 2 hours. So the volume's still relatively low compared to what we were seeing in 2021, but it's good. It's good enough. It's good enough for what we're trading here. I would like to see volume a lot higher, but we're okay. And as volume does pick up on the buys, like on liquidations, generally if we came up from here all the way up here to this moving average, if Doge went up by about 1.2% up to 1.7%, you'd be looking anywhere from 18 million up to 40 million volume boost for Doge right there. By the way, if you wanted to add an alert on TradingView, you could right click, you could add alert for this moving average if you really wanted to, and we touch this moving average, I would get an alert. That notification would send an email, could play sounds on the applications, all kinds of stuff. You can also do alert, like just right click, add alert, and then you can modify the price. So if you need to alert when Dogecoin hit $1, you could do that as well. And then on Doge $1, you could add that alert to your chart, get your emails and webhooks, and then you just create that alert. And if Dogecoin ever hits $1, boom, your TradingView is going to go there and alert you, which is something pretty cool. And adding TradingView alerts is one thing that you can do to save you a lot of time. So it can save you a lot of time. And if you're saving a lot of time, perfect. Saving you a lot of time while you're trading and stuff, perfect. I think it's a good thing. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like Matsphere yet, but I know there's room for a black swan to drive Bitcoin down to 40K. And because there's room to drive Bitcoin down to 40K, that is something I'm kind of concerned about. It's actually very scary to even consider. It is very, very scary to consider. So you have to be very careful. You have to be very, very careful when you're considering things like that. But right now, Doge, I think it's in a healthy spot. We're going to get up there. We're going to break those RSIs. We're going to get up there on the top side. I think we're in a very healthy spot. Yeah, we could get a blood wick out of nowhere. I mean, it would not surprise me. I'm probably not going to trade Bitcoin until we get closer to those areas. But looking over here at the Doge, it might retest that area on that top side. If Doge does come over here and retest this line back to 11.5, it would not surprise me. But I know we have room to get those liquidations. It's just a matter of time. This top side above 12 and then breaking back above 13. Probably get at least 36 cents before that weekly RSI is completely overbought. So I think Doge is in a decent spot. I think Doge is going to be in a decent spot, honestly. We're about 11.6. LTD still up there. Bitcoin still above that last green block. I didn't do a green block recently for SHIB, but it's up there. We have the new hourly candle coming in about 2 minutes as well. Let me do this real quick too. Adding this one up here. What? That's actually horrible. All right. We're still holding strong above this 11.6 range for Doge here. Possibly, but maybe not a lot. This RSI did try to cool down from getting overbought on the 5 minutes back to the halfway. Some people taking profits, but not many. Because we can still go up over 1.5% to get to that 200 moving average. Over 4% to start liquidating the 50 times shorts on Doge. LTD from that last local bottom in a green block still up over 13% over the last 8 hours. Definitely like what I see over here. Like the charts. We are getting some of that indecisive candle, and that indecisive candle is showing that we're losing some of the bullish momentum. But indecisive after coming back down, we might start getting a little bit of support here and then scaling up through these shorts. And really all it takes is Elon pressing one button with the dog picture already loaded, and we could go up there. So if Elon does anything crazy or spectacular, it would be good for us. And it would be good for the charts. LTD was receiving some sells over there. Let's see if the buys come back in on that dip there and absorb some of that sell pressure. I saw this wick. This wick is a pretty big wick, about 2%. So back 3%. So it does look like some of those buys were getting absorbed down there for LTD as well. If you look at LTD, if you look at the chart that I had for LTD back here, it will help open your eyes a little bit more. Not this one, but this one. You can start seeing the buy and burns for this wallet. They haven't did a buy and burn in roughly 13 days. So they don't do a buy and burn in about 13 days. I think it is interesting. We go over here to LTD, look at it on the weekly or even like the hourly. We get this chart right here. On the hourly for LTD, we notice that on the 4 hour, the 4 hour actually looks a lot better for this chart. We have this big falling wedge, and this big falling wedge target for LTD is still waiting, and that's in the 402225. So we're getting closer there, and this 4 hour candle was pretty big and green when we had parabolic SAR uptrend. So from the last local support up to that target would be over 71%. From the green block, last green block 4 hour for LTD up to the target would be close to 115% now. And then green block to last local double top would be 192%. But if we go on from this falling wedge and the accumulation zone into a continuation on the uptrend, we're looking at over 300%, close to 410% to this top side here at 405361. That may be a pretty significant take profit zone for some of those scalpers and some of those traders up there that are looking to take some profits, because if they're taking some profits up there, they might be comfortable accumulating more people take profits and then start getting more dips. I'm looking over here. I'm going to look back at DOGECOIN though. DOGECOIN is still about 11.62. Put on tickers. We are getting this RSI about halfway oversold now, but come back completely oversold, double bottom 2 times, another green block, that would be good. We did come back, touch the moving average. So from the golden cross line till here, we're down about 0.72%. We do have some high leverage longs that if we just drop 0.4%, they would be liquidate. But on the top side, there's just so many liquidations both ways that we have room to go up. We have room to go down a little bit, but most of this compression is on the top side for Doge. So sometimes what you see, they might drop it a little bit, and then we bounce all the way up there. We just start climbing. So that may be something that you start seeing here later on in the charts today. But I'm happy with the price of Doge. I like where it's heading so far. Is there anybody in here in a Dogecoin long or holding Dogecoin on spot that would be proud to talk about their position? But I do want to remind you, Bitcoin hasn't made a new all-time high in over 200 days as well. Over 200 days of no new all-time high could be that acceleration point for Bitcoin to start getting those big sell pressure. So we'll probably think about a decent scalp take profit zone from Doge heading on to later in the stream. How do I see SHIB doing here? Well, the thing about SHIB, from that last local dip to the top side, SHIB ran 6% an hour. It ran too fast. Dogecoin didn't run as fast. So when SHIB got overbought, and you look over here, even on the hourly RSI, SHIB was getting closer to overbought. If you look at it on the 30 minutes, we were overbought on the 30 minutes for SHIB up there. So generally, when you get overbought in 30 minutes after curving down from RSI getting oversold, you do get some sell pressure. And that's what we noticed with SHIB. So from that local top to the local bottom here on the 1 minute, we dropped about 2.8%. I think we are getting closer to oversold again on the 5 minutes, not all the way there, but getting down there for SHIB. I think eventually SHIB will make it back above the 3 zeros range as well. If more projects are working on the SHIB ecosystem and partnering with SHIB, I think it'd be good. I'm going to go get a drink and a snack real quick. I think when I come back, we'll probably start scaling up here again for Doge. We were testing a moving average. Generally, you're going to bounce off that moving average. If you don't start falling too far below it, it's a pretty good signal. Something that you want to watch out for. I'll be right back in a few minutes. And then we can go deeper on in the charts. And then while I'm gone, put some charts that you may want to see me go over in the YouTube chat. If you want to see me going over some of the charts in the YouTube chat, then feel free to write it out there. And I will try to put it for you. I should not be going long, just getting a snack and coming right back. Might have to use the bathroom, but that's it. Feel free to talk if you're on Discord. There's a lot of people on Discord. You don't have to be quiet. You can talk, you can ask questions and stuff. If you're going to be in the Tame Well Club tomorrow, feel free to let me know. I'll put a Discord link in the chat for some of you guys who are in the YouTube, but you're not in Discord yet. The Discord is a place to be if you want to be connected with other retail traders and see our charts and everything. All right, I'll come back in a few minutes. You guys definitely watch LTD, SHIB, and Doge on these charts because I think we're going to make some higher lows this evening. All right, I'm back. What's happening? Let's see if we can draw a trend line over here for Doge. Let's see if this is going to be our point. So whatever this low is for this 5-minute candle, and it ends in about 2 minutes, this is going to be our low for Doge. I'll draw it here now, but as we progress, when this candle ends, that's when I'll adjust the line. All right, the 5-minute candle ends in about 1 minute, and then we get to see where that line goes. But Dogecoin, it's not too sharp. The uptrend wasn't too sharp, but it was sharp enough that some traders were comfortable taking profits. LTD was like very sharp uptrend for what we're doing. So we're gonna see if we're bouncing here. I'm still on my long. I did dollar cost average a little bit early long as well. Currently a little bit underwater on my Doge long. So the 5-minute candle ended. It's gonna be right here for this data point. We're gonna see if we can hold this range here for Doge. If we can hold the range, great. If we cannot hold the range, then we're probably going to go down. And it's not that bad. We're still up over 1%. When we start getting exactly 1% to the green block here, it'll be on this line down here. So we're watching it. I think we were making some higher lows. We were making higher highs. RSI was getting oversold again on the 5 minutes after that overbought range up here at 11.7. We still have room for the top side. Definitely have room for that top side for Doge. So if you're in a Doge long and if you're holding Doge on spot, I do think there is room on that upside, but on the short time frame, there's also a little bit of room on that downside. Something to consider. Not too much, but there's some. Let me check over here. 11.57. We might hold this trend line for Doge. Really good spot that we might be able to hold. Some of you guys are messaging me. If you can hear my voice, that's great. I'm not going to reply back to any text messages or stuff right now because basically it's stuff I'm saying on the charts. There's always room, always room to go up. So, like there's, if I'm going to tell you this, like if you guys are like over trading, you're going to lose your bags. Eventually, we're going to go to 36 cents on Doge. I'll pop open this chart real quick. Like if you go to DOGECOIN here and zoom out here, you put it on your weekly, and this is what the weekly looks like. We've been recovering from oversold since July. And if you look at that price back in July from the oversold, it's around 9.2, and we did dip down to about 8.1. And last time we were overbought significantly, the RSI was very high, 92, when the price was about 22. Keep in mind, we still have this double bottom target at 26.872. Our weekly parabolic SAR has been uptrending ever since we went from 10 cents all the way up to 12.14 as far as 13. So we're still up from the green blocks. As long as you're not overtrading Doge, from green blocks to a double bottom target, it's going to be 340%. So far, it's about 357 days. If you told me on average I could earn about 1% per day on Doge, I would take that trade. I would look at the weekly RSI, look at the weekly MACD. We're shedding the last bit of that bearish momentum on the weekly MACD. The MACD is still under the histogram, which shows a decent entry. So even the confirmation-based traders know that eventually Doge is going to go all the way up here. We're probably going to get this double top at 35 cents and then do one more wick up to liquidate shorts. So we still probably have at least 200% from our current price. Still have over 200% about current price. So don't micromanage your scalps. If you know, if someone's telling you we can go up there, quit micromanaging your scalps, because eventually you're going to sell. You're going to go to bed. And you're going to wake up one day and Dogecoin price is already up 20-40% and you're going to be behind. So don't micro scalp here. If you know we can come back up here at 36 and eventually break that all-time high for 500%, do not do it. Now is not the time to play around. Yeah, you could have micro scalp when we're sideways trading. You could have taken profits 21 and weekly RSI completely overbought. But until this weekly RSI is completely overbought on the weekly, do not even consider taking your profits. Don't consider it. Because we will get up there. It's a matter of time, we'll get there, but don't consider taking profits until we do get there. Otherwise, you will get left behind in the dust. You'll be DMing me on Discord or texting my phone. You guys are going to blow me up. Tame, when should I buy? When should I buy? When should I buy? I'm telling you, no, hold. Hold until at least 36. Hold until weekly RSI is completely overbought. Don't micromanage your trades because you are going to get left behind when we take off and run. Take it to heart. If you sell before then, don't come back asking me when to buy, because I'm telling you, hold this trade until 36. It's the simplest thing you can do. Hold until 36. Quit micromanaging. You're going to overtrade. You're going to get left behind. Because you will get left behind. There's going to be so many people get left behind, and they're going to be the first one buying the big green candles. The ones that are impatient are going to buy the big green candles. When LTD goes up 500%, that's when they're going to start buying and looking to LTD seriously. Until then, I don't know. It takes a lot of conviction to hold a trade. It takes a lot of discipline. And then when the trade actually fills, then people feel happy. But don't overtrade. You overtrade, you're going to get wrecked here. if you want to look at some of these liquidation price, know that we have liquidations on the top side. Doge about 12.5 cents. Bitcoin liquidation goes up to about 66,600. Let's turn on these drawings again, though. If you look over here, Dogecoin did hold this uptrend line. It did bounce off of it a few times. So I think this is a pretty nice steady uptrend that Doge is experiencing tonight. Once Dogecoin really starts taking off, I think a lot of your altcoins are going to start taking off as well. So when that really starts happening, I think that's where the bullish momentum rolls in at. So we're going to see here over the course of about 24 to 48 hours to see if Dogecoin does another run again and how it affects altcoins like Shiba Inu and then how SHIB price affects coins like LTD. I think we have plenty of room for the upside though. And the weekly signals are crossing over. Those weekly signals crossing over, really bullish. I think we're getting some more buy pressure coming here. Let me double check real quick. LTD still in the green as well. Dogecoin bounced off of the uptrend. I like it. Let me grab a screenshot of this. I think this is a pivotal area, especially after that hourly candle came in because we have the 30 minutes rolling in pretty soon. Looking good over here. Looking good over here. I like what I see. So some people are late to this, but some people are also early. Looking pretty good. Oh, Adam Up was in Dogecoin long. He took profits earlier. He had a long from like 11.4, closed about 11.65. Nice trade, Adam Up. This was Adam Up's trade over here. He made 160% on that Doge 75 times. I think he may have closed it out of fear that we were coming back down. But I'm still pretty bullish. What is this I'm getting? Oh, let me check this. 1 second. Well, we're back at 11.58, which is good. We held the uptrend for Doge. Bitcoin is doing okay a little bit from the green blocks. What are we seeing here? About almost 11.6. I think Doge breaking above 12 cents again within 24 hours would bring a lot of retail FOMO in, because they would A, feel like they missed the dip, and B, feel like they would have to chase it between 12 cents to 13 because they know they can make that trade. The question is, how long would it take to make a trade like that? Okay, we broke 11.61. We broke 11.61, which is actually very good for Doge. Still holding this uptrend. It's a very strong uptrend, although this might be seen as a bearish pattern when you look at the charts. This could be a bearish pattern when you look at the drop here. Boom, boom, boom. Some people might think it might go up, so we'll see how much profits we can squeeze out of it. Looking good over here from what I'm seeing. Woo. How many of you guys are in actually a Dogecoin long? If you actually still in a Dogecoin long, let me know. Put it in YouTube chat. Let's see how many of you guys are in that Dogecoin longs. All right. I see some of you guys are posting your longs, your entries in the chats. Sean Michael average entry of 11.582. Mr. Kumar is in a short. That's hilarious. $11.62. It's not bad, not bad. Todd is in a long as well. Quite a few of you guys are in a long, and we bounced off that uptrend. And that uptrend was a very pivotal area. Like, this area, when we zoomed out earlier, is a spot where retail probably comfortable being in a long and holding their longs, hoping for those higher prices. I'm still in my Dogecoin long that I posted earlier. I dollar cost average down. I'm a little bit underwater, but I'm happy in this position. Mr. Rodriguez has been along since 10.7515. 11.62. I think we'll cross about 11.8. We're gonna conquer that 200 moving average. If you look over here for Doge, we're still getting some buys. That 200 moving average is now about 1.4% away from us. Top of these liquidations from current price, keeping this uptrend. If we can break above here and hold, it'll be about 8%. But you look at this nice wave pattern that Doge has. This wave up and down, and then go back up. It's like an ocean. Small waves can turn into big waves when the water comes in together with liquidations. Thank you, Todd, for becoming a YouTube chat supporter. If more of you guys want to become a supporter like Todd, you can youtube.com/TAMETHEARK/join, or I'll put that link in the chat. LTD is still getting some small steady buys over here, by the way. No crazy volume, but it is still holding. LTD from the green block, it's still up about 12%, 10 hours. From the green block to the very top there, we went up about 16%. So pretty decent moves over here. I think these moves are very well. And then once DOGECOIN starts running, SHIB and LTD might start getting some runs as well. All of these were very sharp angles though, but I like Doge for that uptrend. The way it respected the trend line. We bounced down here. I was able to find this candle right here. It's roughly about an hour apart, hour 45 minutes at least minimum. And we're in this range from Death Cross to Golden Cross, Death Cross back to another Golden Cross. And I did the circle up here. This circle represented when the moving average was crossing above that longer term moving average. So our short term and Golden Cross line crossing above the 50 over here. Because if you look over here, this is the 50, the gray color, and then the orange color is the 200. So we're about 11.64 as well. $11.64 is a pretty good spot for Doge. So tonight I'm gonna have a very fun night trading because I also have to update my BIOS for the machine behind me. The motherboard had a new BIOS update. Let me look into that real quick. I got the BIOS file. Let me find it one more time. Let me confirm about which BIOS I need to use to update the machine. I was playing computer last night, it just kept crashing because apparently there's a new BIOS and a new Intel update. But that Doge is looking very bullish here. We went from overbought, tagged that RSI in the oversold range. Not completely oversold, but enough that if we're in a bullish uptrend, that we will continue our path upwards. And then LTD is also trying to go up on that top side. Yeah, respecting this uptrend for Doge. Still climbing. I like it. Definitely a lot of room for the top side potential for DOGECOIN over here. 11.63 after the golden cross. I just want to see LTD do like a god candle go up like 200% on the daily and have volume spike just roll in. That would be very good. And Dogecoin also getting a volume spike on the 5 minutes of over 40 million volume with liquidations. That would be very good as well. We're still holding the uptrend, which is important. LTD is over here. We had SHIB. SHIB from that recent bottom to a recent top was over 6% versus Doge. Recent bottom to the top was only about 3%. So SHIB was moving about 2 times faster than Doge. Liquidations probably help feel that as well when you look at the charts. Let me check the YouTube chat, see what they're saying. Yeah, looking earlier, a lot of you guys are in Dogecoin longs. On coin market cap, I see that Dogecoin volume went up about 20 over the last 24 hours by 6%, which is decent. We were trading about $945 million volume over the last 24 hours. It would be very nice to get that above 1 billion. If we can get that above 1 billion volume and liquidations start rolling in, I think that would be very good for Doge. That would be huge. We're above 11.62 over here for Doge. Looking good. We're just right under these liquidations because for some reason people started shorting Doge right here. And these shorts right below us, all the price has to do is go up about 0.44% and these shorts are liquidate. If we break this local double top and go up over 0.7%, a lot of these shorts are getting liquidate. And this is just more fuel to the fire up here for Doge. I think that buys are coming in, rolling in here for Doge. Bitcoin is not as interesting as Doge currently, though. If Bitcoin were more interesting, we get a little bit more volatility, but Doge, SHIB, LTD, these are the things getting more volatility.
Boss man, can you hear me?
Hello, Finross. I hear you very clearly. A little bit static, but I hear you.
I have a question. What time frame are you using, and if it's a combination of indicators only or indicators plus something you have heard?
I'm using the 5-minute time frames over here. Some of the indicators I have on my chart: the 50 moving average, 200 moving average, golden cross, liquidation levels, MACD, RSI. Those are my predominant indicators, and I also have Williams Alligator down there on LTD chart.
And this uptrend, how long is gonna stay on if it clicks everything positive? Like days or weeks?
For which token? Doge?
Doge.
That's the thing. I can't predict how long the uptrend will hold. But if I maximize the Dogecoin chart here, and if you look at Dogecoin on the daily, if you actually start zooming out, we've still kind of been in this uptrend since the 7th of September. So we've been in this uptrend for about 24 days for Doge since the last big dip. So if this continues, predominantly like our last oversold to uptrend was about 18 days. The time before that last big dip to the uptrend ending was about 17 days. So sometimes Doge gets 17 days uptrends and then starts dipping. It's very funny. This one. This lasted about 25 days. 17 to 25 days on average on the daily for those uptrends. And currently we're in day 25 over here. Last time we hit that 23 cents though, we were in a very, very RSI oversold area on the weekly. And that was able to last for 69 days. And if you look at our chart, the weekly RSI, we could probably still keep this uptrend for quite a while because generally RSI oversold until overbought. It can last for somewhere between like 100 to 200 days. And we weren't completely oversold, but we're still in this range on the weekly. It's been about 91 days. So probably give or take at least 50 more days. It's not like super strong uptrend, but we're still uptrending and eventually making some higher highs on the weekly candles. So from the golden cross, it's only been about 28 days. And we still have room to go up 200% just to touch that double bottom target on Doge up here at the 26.872 range. And if you look at the weekly MACD, we've been shedding bearish momentum for about 5 weeks now. And we actually started curving up recently from the moment Doge crossed over from 9.5 into 13 cents territory. Even though we did a local dip back down, we're still in this uptrend on that weekly for Doge. Because right here, we started breaking that downtrend. If I draw a trend line here, you can see we started breaking that weekly downtrend for Doge right here. Could retest, but then we're probably destined to go up on Doge here on the weekly until that RSI gets completely overbought again.
Understood.
Are you in a Dogecoin long?
Not yet. But tonight is gonna be my first entry in weeks.
Keep your liquidation price as close to zero or as low as possible if you can. Don't gamble your
Yeah, it will be
trade.
zero. Yeah, it will be zero.
Good. Are you planning on doing isolated or cross margin for your first trade?
Cross margin.
Okay. It's a good idea.
Only 20x leverage.
Okay. Not a bad idea. Not bad.
I can probably enter one more time if everything goes out. But yeah, safe, very safe.
Yeah, keep your liquidation price as low as possible and give yourself room for at least one more entry while keeping your liquidation price close to zero in case there's a big drop. I like that idea. How's your business going, Finross?
It's good. I can show you what I did today. Let me just share the screen.
You want to share your screen? All right. You're going to share your screen or you're just going to pop up an image?
No, I'm gonna share my screen.
All right.
And I just opened in Photoshop because I had everything closed. I was about to play some video games.
What
But
game
I'll
are
show you
gonna play?
first. Everspace 2.
Okay. I was going to play New World or something later, but I have to update my BIOS. My whole motherboard had a new BIOS update.
Bro, what is blue screen the Windows computers are having? The normal, classic computer, not the organization type with the...
I'm not getting blue screen. My GPU is like auto disconnecting.
So, okay, I see.
They had also a new update with the i9 14900K. So just so many things just came out recently that I have to update or it's going to be a consistent crash.
I'm opening things up so you can see it.
All right. I think Dogecoin has been performing well after the dip earlier today. After that dip and then bouncing back, Doge has been holding its ground. Okay, that looks pretty cool. So you were building a sign that they're going to put up on their building or something?
Yep, I'll show you how it looks without the sign.
Did you use Adobe Illustrator as well? Because I think you want the font to be vector so it's more high resolution when they actually print it. Because if you
Oh
zoom
yeah,
in
yeah.
like 2 or 3 times and you see pixels, people are gonna see those like pixelation on the actual real sign.
Yeah, I use Illustrator to create vectors and put them on Photoshop at the correct size. There are not gonna be any changes from there.
Okay.
That way, it's less confusion at the office.
Man, I'm just
But
looking
look
at
at
that
that,
building. They need to hire a real designer. Shit, they did
bro.
that outside of that building.
Yeah, that's the Bronx for you, man.
Woo! I don't even want to show this on YouTube. That building looks whack.
I can probably make something nice in here, with the same nice, but they're very cheap, is the way it goes.
Actually, the orange color really pops because people can see that from far away. My only, I cannot read it on Discord unless you zoom in. Oh man, you made a typo. You made a typo.
Where?
How do you spell the word extensions on the far left?
I mean, let me double check.
I'll teach you how to spell extensions. I'm gonna send you the actual real spelling. You can't do that company wrong by putting the spelling of the word extensions. You're lucky your buddy Tame called it for you.
For real, for real. When I go to the office, we go over it and we make sure. But yeah, you got it. Yeah, it's with the S, not with the T.
Also, you spell, is it called cornrows?
Actually, yeah, that's like a Jamaican term and stuff that they do.
I know Drake had that hairstyle. I had it one time in high school. Man, I hope you didn't show that to him before I caught that typo. Goddess and bot braids, knotless boho.
Yeah, it's either boho or goddess or box braids.
Yep. Well, it's good you fixed the extensions. The very first word.
Yo, for real. And I have to fix it on the business card and in the other side.
They didn't print anything yet, did they?
Oh no. I just
Man,
did the whole thing.
GPT be like, scan this, make sure there's no typos.
Sometimes I look on Google the proper way to put it on English.
Yeah. Well, Doge holding this uptrend, Finn Ross. It's at 11.67. I hope by the time you get back in, you get a very good entry. Yeah, it fits extensions on that page as well. Bottom left, right above call.
Yeah, I'm fixing it everywhere. Business card, sidewalk sign, and the
You're
sign.
about to get them to ask you for a refund. I don't know. That's a hard word to spell. A lot of people don't catch it.
And not only that, when you making just jobs, designs for jobs, and they just give you information that you could be familiar with the business, but some of them they give you new words and stuff.
Yep, and or sometimes your client will spell a word wrong, and they expect you to fix it. I mean, oh, that's really weird. Go back to the last page. You see where it says call for appointment? Is tel supposed to be for like telephone? Do you actually need that in there? Or do you
Yeah, they want it. Yeah, they want it there. Yeah, it could be done with one L or two L's. They just want it like that.
In there? It doesn't make sense.
Is they wanna to specify the whole thing over there.
Everybody knows that's the phone number. Nobody faxing for hair braids.
Can you imagine? That would be crazy.
Man. They don't have any let's see. Let me search that one word. Never heard of that before. S-E-N-G. Sorry. S-E-N-E-G-A-L-E-S-E. Single-lease braids. Oh, that's the really long braids. Okay. It's weird how you have a comma and then you have also the dashes rather than the same thing for each one.
Some of them are going into the same category.
Yeah, like single-lease flat braids and single-lease twist braids.
No, let's say the Senegalese or the flat. It could be Senegalese twist or flat twist. Yep. But they told me to put Senegalese or flat twist because they already knows it's either Senegalese twist or flat twist. So we're just saving one.
Climbing up here, Finn Ross.
I see, but a bit more patient. I'm gonna see if I can get it. Let me see here.
I mean, this might be the breakout point because we're right under the big liquidation block and still under that 200 moving average by at least 1%. It's about 1.06%. But if people are entering along here, they're about 2% late from that green block over the last 3 hours. And the volume's been about 184 million volume for Doge.
Let me see if I can get it at 1140.
Okay, if you can get it at the 1140, that would be great. But man, we're already, if you look right here, the short-term moving average has already crossed up one time and then breaking above. So we're actually gapping the short-term above that long-term by about 0.5% now. Generally, all it takes is about that 0.5% and we start coming up through liquidations. And we have the new hourly candle just rolled in about 5 minutes ago. But yeah, it's a good year doing the design and taking on clients and making more money. Oh, Sir Doge of the Coins making Doge memes now trying to bait Elon. Once we start breaking above 11.8, it's going to be pretty good. There we go, breaking 11.69. Looking pretty good, breaking above 11.69. There we go. Brook 11.7. Doge is still holding strong this uptrend. Looking very good here. Looking very, very good here for Doge. 11.71. SHIB's getting some buy. Doge, Bitcoin, we're all getting buys over here. So we actually just made another local top there for Doge. From the green blocks, we're now up over 2.6%, heading into that 2.7% uptrend. Did you catch along there, Finross, or are you still just going to wait?
I placed the order, but it didn't bite. I got it.
It'll run from you sometimes. I think we're going to get to 36 before that weekly RSI gets completely overbought.
I only put 300 in the account, and it told me that I couldn't make less than $10 entry, so I put 12.
Okay. Not bad, not bad. What's your liquidation price?
0.
Good. Good man. Smart man. You know how to trade instead of gamble.
Oh, bro, yeah, I don't like go through these things nervous.
Look at this Doge. Like, they're trying to bait Elon hard now. They're using AI and everything, but they got this tweet up here trying to capture Elon's attention. It's like a Doge video. And they got, this is like a lot of Elon in this video with Doge. And then Doge official CEO Sir Doge of the coin just shared this as well. I think they're gonna try to get Elon to do a reply. They're really trying to bait him. And look, if you're in a Dogecoin long, like the best way for your long to print is if you can bait Elon into replying about Doge and actually get some traction from it. We just made like a local highs for Doge, which is brilliant. $11.71. Bitcoin is almost about 63,700. We have $100 shy there, but liquidations to bring us up above. SHIB's already up over 5% from its local dip earlier today. And Doge is the one actually pushing through, making local highs. So Doge is leading the charge tonight. Doge is leading the charge tonight. I like it. I hope you fix all your files for that typo. Hope you make some more designs this week to make some more money, Finross.
Yep, they're done.
Nice.
What is the taker for in fee for weeks?
What are the fees?
Yeah, I can't find them here.
Oh, it's on the very front of their website. Are you on the desktop or are you on the app?
Desktop, the website. I'm basically looking in the same places as Mexi. Maybe that's why I'm a bit lost.
Are you talking about funding rate fee or something else?
When you place the order with the limit price, the taker and all of that.
So it's like 0.02% for maker, 0.02% for taker. So if your orders are limit, they take a little bit of time to fill. It's going to be 0.02%.
That's good.
Yep. I can send you that actual rate if you want me to.
Nah, it's okay. 0.2 is fine.
0.02%. So it's not even 1%. Like, it's like a fraction of a percent. Oh, that is weird. So let me send it to you because some are actually 0%, Finross. They have some pairs that are 0%.
Got it. I got into my loan, by the way.
Nice. Like some coins that are like new or something to futures, or like the lower volume, are going to be 0%. So I sent you that full list of tokens. Oh my god, Doge just broke 11.72. I think we're climbing. So you're long filled on that little micro dip there? Or did you chase it?
Yep, pretty much. No. I never. I always, all of my entries are limit orders.
Nice. So you pay that cheaper fee on your entry as well.
Yeah, for years, man.
Smart man. And if you guys want to trade on the same platform I'm using that FinRoss just started for the first time today, you can use Wheats. I've been using it for a while now, but FinRoss opened his very first trade. You can put it in share your entry channel if you want to take a screenshot, put it in share your entry, FinRoss.
That's a good idea. Let me do that right now.
And then like you can kind of you can go back in that channel and just search your name in the future and then see like what kind of trades you were making. I really hope that they get LTD rolling in volume and then it gets listed on futures. I need a coin that's like relatively new that gets listed on futures, whether it's LTD, HETS, Pulschain, something early on futures with a nice $0 liquidation that I could hold for a few months. Would be pretty big. Doge is still climbing. I like it. Come on, Doge. Tear up those shorts. Liquidate those shorts above us so that the good people holding their Doge can start realizing some more profits. That's what we want to see here tonight. LTD might start getting some buys if Dogecoin starts stripping through these shorts, by the way. But Doge is making those higher lows. Man, I might celebrate by playing some video games early tonight. I haven't really gave myself much time for gaming lately. It's been so busy. I don't know if you saw the Tame token chart, but I added $5,000 of liquidity to Tame token earlier today as well, FinRoss. I bought more Tame token. I bought more LTD. I added $5,000 of liquidity to Tame token. It's been a very busy day. Came back home. From the moment I got home, charted like we were uptrending for Doge, Bitcoin, SHIB. I just putting buys everywhere today.
When you making another tournament,
You have to do a trading competition on one of the platforms.
I heard you did one last time. It was like 5 people or something like that.
Yeah.
It was an easy win if I enter, my friend.
Yeah. So I'll have to think about the next time I want to do a trading contest.
I have entered 4, and the only time I have lost, I entered like 45 minutes late.
I could ask Weeks to sponsor us the trading contest. And I like it when they do that because then they handle all this stuff and it's automatic.
I'm down.
Oh, LTD has over 10 billion tokens already staked now. That's a pretty good update. Over 10 billion LTD already staked, by the way. LTD is on Wheats. Like, if you sign up on Wheats, and here's the advantage that you may have. If you're using Wheats, you can actually set those limit orders. So if someone's like dumping down on those wicks, those are people with limit orders filling. So if you're on Wheats and you're buying LTD, you can place limit orders. Let me look over here. Man, this is a nice uptrend. Did you see the hurricane that hit North Carolina, Finross?
No.
About every
But
spot that I went mining or going to in North Carolina, I probably won't be able to go there for over a year now. That's how devastated it is. Like, destroyed the roads, the bridges. I'm going to send you a link. You can look at some of these videos. We haven't had anything like this in a very long time in America. I'm thinking about Saturday going over to the area, helping clear out some roads and stuff. But the news they were talking about, they found 60 bodies in the trees. 60 bodies of human beings dead in the trees. The roads are washed away. Bridges are washed away. The dam up above Chimney Rock looked like it was felling.
Hey, Tane, Crypto Rocket, you got a copy?
Yeah, you can comment, Crypto Rocket.
Hey, yeah, I'll send you a link and you can listen to, well, you know, some of the stuff I'm into. You can see a lot of reports. I heard a report that there was a town somewhere, I don't know where it was, there was a mudslide and it took the whole town off a hillside. Did you hear anything about that?
That's Chimney Rock. There's a mudslide. It actually covered the road. There's like 60 feet of water. There's about 5 feet of dirt just blocking the entire road. A hotel that I stayed at before, like a small hotel cabin, is completely gone now, destroyed.
Yeah, I'll send you a link and you'll hear some of the rescue people. All those counties right now, they have a curfew. It went in effect at 8 o'clock, so you're probably not going to hear much tonight on it. But tomorrow, when they get back out and the search and rescue gets going, you'll hear a bunch of traffic on there, people talking about this, roads closed, trees down, who's got power. It's very interesting to listen to. I'll private message you here in a minute.
Yeah, I already know all the roads and stuff. I've seen it on the maps. I've seen the images. The thing that I'm more concerned about with what I'm able to do, I'm able to like help cut down the trees that are already in the road, like chop them up, move them. Maybe take them and make some stakes to drive it into the ground a little bit. Stuff like that. I probably gonna go over as well, and I recommend people start cutting up the wood that's already fell down, making sharp points driving into the ground to compress the dirt, so the dirt doesn't slide as much anymore. They didn't really have much that would prevented landslides before. If you just take a bunch of trees, drive the stakes into the ground, like 40, 50 trees in certain areas, that mud will be so compressed it won't move too much, even with the flooding. And especially if you mix it in like clay, it's going to be even harder to move. So I'm concerned about like just trying to clean up the area a little bit and helping people actually see the roads for the ones that still exist. And there's been a few of my friends already going there and helping people get out of their houses, get over to the main roads, walking them down to the main roads. But here in Charlotte, what we've been doing, we can bring supplies over to the airport and they just fly it into the area and drop it down for people. The water, canned foods, all that stuff.
Did you see the guy with the loaned helicopters, Cletus McFarland? You wear his YouTube channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got like 3 helicopters flying stuff in. I know he was this weekend. I don't know if he's doing it today or not.
Yep, it's very helpful. Like at least people can still fly some stuff in.
As of today, they were saying like Asheville, they could get in there now that the water's down enough. A lot of those places they can get into. So I emailed you that link. You'd probably want it on your phone.
Yeah, you can drive, but some of the areas you don't have roads, so the water level is low enough for people like me to drive up to like certain areas and start just going in, chopping up the trees and like helping move dirt, stuff like that. They need a lot of labor.
Yeah, that link
linemen going in. The power, a lot of people won't have power probably for like 6 months up to a year. And the really bad thing is we're already in October. October 1st is tomorrow, so we start heading into winter. It's actually a lot colder there than over here, like 60 miles, 100 miles away.
No, it's going to be a brutal winter for some. Anyway, I emailed you that link. You can listen to it or spread it to whoever you want to. But it's actually, once you see it, it's on Broadcastify.
Let me listen for like a few seconds on YouTube.
All read a post, I guess it was on Facebook there, where they said it was linked to the repeater in Toccoa. I've already...
Yeah, that sounds like some of your guys' microphones on Discord.
Yeah, that actually is. I'll tell you where that's from. I seen the link here a little bit ago. That's actually on a mountain. There's a repeater on a mountain. I'll tell you where it's at here in a minute. It's not the one in Charlotte. It's let me look here. Hold on a minute.
Gastonia?
No, I'll find it here in a minute. I got to look on their computer here. They changed some stuff around. Let's see. You're what in Mecklenburg County?
Yeah, I'm in Mecklenburg County. So it's in Charlotte.
Yeah, that is on Mount Mitchell. Is where that
Mount
link
Mitchell. That's
from.
also a
It's
nice place to go to.
Yeah. Yeah, they want that stuff up high so it'll cover. They were getting reports from like 6 or 7 different counties down there off that.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the night you and yes, and you guys. I found that link on. There's another other Broadcastify place I was picking up in Charlotte.
When we were doing the police thing.
Yeah, I'm up here and I've been listening to that down there.
Yep. Yeah, we were watching the police chase as well. Then we came on watching the hurricane, see where it was going to go, and we mapped out that it's probably going to hit here in North Carolina because it was just moving too fast. And I knew that the mountains are higher elevation. So even if it didn't hit the ground here, it will more than likely hit the ground in the mountains. And
they'll get more wind also.
Decades.
I'm sorry, I double. Yeah, they'll get the mount higher in elevation, the more wind you're going to get. It's just going to be devastating. It's just it's awful. It really is awful. But the sad thing is there's another one. They don't think it's going to be as strong. There's another one down in the Caribbean brewing. They said could be next another 6 or 7 days could go into a hurricane, but they have no clue where it's going to hit. Somewhere in the Gulf Coast. They just don't know where.
Yeah, let me pull that up for YouTube. So that second hurricane, we go to windy.com, we put on the radar. It's if you look down here by Florida as well in Cape Cod, there's a decent amount of wind. But you said Caribbean is brewing?
Yeah, go to NHC, National Hurricane Center.
Well, I was looking at the radar real quick to see.
Go a little bit more south, right down there around Nicaragua, right in that area.
Well, this is like closer to the equator, like down in El Salvador.
Oh yeah, but it's going to move north.
I see the big thunderstorms as well right here.
There you go.
Okay, the wind's pretty strong, 17 knots. Where's the hurricane actually brewing though? Is it right here?
No, it's actually on the East Coast. I don't know if it's showing up on radar. Go to NHC National Hurricane Center and they'll have it for the Atlantic Basin.
Let me check this real quick. Let me
nhc.noaa.gov.
Let me change this back to the wind. The wind's gonna help me. Okay, I see. Oh my god. Look at California. Oh my god. Look right here. I found one. So this is actually above America. This is near British Columbia. Oh, the wind's like 24 knots up here. This could swipe right into Canada. British Columbia. But the other one that you're talking about, I go over here. I see this one's trying to form down here. A lot of heavy wind. This is 44 knots down here. That's strong.
Yeah, go on up. Now you're going to South America. You need to go more up
yeah, I'm
to
looking at the wind pressure down there.
Right there. Boom, you're right on it.
34 knots already. Yep, 34 knots to wind, and this is a pretty good distance between here and America, though. But if it starts building up and the wind carries on, there's also the other one up here at the near the Spanish Sea. So I see it, but it's nothing in comparison to what's happening over here near Canada. Let's play this out a little bit. Yeah, the one near Canada is actually making its way towards landfall. Like, this is actually hitting these islands up here in Canada. Very heavy wind. Oh, after it hit that island, though, the wind calmed down up there. Okay. So that one kind of like dissolved. But this one right here, oh, wow, it got a lot closer to America. Oh, wow, it's getting very close. "58 knots. This thing is a powerhouse. And usually these things start curving because we get the warm pressure right here near the equator. And that equator makes it curve in, and that's where it hits like Florida and heads up to North Carolina.
Now
But
look
we'll
in the
see if the
sit right
pressure
in
changes.
look right in the Gulf of Mexico. Look at the swirl in the Gulf of Mexico, right there off Louisiana.
Yeah.
There's your power. Your right there too.
Oh my God. If these things combine, look at this. Woo!
Be some pretty good waves off of New England.
Well, here's the thing. You can also look at the waves over here too. So it is getting a lot closer, and it looks like, unfortunately, this path is going to go back into North Carolina. How unlucky if it comes right back in North Carolina again and hits in Asheville, hits in the mountain area, because we've had major destruction already. Major destruction up there already. I don't know if those people could take more, because a lot of them don't even have anywhere to go now. Obviously, they're going out of their cities down away from flood level areas, because that dam might break if there's another hurricane or flash flooding. But also, the weather's just so bad. When it rains hard there. Oh, Elon Musk tweeted something about Joe Rogan speaking. Elon Musk has been helping a lot, though. He's been providing a lot of Starlink. Like, if you guys want to see like a video that kind of shows you some of the damage, I'll pop it up for you real quick. Like this, the damage is big. And this is the type of stuff you're going to be seeing on Twitter. Just go Twitter, type Asheville or Chimney Rock or Spruce Pine. And this is the type of damage you're going to see. Like, it just... Like, this is like a whole town. Like, this very big damage. At least this bridge is still holding. But if you go up here and type Chimney Rock, you start seeing damage like this. So this is a little town that we would go to. We would walk around here. The river's on the other side of these buildings on the left side. But then when you look at the damage...
Guys, just to give you an understanding.
Look, this is now the road. So what you saw was the road is now covered with dirt and trees. And there is no more road. And this is probably about 6 foot of dirt blocking the roads that washed up from the top side of the hill. So
that's insane.
And if you look over here, look at the like, this was also part of the road, now it's into the water. Look at all the wood and stuff just washed up down here. Buildings completely destroyed. Boats spread everywhere too.
Bro, do you heard the news that China was trying to like create rain, and they created like a lot of wind instead of rain?
I didn't really hear any news about that. I've heard some conspiracies that this was made from lasers.
I don't know about that.
Look at the water flushing in from the river, though. They definitely had some failure on their dam there in Chimney Rock. Oh, man. So they have helicopters flying in, delivering food, water, and stuff, helping the people. A lot of rescue teams helping people get in and get out. But this place will never be the same. Like a lot of these stores will never reopen. A lot of these people's houses will never reopen. Like when your roads are broken like this and your roads are washed away, there's going to be people coming in, buying up this land. And unfortunately, a lot of those people are going to lose their houses. Insurance companies are in default. First come, first serve is going to be the payout. A lot of people are not even going to get money from their insurance companies that they paid for all this time. So it's tough. YouTube is asking me to turn Finross down. I'll lower Finross a little bit. Yeah, Finross is like a little bit loud and echoey on his mic. But the good thing about this, like even like the federal government isn't coming in. FEMA was very slow to help with this. And I heard a FEMA call earlier where they're asking, they're getting Starlink in there as well. Even though the FCC is suing Elon Musk, the U.S. federal government asking Elon Musk and Starlink for help in this disaster. So they need to A, stop the lawsuit on Elon Musk, B, come in and give him a lot of fucking money for helping out in this situation. Because in a disaster relief, now they're going to have to rely on Starlink. And it's unfortunate the government's not coming in and helping these people. FEMA's supposed to have a lot of money for these type of situations. This is a hurricane that's worse than Katrina. And the good thing is there's a lot of people in North Carolina that are willing to help when it comes to delivering food, water, supplies, and actually going up there and making the place more clean. So there is a lot of help already on the ground, but it's disappointment that the government's not coming in and helping. I just probably go Saturday, help on the ground, cut up some wood and shovel some dirt.
Tell the truth, you'll be looking for some crystals in that fresh soil.
Well, I'm in a rock mining group, and one thing that we did talk about in that group is that we're not gonna really take advantage of this situation. Like the people in the rock mining group, like they've already been donating money. We were giving people in the group $100 each that lived in that area that was affected, that were already in the rock mining group, to help them. And they were putting like addresses of their families and stuff, and other members were actually going there, walking there, cutting down trees, clearing it out, and making sure other people's family members are okay and relaying messages. So we agreed, like, this may be the best time to find crystals, like the most best time to find golden crystals after a big washout like this. But the first thing is help the people who need help first. And then later on, if there's time, then you can go crystal hunting. But all in all, it's basically about helping those people that are stuck without food, water, power. Their shelters demolished, so they're gonna have to get out of their shelters and go somewhere else. There's gonna be a lot of hotels that are gonna help book people for rooms and stuff, shelters and stuff popping up. People offering portions of their living room and stuff to victims. But other than that, I wish the government would have came in and helped out a lot more in that situation. Especially these people. They pay a lot of money in taxes every year. And now they're getting abandoned by their government. So. And then unfortunately there was also looters. People were trying to take advantage and loot the situation. It's really bad.
I couldn't find the video for the win in China, but I go to sleep now, so I guess I talk to you guys tomorrow. And I left the order. I mean the thing. I leave them there. I see what's up tomorrow.
But this whole thing, it will get better. I just hope the second hurricane passes.
Right. Yeah. Hopefully it stays out to sea or goes somewhere else.
Yeah, because we do need time to clean up that area. This is going to take over a year. It's going to be a very brutal winter.
It'll take a lot longer than a year. It'll be years before some of that recovers.
Yeah, the way these bridges were built, America's not going to build these bridges back pretty fast. And this wasn't just like Americans. This was also a lot of tribal land that was affected also. So I'm probably going to go up there Saturday and help with the labor side. I'm pretty good on the labor side.
There's a lot of communities around. I'm up in Ohio, and they've already got a truck. I think's leaving Wednesday or Thursday of cleaning supplies, and people donating bottled water, food, and stuff like that. A lot of people that are 400 or 500 miles out. I know there's gonna be a lot of truckloads of stuff heading that way. Bleach is another thing that'll be in high demand too. If you've ever cleaned up from a flood, you will go through a lot of bleach.
You reminded me I need to wear my dirty mud boots when I go up there.
Well, and just remember, flood water is considered sewage water because a lot of them communities have sewage treatment plants and all that overflows. So that's one common thing is flood water is considered sewage water.
Yep. I have friends on my Facebook. They're posting stuff like, hey, Rutherford County friends, we now have power, internet, and water. If you need to come by our place, you can take a hot shower and get some food and maybe watch some Netflix and charge your devices. So people in my state are very, very nice, very friendly, like helping each other in this situation. Cleaning out the road and everything, though, and making sure the dirt's moved to a location that won't affect everything else. It's good. It's just going to take some time. But people are moving fast. Like, when it came to providing the aid, the residents of North Carolina were very quick to help each other. Churches, like we have a lot of churches here as well, providing free dinner. They have Wi-Fi, providing lunches. They're providing food for up to 500 to 700 people per meal for some of these churches as well. So people very quick to help, which is something that I'm glad to see. Like my Facebook timeline's full of people helping each other. I'm not going to ask the Discord to help or anything. I'm just stating that I'm going to go there and do some physical work to try to get everything better.
Well, that's why I said there's a lot of communities that are taking up, collections of food and cleaning supplies and stuff like that. So, I mean, if you're anywhere on the eastern half of the United States, I would say you're probably within, just look in your local community and there'll probably be someone sending a truck.
Yep. Yeah, it's good. We have a lot of people helping. And a lot of us, we go there for vacation anyways. We go up there to the mountains. Generally, we go there because A, it's a very good view. B, you can get some decent hotel rates and stuff while you're up there. Get out of the big cities.
You go up on Mount Pilot, any?
No, I used to go to Chimney Rock. Some of my pictures are Chimney Rock, and I go to Spruce Pine for the mining. Probably won't be able to go to Spruce Pine for like 2 years now. Probably get to go up there in about 2 years. We just have to clear out the areas, make sure they can actually get to the spots where they need to make the roads.
Guys, listen today. I had Adam on the background. He did a good job with the charts. I was kind of had some other stuff going on, but he was playing on YouTube, and I was kind of keeping an eye on it. I like the fact that he, will write a chart for one coin and then we'll go to another coin. He was doing several coins, and you can, use basically the same strategy, to write the chart. Of course, the chart looks different because the coins are behaving differently, but you're looking for the same things and being able to point that out. I thought that was real helpful.
Yeah, some strategies work for other coins.
I mean, the charts didn't look the same, but you're looking for the same indicators, and I thought that was real helpful. And, it's kind of had it on the background plan while I was doing some other stuff. He did a good job.
Yeah, Adam's pretty good. He's getting back. I'm trying to get him back in the charting and trading. Doge just broke above 11.77. We're actually doing very well. I want to see some of that buy pressure rolling into LTD. That would be pretty cool.
What do you think on futures for LTD? You think a year, 6 months, or any clue? Best guess.
Once it does 2% what SHIB did, it would probably qualify for futures.
Okay. I think that would be a major catalyst.
Yep. I think once we get up there, if it does 2% what SHIB does, that means people like me that bought early, we're gonna be up almost 200 times on our bags. It's very hard not to take profit when you go up 200 times on anything. When you see people taking profits on 5% moves, you can imagine what they would do on a 200% or 200 times move.
Yeah, I've got a little. I don't have as much LTD as I got a tame token, but I've got a little bit. Matter of fact, I even got the wife to buy a little bit. She trades a little bit. A lot of times I just start buy this, sit on it. I'll explain later why. She texted me a little bit. She's out for the evening. She texted me a little bit ago, and I said, "Look at your LTD," and she was already up. I think yesterday she said value was about $40. She was over $60 today, so she's already up 30%.
It's funny. Tame tokens is about 10% of the price of LTD. Like, it's one more zero than LTD. Yeah, I added $5,000 of liquidity to Tame token earlier. I looked in the charts. Someone sold about 207 million Tame token. They sold $317 worth. So it's not bad.
Yeah, the liquidity's already down about $1,000 now already. It's dropped off a little bit. But I seen that earlier.
I mean, there's still like over $4,000 of liquidity for people who wanted to take profits on their Tame token.
Oh yeah,
if they wanted to take profits and reposition to anything else, there's liquidity.
Unless there was a major price spike, I think I'd sit on it though.
Man, Doge coming up through this liquidation, Finross, I know you're in the profit for your long. Because I DC'd and I'm also in profits for my long too.
Oh yeah, I was in at 11. Where was I at? 11.6, I think.
I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. I need to go update my computer. I mean, you guys still gonna see me in the camera, but let me double check this position. So on LTD, I have multiple wallets. I bought $2,000 more of LTD earlier today. One wallet has like over 150 million. The other wallet has over 600 million. My goal, generally, like when I like a low liquidity, low market cap coin, I get 1 billion. I try to get 1 billion before it really runs. Yeah, Butthead has a lot of tame tokens. There's liquidity in the pool if you want to take profits on your tame tokens. I can pull that up real quick too. So if you go over here, tametoken.com, this is what the tame token chart looks like. So if you put it on the 4-hour, 4-hour tame token, from launch until here, we're up pretty decent amount. From launch until here, we're up about 575%. Someone did sell some earlier. We dropped down, but bounced back up. From our local bottom earlier today, and the volume increase earlier today, we are up about 31%. We did do a full 89% recovery from the dip earlier today. So from the green block until the top, we went up about 91%. From green block till here, we're about the same price. And there's enough liquidity, so there's like wallets like this taking profits. And then you can look on the chart, this wallet. It doesn't show their trades because they haven't traded. We haven't been active on the charts for this wallet. But no, this person sold about $300 worth of tame token. They took some of that liquidity. But from the green blots, like generally green blots, we have some nice runs eventually. Most of these green blots have eventually nice runs. So pay attention to these green blots on this chart as well. Add it to your watch list. I don't even know if I'm logged in over here. Apparently I am. But the liquidity increase is good because now once it starts trading again, it will go on there. No issues on the quick intel, by the way. No blacklist, no taxes, not mintable, not a honeypot, no proxy contract. But yeah, tametoken.com. If you want to look at this chart, it'll just redirect you to this chart on Debt Screener. Top traders. So that guy that sold $325 worth, I think his P&L is about... No, someone bought $325, their P&L is $723. So this P&L is not super crazy right now, but it's enough. It's enough getting people by. I'll jump back in like a little bit. I have to go to the computer behind me and update this thing.
All right, Tame, have a good one. We'll catch you tomorrow night. We're probably going to get out of here. I got to get up about 5:30 in the morning, so I want to get an hour or two of sleep. So anyway, been fun. Enjoyed it.
All right, thank you. Let me hop over on this machine behind me and see what all I have to do. Boom, 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 boom. The machine is loading. You saw those fans? Looks like we're still up from the green blocks here. So if I had to measure Doge, we're probably about 3% above the green blocks now. LTD is probably about 12% from its green blocks. And Bitcoin's roughly 0.98, almost 1% from the green block. How are your longs doing today? Hope you guys are doing pretty well on your longs. I think it's looking pretty good. Definitely looking pretty good. All right, I'm going to go back to my multitasking and check back in a little bit later. So we're still getting the buy pressure rolling in here from those green blocks. Let me move my web camera real quick. So from the green block on Doge into that golden cross into up here, we're up over 3%. From that golden cross area, yeah, we did come down a little bit, but we're still like over 1% from that area. I will let you know if I see anything or if I think it's some sell pressure rolling in here or any trend reversal. But currently right now, I think Doge is still in this uptrend. So sit back, enjoy the ride on the upside. still a little bit of an uptrend. Bitcoin has these liquidations on the top side, so if we go through these liquidations, keep in mind we could recover that 66,000 territory. Now you look at the top side, Doge liquidations, we're probably going to go back above 12.5. Just looking. Oh,
What about on a larger time frame, Dame?
well,
I don't know. Looks like there's quite a bit.
Are things you should always consider if you're going to go long or short.
Well, just consider it and look at how much stuff has built up just recently on your 5 minute. But I'm just curious, what is the 15 minute kind of looking like?
Yeah, we get to the top side, it would be good.
You know what I mean? Shit looking pretty heavy down there, down below even 11s now too. So just curious if it's gonna pop up, back some more larger guys. 12.3 to 12.5, you're saying?
Oh, the video's loud.
I like how you got
So
SHIB and LTD
Bitcoin's
in
almost
a
done
race.
at 64,000, and probably about 1 hour before we get closer to the American pre-market.
I'm sorry to interrupt there, Dave, but I like how you got Doge and SHIB and LTD on a little cool run there. Will it take it out?
LTD and SHIB kind of like running together.
Yeah. I think it's got a high probability coming and knocking out, running ahead of it for sure.
So when you look over here at the charts, whoo, boy. All right, we're getting very close to that 40K. We've been performing quite nicely from the last green block here. Very, very nicely from the last green block. So Joe might be loud. I turned him up the other day. Let me turn him back down.
Am I loud, Dave? I'm always loud.
You were loud. I turned you up, and then I just fixed your audio as well.
You just got a little louder too.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. Behind me, I have the computer running behind me. There we go, getting close to 40K. The super ultra wide, I got the big Bitcoin chart. It looks small compared to my arm, but it's like 49 inches. I'm gonna go back over there, work on that, and then might drop by here before the 3 o'clock candle.
64, 64.
So we're still getting that uptrend. Actually, we're breaking this bullish pennant for SHIB on the top side with that target 1948. So we still have a little bit of gas in the tank for that target, about 5% for SHIB, which is very good. Green block Doge is up over 4% now, which is a-okay. A lot of people are happy at 4% movements, but they want to squeeze it a little bit more, get the shorts, liquidate shorts while everybody's sleeping. So that's what we're looking at over here. I think there's still more room. I'm still in the long. I'm still in this long, a dollar cost average. So this long is about break even. Actually, quite a little bit of profit now, especially after DCA. Hope you guys are doing some good trades. I'm going to go back to the machine, testing this out.